大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助圈。
好的，那昨天的比赛结束之后呢，很想知道队伍有做哪一些关键的总结？今天面对上 FunPlus， 你们在打法和状态上有做怎样的一个调整呢？
昨天打完比赛，就是觉得在场内一些小规模团的操作没有做得很好，然后中期的运营也要提升一下。
那 FunPlus 他们的下路组合也是刚刚磨合不久的一个新的组合，你觉得今天的下路对抗会是怎么样展开？会有什么样的特点？你有怎么样的期待呢？
因为不知道他们下路的打法嘛，所以就是在对线端先做好，然后好好配合我们的打野就行。
好的，那一同期待今天的比赛啦。现在我们邀请到的是 FunPlus 的俊伟，先有请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 FPX 辅助俊伟。
好的，欢迎俊伟。那经过了几天的休整之后呢，今天你们要跟 BLG 交手了。结合对手的风格以及队伍最近的状态，你觉得队伍在哪一些方面应该着重应对呢
？BLG 这个队伍，因为他们进攻性很强嘛，然后我们面对 BLG 的话，就感觉我们把回合弄好一点，然后打好自己的团战，应该就很好赢下来。
那第3赛段你们队伍进行了人员调整之后，你和新 AD 佳琪其实已经搭档了一段时间了。从日常的训练和之前的比赛来看，你觉得你们2个人的默契程度现在能够打几分？作为组合，有什么样的短期目标吗？
我和佳琪也是比较熟了，然后就打个7分吧，感觉就还有很多进步的空间嘛。然后我们的目标就是想多赢几把吧。
好，那期待今天的这一场对决啦。
Good morning everyone, Sam and I are just setting up in the background, as we always are. My voice is just about hanging on, so I hope that we don't have too long a day today. So, hold on to your hats. Yeah, hold on to your hats. And get ready for BLG versus FPX, and then Weibo versus Anyone's Legend later today. Hope everyone's doing well today, and hope you're ready to enjoy some LPL. See you in a bit. Yeah, I'm so sorry about everyone's hats. Hold on to them. The hat steal is coming. Not related to, you know, the hat goods, but maybe they're the hat goods. You know, see, you gotta watch out for these people.
观看2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端找上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 lpl.qq.com、虎牙直播、斗鱼直播、哔哩哔哩直播、咪咕视频、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。嘿，来认识一下这位新队友，全新沉淀 CLA， 李宁英雄联盟泳池派对2025新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，祝你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶一口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器， 夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高进游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。
Onto the stage we go. BLG versus FunPlus Phoenix for our first game of the day, and wouldn't you know it, Shadow was already playing against his previous team. Shadow, debuting with BLG just yesterday against Anyone's Legend, beat them. He's moved teams over to BLG from FunPlus Phoenix, who used him as a leader. It's a pretty short turnaround for him to play against his old team, IE, in the jungle for FPX.
Sheer 打野 IYY 中单 Care 下路佳琪辅助俊伟。第3赛段常规赛组内赛第2周第7日的第1场比赛 ，BLG 星际魅族对战 FunPlus 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Both these teams have played one series. I think FPX have played 2 now. Yes, they play against Top Esports, and they played against Weibo as well. Sorry, I missed the I remembered the Weibo one weirdly. I couldn't remember the Top Esports one. I think it was a bit more of a blowout, that one. Yeah, Cream's Akali. Cream's Akali happened. That's what happened in that game 2. It was not a pretty affair. It was not an Uma Musume pretty derby. Hey Jinjin, welcome back. Thanks for the follow. I recognize the name. Oh, we were visited by some generosity yesterday. Someone gave out 100 gift subs, which definitely helps us keep doing what we're doing. Appreciate you all. Not too long until we get into the draft now. Why is there a Durex ad inside of a Intel ad? Well, I think that explains itself, doesn't it? It's where it's meant to be there, Fadwa. Oh god. Okay, folks. If I'm not pushing my voice as much today, it is because my voice is a little bit raw. Had a 9-game day yesterday, folks. One of the classics. Gwen banned, Yone banned, no surprises there. Let me just change up to... Oh. Greetings, everyone. God, I even look tired. Jesus, that's not a good start. Yone, Gwen, Pantheon, Vi, still got Talia, Annie, Wukong, Varus, Rumble. I should really write down a list of the OPs. At least we can't get a 9 game today. Exactly. Exactly. The longest day we could have today is the shortest day we could have yesterday. Orianna signals stuff like the Talia, because it's one of the few things that deals with Talia in laning phase. Poppy banned away. Annie, Wukong, Talia. All makes sense here. There's also a Zero available too if Care wants it. And Varus Rumble, of course. Varus Rumble, of course. Too many OPs. Way too many OPs up. Yone, I wouldn't say as a priority ban anymore. Orianna, I wouldn't say as a priority ban anymore. Vi and Poppy, I wouldn't say a priority bans either. Maybe the Poppy is. So call that about 3-4 extra OPs up in the first draft. You have to separate the Varus and the Rumble. The Rumble is far too good playing around the Varus ultimate. If Varus hits ult, Rumble hits ult, someone dies. It's mixed damage, high mixed damage. And yes, it is Shadow playing as his former team already. Alex, I've genuinely been looking forward to seeing you play horse game. It looks so fun. I actually got an A. I found out a technique to get like higher scoring. They're not as good like horses, but they are good runs. I found out ways how to do that. Because you just do 3 power 3. Yeah, you do power. Sorry, Talia's been locked in. I'll talk about stuff later. But yeah, Talia, in for Care. Care has always been a Talia player. Now, what do you do into the Talia now? We've seen, you know what? We used to see stuff like the Ahri into the Talia and you could force onto it. Not really anymore. Trundle locked in for Shadow. Shadow had a good Trundle game the other day. What else do you lock inside, or lock around that though? Do you lock in a tank yourself and say, well, yeah, Trundle Ornn has tended to be the combo. You can use the pillar for knock up for Ornn, because you can slam into it. And it means that there's no Trundle to deal with the Ornn or the Sion, but I think the Sion is a better matchup into the Rumble. Since our Brittle procs are kind of OP. Who had the Trundle Panther the other day? Kanavi. Yeah, just going live on TikTok as well because I forgot to do that. Hey Blade, great to see. Great to see. And thank you for being around. So going to second round of bans. So we've got tanky front to back from BLG. Got a more dynamic dive and pick combo from FPX. You have Jhin and Talia setting up for Rumble. Talia will fly into a play with the ultimate. Jhin will hit the W if possible. The equalizer will hit, and then you flick him back as well, and someone is normally dead. However, 2 immobile carries into the Ornn typically doesn't tend to be a way to win. He puts the ult down on you and you get in a bit of trouble, you do. You get in a bit of trouble. Hey Nymaera, thanks for doing all this English-speaking LPL fans. Heads up, your stream on YouTube still has the title from yesterday. Oh, for God's sake, does it? I thought I changed it. My bad, you're absolutely right. I thought I changed it last night. My bad. So sorry about that. So sorry. BLG FPX, and then what was the other one? ALV. AL versus Wave, that's the one. There we go. Safe now. We're good. We're safe now. Okay. Second round of bans. AD skirmishes taken away from IE, stuff which can, I suppose, outvalue Trundle in slightly different ways. Xin Zhao and Wukong, quite disruptive champions which can hold a good amount of power early game too. So what does IE go for outside of this? You don't want a third AP on top side. Skarner versus Trundle's kind of meh. Honestly, Jarvan versus Ornn is kind of meh, but it's good versus Varus because you get the hot pot combo. You can't. Maybe you just say, well, screw it. It's going to be hard to play versus the tanks, but it's good enough versus the AD carry that we can make it work. Knight's grief. What's right? Wait. What's Knight do to grief? What's he done? What's he done? Yeah, thanks for letting me know about the YouTube title. Do appreciate that. Yeah, I do have a coffee in the other room. I just want to get through draft first, then I'll go collect it. And the Azir rel. So Knight has been playing more Azir again. I think the way that I would describe Knight's Azir is... the big moments aren't great, but his regular gameplay on it is pretty damn good. He's very good at defensively shuffling into a good position to do damage. And his laning phase is good on it. The Alistar locked in for Dway here to finish their combo off too, which is no surprise. It's kind of like the one tank which you can play against Trundle without losing your mind, really. Because your ultimate doesn't get denied by him. Hey, Uncle Nader, how's it going? Sorry, I saw the follow. But yes, thank you for following. I appreciate that. So, BLG, classic front to back. They tried this as versus in Anyone's Legend game 1. The other day. They lost that one. But, you know, personally, I think that BLG, you know, given that it was their first game with the new jungler, first game back from internationals against Anyone's Legend, who have just finished top 3 and top 2 at international events, I think actually they didn't have a bad showing. They were against a very good composition in that game 1 as well. That is our first draft. Okay, I'm going to go turn the camera off. I'm going to collect my coffee from the other room. You guys get ready for our first game of the day. Okay, back in seat, coffee in hand, microphone activated. Some damage done at level 1, but no summoners used. Do you think Anyone's Legend is better than last year's BLG? No, I don't. I think they're better at specific areas. I think they're better at drafting. I think they're better at... I think their macro is largely better. I think that because their jungle support is better. I think that Xun and On last year were a very fun jungle support. But I think you could see where they started to tap out against some top teams. Particularly, I think... I mean, On was inconsistent. Xun would get diffed eventually by players like Ona and... you know, and then someone like Canyon or someone like that. But I do think... Oh, is that a little bit of desync on the audio? I think it is. Okay, I'm just going to have to go quickly restart the media source, so just hang on to yourselves. Just 1 second. Hopefully... Oh, come on. Level 1. We'll have to wait until the TV2 just comes off. Didn't end up restarting that. Okay, doing this. Turning it off. Is the media source gone yet? No, it's not. Well, that's really annoying. Sorry, folks. Restart it when it goes like that? Okay, whatever. This will have to do for now. Ooh, going in from on. Getting control over the early waves. So we're going to have to deal with a little bit of audio desync. Sorry about that, folks. I like to sort that out early, but it's not restarting for reasons I don't quite understand. Arrow missing from Elk. Jhin Varus tends to be a bit neutralizing. Because everyone knows that the Varus is strong in laning phase, but the Jhin farms well, provides not dissimilar things to the Varus. Especially when it's poke versus regular Varus, Jhin, I suppose. Early poke push in. That's a very early recall. Very early recall. What do they want to do with that? I mean, they have Ghost. Is this going to be the Ghost tech where you just goes back into lane? Longsword goes back to lane? Ah, no. Switching very early towards topside. No, mate. There was 100 gift on yesterday, which was incredibly cool to see. So yes, we had that yesterday from an anonymous gifter, so we actually don't know who it was. Whoever they are, we thank them again. And it helps us keep doing what we're doing. So of course it means a lot. Oh, thanks for paying it forward. Community gift sub from that, mate. Appreciate it a lot. Been getting knocked up onto Sheer. Now, this is the thing about the Ornn versus the Rumble. We're seeing more Ornn versus Rumble because it feels like the I was gonna say, yeah, it feels like the matchup is actually pretty good for the Rumble, for the Ornn rather. Get the knockup, get the Brettle procs. Goes kind of mad. You dodged the 100 gift. Oh, I'm so sorry. Why is Bin struggling this year? Is it because of Fearless, meta changes, or jungle problem? I honestly think it's just individual performance. It's hard to see it, but I think it's hard to say it rather. I think it's I think it's individual performance, sadly. Okay, I'm gonna have another go at restarting the oh shit, there we go, cool. This should hopefully restart it. There we go, and I think the audio will now be resynced, my bad. There we go, yep, just slightly better, it was a half second off. And I know on TikTok, folks, that there is some audio delay. That is just the way of things. I put it to you, as much audio delay as I possibly can. To, well, try to counteract it as much as possible. Jarvan's already up here. On's gone in. They have no one on this side of the map. Flash forward from Joy. Gets the knock up, and that's a lot of CC onto Oral, who doesn't bother casting the heal. Didn't track the enemy jungler, i.e. getting involved for the first kill of the game. The replacement for Shadow, who just left the team to go towards BLG. Shadow walking around the map. Going towards mid lane. Had a ward on red buff there, so they should hang on a second. Cat doesn't have does have flash. Shadow flashes over it though. Can you trade flash to flash? One more chomp will do it. Flash that. Cat trying to hold on to it as long as possible. Shadow forcing flash of enemy mid laner, and I think that makes a big difference here. He's about to hit level 6. He'd like to stick around, get himself early level 6, and then hold that knife against BLG. Losing that flash means that now Knight with flash can shuffle into him and flash ult him very easily. And Cat loses a few minions for this too. So 10 CS up is Knight right now. Okay, that's closer to 6. That's the full wave up. Ray coming in to help Cat have a bit more lane presence again. Dragon is available. Grove spawning in 2 minutes. Bin is still Bin. He's only a top laner. If you compare him to 23 and 24 to now, you can't say it's the same Bin though, is the problem. I think, you know, you look last year, particularly in spring, Bin was doing well on strong side, he was doing well on weak side, he was He was incredible in team fights, incredible at split pushing. He was doing everything. And now he's struggling to do... he was overstaying in lanes. He's being outplayed in early 1v1s. So collapse towards the bot side, going around the back of vision. On-screen Greg does have flash, does have teleports. Doesn't need that to use that though. Sheer hasn't used his flash just yet. Teleport in, coming from the Alistair. Spellbook teleport. This could be a problem. He has no flash. Dre, my friend, that might be a teleport into death. It's a takeaway stake. Teleported to your doorstep. Alistair goes down, 0-1. Sheer didn't have to use the flash. Good discipline from him again. Didn't have to. He might get dove now, though. Okay. On doesn't have that many summons to use. First stun lens, so he'll have to try and crash down out of it. He might trade 1-for-1. Getting the flash and getting the kill there. I think that's fine on the 1-for-1, because Sheer is going to miss a double-stacked wave. And, of course, the turret plates are going to go over towards Elk. Even though it's a 1-for-1, it's a good 1-for-1 for BLG. They take the extra summoner, they take the plates on top of it. Elk 101, Shadow 101. Splitting the proceeds there. Just renamed Jway to Uber. That's fantastic. Big blade, that's great. That's what happens when a player is one of the best at his role, he gets studied and counted. Well, I didn't have the Chovy, did it? Chovy's still been fantastic. His LCK win rate is absolutely absurd. I don't really think this happened tonight either, actually, in LPL terms, anyway. Because remember, this is talking about regionally, not even just internationally about that. First grab goes down. Brittle proc actually, well, the Bell's Breath helping a little bit there. Care on the side, doesn't have ults. Here comes the Ornod. Slayer's not in position. 2 grubs already taken. Double knockup. GIE, can he get in good Cataclysm? That's a 3-man, but I don't know if it's going to be that much difference because the damage is already done. 2 have died. There's Rumble coming in. Equalizer's pretty good. Jin, curtains are cold as well. We've got a carpet and we've got a curtain. And neither of them are looking particularly good for BLG's health bars, but they are still above 0. Flickback misses, and that'll be the last chapter in this teamfight around grubs. FPX walk away with nothing, lose 2 grubs, and BLG will be very happy with their foray into top river. How you doing, Sam?
Not so bad. Just trying to figure out the best moment to come on in and say hello.
You can join us for this one?
I am indeed.
I misdraft. Did FPX intentionally leave 0? I mean, yes and no. I mean, I also think that if BLG predicted FPX going towards Jarvan, maybe they banned away the Azir, maybe they wanted to take away the Azir anyway, because what was I going to say? Jarvan is incredibly good with Azir because he gives him the attack speed. He's the best mid laner pairing for Jarvan's E standard, really. Very good at that. And yeah, this was a very solid fight from BLG. Managed to get the collapse onto FPX. I think Cow was too far away to do damage. She managed to come in and get any equalizer down, but the damage was split. You know, you do all that damage. That's enough damage to kill 2 people. It's a split across 5 members, really. And Ker's dead. Ker's died. Ker's died while we were on replay. So I'm assuming we're going to get that. And now that suddenly means that dragon could be started by BLG first of the game. Scuttle Crab taken by Knight. Thought it was taken by the Jhin there. Not the case. Knight looks like he built a bit of a road for Ket. Knocked him back with his ults. Kill went over to Knight. Yeah, went over to Knight.
Seems to be 102. That would make some sense. BLG looking pretty solid here in the early game by all accounts.
So what happened here? Ket has flash now. Pillar. Oh, slid behind the minefield. That was nice. Yeah. It's actually pretty hard to do that sometimes. So you can, that hitbox can
be deceptive.
Can be very deceptive, yeah.
There's the kind of like there's the 2 rocks at Talia's feet that kind of get hidden by her model that people I've seen more than once get caught by. Elk tried to go for the Varus WQ smite. Steal didn't quite happen.
Actually picking up the Ghostblade first. I do not like that one bit versus an Ornn. You're against a Trundle Ornn Rel. That's actually a pretty strong front line. You probably need a Lord Dominant for gods soon. I really don't like the Ghostblade in this game from Jachi. I get that it makes you feel safe, but you will get swiftness boots anyway.
Is he just going to need to try and outspace Chains of Corruption and Trundle? I know like Rel and Azir people are looking for your face, but I'm kind of there with you.
Like, you have the chance to blast this Ornn, who's currently... Hang on a second, going on towards Sheer.
Gonna be a fairly decent knock-up. The pillar is
No
good.
flash.
Shadow's gonna get an extra bit of autos down. A nice charge in from Bin. Yawn will help Trundle pick up the kill.
Easy kill, no flash on the Rumble. Had to use that one before. IE is going topside. He's trying to wave clear out a bit. The Demolish proc's already there. And Trundle hitting towers does not give one damn. Ulted into the tower. Shadow turns it around. And Bin breaks the Cataclysm.
Oh,
Bin breaks the
nice.
Cataclysm with the Searing Charge. Yes, you can destroy terrain. Thought he could at least force the flash out of the Trundle. Nope, Ornn's here to help.
Subjugate traded for Cataclysm, but very nicely done. And Shadow gets to walk away. All Care is very alone. Gonna have to weave as well. Oh, nearly on.
Very
Tried to
close
get
on
the
the timing.
read on that one. I appreciate the attempt. That's my goat there.
Yep, he predicted that he'd move, just miscalculated the timing. Saw the, because you can see the ult on the ground. By the way, you know when people knock people off the ult, so like when Ari Charm comes out? It's actually a lot easier than people think to do that, because the shadow on the ground where the wall will be appears before the animation for the ult starts, or just as it starts. It's very obvious to tell when it's starting. So in the case of Ari or Thresh or Blitzcrank or something like that, you just cast your hook or your skill shot in a line toward. You don't try and go like a 90-degree angle. You try and get as sharp an angle to that wall as possibly you can.
cover as much as you
because
can.
Talia will then have to manually click to hop off the wall. We saw another flick back onto Care, who's been a bit bodied by Knight's Azir, and even if that didn't lead to a kill, such a big trade that he's now down 25 CS.
That's rough.
And credit to Knight. I think his laning phase and his early plays have been fine. The problem hasn't been about his early laning phase and early plays, which have been good. It's been about the later game. Sheer does have flash. Now, does have Equalizer coming up in a few seconds.
Shadow tanks the turret. Will begin to do some damage, holding the turret for a little bit longer. It's now traded onto Ben, and Sheer is a dead man. Gonna take another turret shot, and they are heated up, but he's gonna be fine.
I mean, credit to on that. Tried to go for the flash predict. Knew that, look, he's dead. The only way he lives is if I crash down and then he flashes out. So I'm gonna just cover the flash angle. The pillars cover the other bits anyway. Makes that alive. Did the calculation on his own. Sorry, I'll had heal as well if things got a little bit more spicy. And BLG doing very well around playing around side lanes. It's been a fast-paced game for them. I think that Shadow has been very, very good at getting into the right places. The honeymoon period for Shadow clearly still in effect.
I mean, I made the tweet last night, and it was a great one, which basically is just marry, in brackets, hire, a new wife, in brackets, jungler, and get a honeymoon phase. It's great.
Yep.
That's the plan.
BLG jungle buff is the same as the wife buff, you know?
That's exactly it. And obviously Shadow, in fairness to him, playing very well right now. This Trundle is up 1,300 gold. Oh no, you've dropped like 2 kills worth of, or like 2 camps worth of gold from that. So yes, that's about it. IE is really struggling in this game. And again, I don't know how easy a Jarvan game this is. And we've seen a few Jarvan games recently where it's been quite hard to navigate. We saw poor old Shun the other day trying to make Jarvan work. It just wasn't very fun.
For sure. There's a lot of logic there. In fact, that's exactly what I said in draft, even though you weren't here as well. So we're on the same page. Yeah, exactly.
That's a good sign.
Turns out when we spend so many goddamn days speaking with each other
yes.
about League and casting with each other, goes a bit overboard. So that's the phrase you use when you want to talk about something else.
It's true. It's definitely one of my...
forget about. No, Sam, I use it too.
I tell you when I use it. When I actually forgot what we were talking about, and I need to start a new conversation.
That's never happened before. Chway not going to be able to combo into the Jhin W. Combo comes out from Talia, but doesn't get a flick back. Double teleport's coming in. It's Knight. And that is a dead Rumble. Just call them Fun Plus Uber. They are delivering food right to your doorstep.
I mean, as hard as it comes, right? That's barbecue Rumble.
We had one of the funniest teleports before, where we just before you came in. Jway had Spellbook teleport, and as the Alistar, with no flash, because it was on Spellbook, teleported in to give a home, the home delivery steak. 2 goes to BLG, good poke out here as well. Jway going in for a combo, flick back onto the Ral. Jarvan going in, but the damage back is good. Tower falls, where's the ult going? That's a double knock-up, and Knight starts to go forwards. Flashes to make a road for the Jarvan.
Hang on.
And this is just it's a 3-for-1.
Yeah, I know, and I just saw another shove back. I wonder whether Shadow's about to get another quadret. Body blocking best he can. That 4th shot doesn't come on through. Pillars away Sheer so he can't get burned down and keeps Elk alive. That's about as nice as it gets. Deadly Flourish just wide.
BLG stomp around the mid lane turret, and Knight gets himself a flick back onto IE. BLG just massively outplaying FPX. I thought FPX would do fine in the early levels, but folks, They've just... How much of a gold lead? They have a 7,000 gold lead at 16 minutes. Now, this is the BLG we used to see. This is the BLG we used to see. Against Anyone's Legend, I don't think you could say that, but I think the laning phases have been good from BLG. I think the early plays have been even better. Great punish of FPX over-committing to this turret. They don't have the damage to kill the front line. Jarvan not getting threats under the tower, and FPX, I feel like they're just way too far behind now. Playing this draft even at even is hard. Playing it from this far behind, utterly unstoppable. 5-0-4 on the Trundle. Shadow's having a magnificent game.
And you're looking at all the people he's got to munch on this game. Like, the Rumble, not going to enjoy it at this point. Jarvan, as we've already said, it's a miserable matchup. Alistair goes in, and Trundle puts a pillar behind you, and you have a bad time. You can be really annoying to the Taliyah. You can be really annoying to the Jhin. Especially if the Jhin decides to put an ult down in the wrong space, you just start whacking people. All the while, though, shove into the enemy jungle. And try and control as much as they can. A 12, you know, I was going to say 1,200, that's the wrong channel. 2,100 gold lead. Invert the numbers. For Shadow, who is very, 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 very ahead of this Jarvan right now. And that's not to talk about the solo laners. Significant win percentage here off the current game state. They pick up the inner turret. Knight puts down the Sun Disc. Looking pretty easy right now to him.
Not exactly that many ways back into the game for FPX here. They, yeah, they are very far behind. As, yeah, FPX, I don't know. I mean, I didn't think the draft was awful. It should be playable, but I think that Care has really struggled to have any position on the map to use his ultimate pillar onto IE, flash over the wall, flag drag cancelled, Cataclysm goes down,
no.
but it is, it's a bit of a baby cage.
Flash away from Elk, who does get stunned regardless. I think he is likely dead here and will be. Ornhorn comes on through though. They return the favor on the backline, trading out Elk for 3 members. Now Jachi and Sheer need to run away, but to where? Towards the Atacama pit. There's no Atacama there. They're lose their mid tier too.
I actually don't think BLG care to chase them down. We have enough kills, 14 kills in 19 minutes. They'll take the inner turret instead, get a bunch of gold between them. Is anything else spawning? Minute till Atacama, so no objectives immediately up and available. And I mean, FPX, credit to them for shutting down Elk, I suppose, who was left a little bit out on the edge of the team fight, not positioned that well in regards to his front line, but that's all they can get. Losing the flashes for that too is a big problem. You have a flashless Jhin, I mean, in fact, you have no one with flashes on FPX now, against an Ornn, against an Azir, against a Rel, who can all ping their ultimates onto you, and your team fight is over then.
No easy deal for sure. Now you're looking at it, and everywhere you look, there seems to be some crazy leads. The only place that's in sub 1,000 gold lead is the bot lane. That's not really been about the bot lanes. It's been about this mid-jungle top all kind of careening together to cause some serious issues. Shadow is 6-0-6 on this jungle. Deadman's Plate done. Chain Lace Crush is done. He can just run at someone with a frozen domain right now, and if they're trying to stand and fight, he will be faster than you.
They've always been faster. Didn't really think Trundle would be part of it. Maybe he could be a brute. Could you make like a Jiral Hanai?
I could see
a brute troll skin from Halo. Be fantastic.
I think Azir could have an elite armor.
Yeah, oh, Azir would be so good as an elite, actually. They basically gave him the Protoss ult stack. Can he shuffle? He needs to not get... that's a bit bad. That's a bit bad. Had no flash. Wanted to move his Q out and then E, because if he E's then Qs, there's a potential that Care gets the field down. Need to see a replay of that. Was his E on cooldown? If it was, there's no point in walking up there. Now Atacama, without the Azir available, is playable. Flash forward, catch up the Trundle.
Oh, Dway actually does get on the Shadow, and that's a big one. He's dead. The jungler's out. What a phenomenal pickoff from Dway, who's still got the ult running for a second or two. FPX now playing the 3v5. Smiteless are BLG.
Can On get himself a spellbook? Smite, here goes IE, flashes forwards. Elk doesn't have the flash. They've killed off all 3 carries.
It's all looking pretty miserable. The Ornal is kind of weird there from Bin. At least On will pick up the Rumble. Hang on. Super carry On. Doesn't quite get the Shattering Strike. Care still in danger. Respawn from the TPs. Care finally survives as Jachi blows him up. Gets knocked up to Snipe. Shuffle back across the field. They're dead again. The BLG mid-game throw. It's back. It's back.
Bin didn't peel for the teleport coming in. He rushed across the minefield, and Azir's teleport just landed him in front of the Alistair and the Taliyah. Awful series of plays from BLG after being so far ahead of the game. They lose 4 kills, I believe, all things said, or maybe even 5, actually. 5 kills, all in all, because Azir tied twice here. So there's a great bush spray from Dway and from Sheer. Did he have his E on cooldown? I don't know. Ults the combo away. And then I think he was... I don't know. I think his shuffle could have made it out there. It just doesn't press the E button. I think he could just press the E, honestly. I don't think there was a threat of the Taliyah doing that. Then Shadow walks too far up. He gets picked off. Elk has no flash. He gets ulted. When we're in the picture-in-picture, Trundle has died again. So that's another bit of gold going over. And BLG, it went from looking like prime BLG to 2025 BLG.
How many times, Alex, have we seen that sequence of plays from BLG this year? Last split, how many times in the mid-game did that happen?
Yeah.
Be it bot lane, be it around Atakan, be it around the enemy jungle, there would always be this.
They're still ahead of the game. They've done so much work to get ahead of it. And they do have Ornn items coming through and a bunch of other stuff, but that is not a good look. BLG, they are here to... Now, I suppose right some wrongs. I suppose get some... so tried to get a pick off into the Alistair, just not as tanky as they thought. Turns out the CC combo was kind of insane. Bin on the side lane gets flash forced by BLG, by FPX's roaming members. There's a ghost on Dway.
The only thing here is that FPX are really deathballing right now, and it means they're dropping a lot of farm. The numbers in the solo lanes in particular are growing in favor of BLG CS-wise, even if the numbers in terms of the gold lead have shrunk as a result. Care's gone very deep to get onto Elk, does get the shuffle. What about the shots? Shadow blocking most of them. Good work from them. Ornn now coming on through. The Call of the Forge God, Chains of Corruption combo. Magnus Storm after. Knight's now here, having shuffled on in. Care in danger. Shadow flashes the wall on top of the Taliyah, who can seismically shove nothing. What about the rest of the fight? FPX trying to run away on, crashing down, but it's interrupted by Dway. Doesn't make a damn difference as Sheer faces Sheer cold. The burners are off. Jachi gets chopped, and BLG right the ship.
5 kills for none this time. BLG get themselves the clean fight, and that was a lot of Trundle damage. I was not ready for that Trundle damage as well. Shredded through the Jhin. Atakan's up, they'll take it. This time there won't be a contest. FPX, no chance of them taking anything away from that. Dragon's up on the other side of the map, which BLG could turn to after this play as well. Knight doesn't need to be at the Atakan, Bin neither. And they will they'll go towards the inhibitor at 24 minutes. Can they take the whole thing down? I guess there are a couple of respawns coming. Be careful not to overstate. They won't take the full inhibitor because of that. Atakan goes down, and they'll want to reset for the Dragon.
8,000 gold back in the lead. All of the good work that FPX just did to get back into the game, it's just gone.
Elk has flash this time. Gets it forced immediately. The CC combo from FPX would have been absolute death and ends up being very nearly death either way. Elk manages to get out of range of the Jhin ultimate, fire back with an ult in the Q, and the overdrive onto the Varus is then punished because they've left themselves out of position, haven't got the AD carry, and then the Ornn manages to come in as well. Shadow gets a ton of damage down on the Trundle, which I'm just getting more used to. Trundle doing random bits of damage. Dway cancels the crash down, loses his life for it, doesn't actually save his team. Feels sad that for him.
Smite, chomp. Triforce tromp, baby.
With the subjugate running as well.
There are no resists, there is no hope, you are just dead. As it stands, BLG back in control, Atakan secured. Dragon is up, only 2 dragons taken this game, 1 apiece, so no one's anywhere near soul or the like. Might actually give FPX a bit of a chance to scale. The problem is, I don't think they scale better. You've got Azir, you've got Ornn, hell, you've got, you know, the likes of the Trundle as well, who's gotten quite ahead of the curve. You can be quite obnoxious at this point in the game, and it's not getting easier.
FPX, how do you even control vision? Go, oh, not able to cancel the ultimate, the first part of it.
It's not a bad angle, actually, there.
Yeah, the first part of the ultimate is a slow. It doesn't stop the ultimate, and the second part was outpaced by the rock surfing.
Managed to just ride the wave there. Don't want to wipe out on that one for sure. Either way, gets out to safety, but there's another Weaver's Wall that's been had to be used defensively. Very rarely we've seen Care get to use that Weaver's Wall in a proactive manner.
And that's been one of the biggest differences of this game. Right from the start of the game, Care has been pressured out and collapsed on by multiple members of BLG. There was a 3-man gank onto him. And credit to BLG, they were not a team around MSI that would put resources into mid lane at all. I think that they've been doing that a little bit more in this game at least. Not that they say they never do, but definitely not their focus. They typically like to send all their resources bot lane. They can get Elkan on ahead, get on roaming. I really need to robotically that AL game. Actually, Ornn was on a bit of a flank here. He's a little too tanky for IE to blow up though as a Jarvan. It's actually one of the bigger issues with Jarvan is that tank supports. He can't threaten tank supports in the way that a Xin Zhao or a Wukong can. Where if you're face checking, putting vision down, unless the Jarvan is quite far ahead. I mean, in this case, he's 3,000 gold down. But if you're not ahead on the Jarvan, really, you jump on a support, and they never really have to do that much to get away from you.
No, and I think there is... Jarvan as a champion, right? Like, he's going to flag, drag, get the passive auto off of the martial cadence, and
then you run out of a lot of damage.
Okay, do I have a cataclysm?
Yeah.
Oh, that's about it. And
Whereas,
then you've done half of someone's health bar, and
whereas
that's it.
if Shinzao is melee range of you, you've got a bad time. Yeah. Same with Wukong.
Yeah, or Lee Sin, or
Exactly.
even the Wukong. Like, yes, not the Wukong, the Pantheon, that's it. Like, actually, they have got a little bit more on the consistent damage front.
Yeah, particularly, Pantheon tapping through with empowered Ws and Qs, hella nasty. Wukong gets reduced cooldown on his Q as well. Can he cancel the flag drag with a pillar? Not quite timing. Just a little off there. That was the plan, though.
Like it was done for a second. I thought he'd done it, but no.
This will be a split second later to make sure the jump started moving, and then the thing comes through. So, Baron's going to get started. They have an Ornn to tank it for forever. You do have a 2.5 item Azir going on 3. Shadow's going to walk over FPX. They have enough HP on IE. This could be a bit of a throw, actually. Care going to find Knight flicking back.
Knight actually now in danger, shuffles into the pit. Curtain's now called. He's in the pit! Doesn't steal it. IE is going to die afterwards. It was close. That was not particularly clean from BLG, who let the Jarvan into the pit. On now dead. What about the other side? Ben running at Care. Damage still going down to Shadow. Speeding himself up across the frozen domain. The pillar comes down. Jachi in danger. Weaver's Wall not in time! And then Shadow can keep on hunting the arrows. Just shy of bringing Jachi down to 0. Care now running away as he has to leave his own base gates. And Shadow, oh my days, stay out from his bridge. That's the troll right out from under it.
FPX pay the troll toll as they lose the Baron and a whole host of members, all but Jachi dying to the Baron play. BLG shouldn't be happy with that play, though. Jarvan did get into the pit, and things got a bit hairy for a split second. Didn't end up being the steal. BLG secure it, and they get a ton of kills afterwards, too. BLG, a mixed bag this game, despite the gold lead. For a team of their caliber, there are things that they will still have to review from this game, quite seriously. Knight hopping over the back of the pit to give some vision. Don't think that's bad. If it was anyone but the Talia, I think it would have been safer, but the Talia with the flick back is really nasty. And this goes down to 32 HP. That goes down to 32 HP. It's not a bad smite coming through from Jarvan. The smite wasn't cast from Trundle. It was a smite from Jarvan which brought it down to that. Very, very close from IE. Credit to him replacing Shadow, of course, on FPX. The FPX left. He abandoned FPX to go over towards BLG. There was some, okay, there's some specific wording there, which is probably, that's a bit overdone. But Shadow, apparently Shadow was leaving FPX anyway because of issues within the team and has moved on to BLG. But still, I'm sure the old members of FPX are seeing him over on the other side where the grass is greener and feeling some feelings about that.
I'm going to say, he knows these players quite well. He's 10-2-8.
Ridiculous, man.
Gary, like, again, like, Shadow, not always a perfect player, but he is one of those players that when he snowballs damn hard. See 17 kill Neferi to bring low the likes of JDG.
And I think that's just FPX as a whole. FPX are a very spiky team. Care, his lows are very low. His highs can match some of our top mid laners. They genuinely can. If you think that's cap, go watch his games versus, say, JDG last split. And a few other moments. He's had some fantastic upper tier moments, but he struggles to reach them. He'll have a couple of series of split, but that'll happen. On goes forward, maybe a little too far, but does get the engage.
And afterwards, of course, followed up by the Call of the Forgery God. Equalizer comes down. On will get traded, but it's already a double over to Knight, who's beginning to get some more autos down. Seismic shove onto Shadow, but again, he gets to walk away from the turret, throws down the subjugate, will not quite die to the turret, or more body block the W. Knight went sliding forward. Now he's actually in a lot of danger. Sometimes does overplay on this here. Has got the TP to rejoin off the reset with Baron and Powered Recall.
Yeah, that he tried to get within range of Flash Bite. Of course he buys a Magi's. Why wouldn't he? Knock him onto the pillar.
Yes, and there's the knock up on the pillar. Trundle puts up the bottle rocket. The shuffle comes across. Another couple to his ear. The Nexus turrets fall, and Billy Gaming. Electric stuff in game 1.
FPX not even really present on the Rift. Had one good fight around the Attica and 4 kills. There's a smirk on Knight's face. Not gonna lie, mate. Those shuffles were not looking the best in his career. But BLG walk away with a win, and we'll see us off of our first game of the day.
Hello, folks. I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera. You are live watching the LPL.
We should get like a, you know how Toonami and Cartoon Network used to have like, you're watching on Cartoon Network, you're watching on Toonami.
Yeah.
We should get that. You're watching on the Disney Channel.
We'd have been great on Disney. We could imagine a sibling show.
No, me as a kid was very awkward, so I don't think
that's
I'd be good
true.
on this channel.
I have to say, I'm glad we've chilled out over the years.
Shadow flashed the FPX logo at the end? I didn't even catch that, that's great.
He was flashing Gen G logos the other day.
Does Spellbook Smite ever get upgraded, or is it just 600 through the whole game? 600 through the whole game now.
Is it? Because I thought they had changed it to the more you used it, the more it went up.
I don't know that then. I thought it was just always stayed at the level.
I'll double check.
But
it might have been part of the buffs.
Can I ask for another?
You absolutely can. Yeah.
Can I have some? I forgot to put some honey. Can I have some honey in it too, Sam?
You absolutely can.
Dude, my voice is so fucked today. Yeah, if we can at all keep it just like a point or two less in energy than compared to our usual, it would help me. Because yeah, my voice is.
Well, I'll go solve that out. I'll go look at Spellbook Spite while it's happening.
Cheers.
Do you want to leave the door open? It's a little warm.
Yeah, that'd be fine. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and I could put the fan on as well. It says I have a choice right now of putting the fan on or putting putting my phone on charge, which is, for now, the phone takes priority. So thanks everyone for tuning in. We'll watch through the highlights and the MVP. And yeah, thanks to the follows. And my voice is hoarse, would you say? Exactly. And yeah, by the way, folks, in case you've been missing, we've been playing Musume during the breaks, and yeah, we had some really good runs. Well, I had some really good runs off stream. Shadow MVP. Shadow was awesome. Yeah, Shadow's the MVP. I think quite clearly actually. That's great for him. It's because he had another MVP on the Sejuani too. I really hope it's not just a. I really hope it's not just a honeymoon phase. I really hope that. Be an MVP. I mean, the Ornn was pretty insane too, in fairness. Alright, I need to change the, oh my god. I need to turn the music off on this thing. Partly because the music actually gets copyright struck on YouTube, so I need to be aware of that. So the music's got to go off. Voice is off, background music off. So I think that's the stuff that gets, what's it call it? Okay. So we need to figure out what we're doing in the next career. Wait, do I have daily races to do? No, I've done all of them. We could do a team trials. Wait, do I want to do that? 5 of them? No, let's do a career. Careers are more entertaining, I think. How's it going? It's going alright yesterday. Hope it's doing well. Thanks for streaming LPL. Thanks for watching LPL. Right. Let me take that off. I mean, that's a hell of a goal graph. This is, you know, there's this bit in the middle where Atacon happened between 20 and 25 minutes. But, you know. You that game again, Cat Despair? You don't like it that much? Well, it's something to do in the breaks. And you can always just take a break and come back for the next game if it's, like, too bad, you know?
There's also some break content.
Because, like, I've been struggling to do stuff in breaks anyway, so...
And it is only for, like, 10 minutes.
I wonder if I can... Oh, no, Augury Caps. I want to try an Augury Cap run where I do...
I have investigated spells on my spellbook.
Hello.
For Smite. So, if it's not one of your original spells for spellbook, which can change things, then its damage is modified based on the number of switches. 600, 600, right. Then 900. It only ever goes up to 900, but it's from the third time on it is 900. So you can't get to 1200, but you can still definitely contest.
Right. So what I found out is that you really want to get power stams, power shards, and just train speed instead. And you just only want to train speed and wait if you can help it.
Is that for everyone or just for...
Pretty much for everyone if you want to get like high rank.
Right, because then you're basically rolling on like just to have all your skills active.
Horse game based attack. I know, right? That's got some power, stamina, power. Yeah, that's only 3-star. Base race front runner. Maybe this is okay actually. Maybe this is okay. Do I have anything more on power? 17 on this one. Power, stamina, power. This is better actually on that front. What skills do you give? Yeah, good actually. This isn't long runner, but this is fine. Yeah, you know what? We'll try this. And what you really want to do is just wit and I didn't get the things. This is an event card which I didn't get to do, which sucks. Because this one's good. Do I stream on YouTube? Yes, I do stream on YouTube. I stream on YouTube, Twitch, and TikTok. Stream on all of them. Down a bit. This is the combo I was using last time. I kind of want to change this out. But what would I do without that? What does this one do? Friendship bonus? What's your special priority? Not that high. Maybe I have to keep it this one then. Wait, but what is your special priority? Do you have none? Oh, that's really bad. I really shouldn't be running this then. Can I level up one of these instead? Which one's the one I should have been doing? Do I level this up? What skills do you give? Bad to pass. No, but I want front runners for this, really. What do you have in terms of front runner stuff? Nothing crazy. Special price 30. What skills do you give? Friendship bonus and initial friendship rate. Screw it. Let's just level up one of these things big if we can. What can this go up to? What's the max I can get for this? I hear this one's actually okay. Frequency, Fate's Forecast, Special Priority, 26, 30 cent. Oh, whatever. This will be fine. Yeah, so I've been trying a technique I saw on YouTube where you run 3 power, 3 speed, 3 wit, and you work it out that way. Yeah, this is fine. Although I need to roll like a second Kitsan. If you want to hit the stamina breakpoint based on distance, first and foremost, if you want the immunity good for PvP. No, this is for getting A and S rank. This is for getting A and S rank. Thank you. So I already.
Sorry.
Sure. No point doing an SM. It's already fixed him. Yes, this is for getting A and S rank. Here's our MVP. Shadow. Yeah, Shadow got 11, 2, and 13. Nice. Good stuff. I mean, his damage to towers was insane. He had 38% damage to towers. Are you kidding me? What do you mean the Trundle did 40% damage to towers? So, of all the stats on there, that's actually the one I'm most impressed by. What the hell? That's so ridiculous. He just did 40% damage to towers. What do you mean? Yeah, I'm using Dark World's Dower Scarlet because it has like 9 power shards, which is kind of insane. And then you have a point system where basically you want to train wit and you want to train speed. You get, so if you do a mental calculation, 0.5 for speed or power, 1 for each person, 1.5 for Kitasan Black because they're really good. And then if they have like a hint, it's another like 0.5 as well. And if it's under like a certain score, you want to, that's 2.5, you want to train mood instead. But actually, but this allows you to do like a lot of wit training for sure. Nice, energy back. I'm actually gonna do, and if you don't have good mood, rest early. If I get karaoke, nah, I don't get it. Because you want to get, if you get excellent, you get 20% stat gain. Which is really, really good. If you're on excellent mood, you get stat gain. Do this? I mean, this, I don't know, this, I don't know, I feel like I'm inting this already, actually. I'm putting way too much into wit, and I should be doing more speed. Actually, I'll do right. I want to do this for the stats up. This feels really bad, but if I'd got that first, that would have been way better. This is now good. Because hopefully our mood gets to stay great beyond this point. I shouldn't have done that, really, in the way that I did, but... Oh, it's damage taken. Oh, sorry, it's damage taken, not damage to turrets. Oh, so he tanked 40% of the damage done in that game. That's very funny, actually. And on the extra training event, you always choose the extra energy. And I think I still need to train speed at the end.
用个性的方式画世界，让眼界突破边界，让远在天边，近在眼前。
I'm gonna train speed, even though it's got nothing on it, just because I don't want to go under 200 speed. That was not a great early set of rolls, actually. Good for energy. Nice. And you don't want to get skills if you can help it, because they do get more Acceleration's not bad, actually. Well... Are we going Pace Chaser this game? I guess we're going Pace Chaser. Pace Chaser is better than the other one. I mean, how many, what are our... I just gotta check what our, how many, like, what our races are like. We've got a mile, mile, long, medium. But our early ones are all miles. This one I don't think I ever get, normally I wouldn't buy normally I wouldn't buy skills this early, especially one which isn't discounted, but I think I didn't roll well enough on stats. So I don't want to lose, like, debut. Oh, that was damage to tanks. I thought that was always damage to turrets. Why is everyone playing the horse game? Because it's a very fun game. You want to go as far to the front as possible. Because unless, like, you don't want to get into a huge group, but you don't want to be at the back because you don't have the stats like power to get through the group otherwise. Shadow is just proving that Beitron was the problem all along. Exactly. Do I stream LCK? No, sorry, I don't stream LCK. No, I don't have the co-streaming rights, and I was always an LPL caster, so I'd feel bad if I didn't stream LPL. Plus, honestly, more people stream LCK, so yeah, lots of people stream LCK, less people stream LPL. I don't want to leave people without an LPL stream. Like, my community is very LPL focused. I mean, I love the LCK, I really do. I grew up watching the LCK, really. I mean, Monty and Doa, the casters, are the reason I got into casting, really. They inspired me a hell of a lot. Yeah. Is Beitron bench will split? Well, he's still on the roster, technically. He's just... Yeah, I doubt they're going to use him. I mean, if they're subbing him out, there's got to be huge issues, right? Or, like, he's not following their plans. Stamina's a bit low. Should be okay still. Yeah. Nice. Augury Cap is one of the best champions in the game, you know. I need to run an ad break, so I'm going to do that now. Keep forgetting about that. 7 length as well. Nice. Okay, so this one we can do the I think we can do the G1 at the end of the... Yeah, I think we can do the there's a like a big race we can do towards the end of like this 12-10 window. Is it a 10-11? This is a medium. I still think we do it. And then we can just focus on other stuff. So I think. So this doesn't get us to friendship gaming, so that's 0.5. Yeah, this is the more valuable option. Meh, like 7's meh. Hey Puff, how's it going? Sick shot. Oh no, the mid went down. Oh, that gets us like to 2 friendship training pretty much. Close. This is good. Might be able to get a 777s. That's also not great, actually. Can we race today, actually? This might actually be okay. We can actually get a race in today. Because I don't think it's worth, like, sitting around and training. I guess we could... Yeah, we can try this. We'll do one more race. And then we can get into draft. Oh, well, this might still be a little bit late anyway. But... I'm going to have to do this on, like, double speed, otherwise we're going to overlap draft. No late starts? Nice. Certainly medium, so we should be fine. We're pace chasers. There's a couple who are doing front runner, so we're not going to be like first in the mid race. Okay, can we get acceleration from this? Oh, we're going into draft now. Oh. Oh god. There we go. Right. And that's it. We did get a first place. Just gotta check though. And into our second draft. FPX BLG, FPX now on blue side. It got demolished by BLG in game 1. Thank you for the follow there. And FK. And Igor as well, I appreciate it. So, Poppy Vi, Bando against Shadow. I mean, FPX, no Shadow very well. Double jungle bans towards him in both of our first games so far. Other side, the Yone's been banned against Care. Care is a big Yone player. He always has been. What are the other big picks left up and available? Gwen. Gwen is the big one, I think. Gwen, Annie Wukong. Yeah, Gwen and Annie Wukong are the two which I'd say are biggest threats right now in drafts. What else? What else? What else? Shinzao as well. Rakan last ban. I mean, Jue is a good Rakan player, but that's kind of crazy that he's a
Maybe they're debating denying Jachi the really scary lane of Desire Rakan.
But the Gwen goes in anyway here. Because that's the obvious first pick.
Yeah, it is.
Now, one of the bigger combos around Gwen's hot spot at the start of the year was Shinzao Gwen. And that was a 2022 combo as well. The double don't take damage outside of this field thing was really busted. Elk gets Lucian. He is a good Lucian player. Not really playing seeing the Lucian Nami anymore. It'd be more stuff like Lucian Leona, Lucian Braum, which goes in. You can still pick up anti-Braum stuff. BLG will need some extra engage from elsewhere on the map to make sure it's not Braum trying to just get passives for engage, which doesn't tend to work very well.
Very much so. What are we now looking for on FPX's side?
I think Shinzao works pretty well. I think you, what other... Oh, you Annie Wukong as well is also
very true. And I think Care's actually a good Annie.
Not sure I'd agree with that. The Care Bear leaves a lot to be desired.
Oh, yeah, actually, you know what? We did have the Care Bear comment, didn't we? Okay, the first time we pulled it out, it wasn't fantastic. I remember last split, it was a bit more passable.
I don't know. When I saw it back in 2023, when it was the Annie meta, Care was not that fantastic at it. So instead, going towards someone like the Aurora, which basically doesn't have bad laning matchups, that's pretty valuable. I mean, I do really like the Aurora mid lane right now.
Yeah, I think Wukong and Aurora, in general, very strong duo. Does a lot of cool things. Mainly by having big circles that cause pain to the opponents. Been debating picking up the Jace, and will do so. Knight, of course, actually also a good Jace. But we don't really see Jace mid at all. At all anymore.
Yeah, Knight is a fantastic Jace player. Yeah, he played it very, very well during the 2023 JDG era. It was him and Scout that
were the two big players.
Were the two huge mid lane Jace players.
Decent at it as well.
He was fine, but I wouldn't say it was a specialty of his.
That's fair. Of course, does feel like, particularly with the dearth of AP junglers right now, so the value of a Jace being a flex to mid kind of has dropped off a little bit here as well.
Of course, ignore the beeping of the fan in the background, folks.
It's me. I'm beeping.
Yeah. While you're speaking as well, the ventriloquy.
I know. It's how I communicate with you.
Yeah. We have binary
Beep.
communications.
Beep beep beep.
Compliment for Zareth. We were actually saying Zareth is our favorite chatter in binary there. Zareth.
That's exactly what we said. Yeah.
Yeah. So we got some of the matchups which do better into the Aurora getting banned out in terms of the Victor. Do you ban out the Orianna as well? Orianna tends to be one of the other big ones. That being said, Orianna not fantastic into the Wukong. Feels like Victor, with his Q shield, gravity field, and the ults, can drop down WR before he gets engaged onto you in that split second, and then have enough HP to survive through it. Whereas Orianna struggles to deal with something like a Wukong jumping on her at the same time. If you're thinking about mid lane matchups. And then also how it works into the rest of the game. Because Orianna's fine in the laning phase. How would it fit into the rest of the team fight? I guess Knight could go for something like a Kali.
Could do.
Kali could be okay here. Does well into the Gwen in the side lane. Can lane fine against the Aurora. Okay versus the Wukong, nothing special. Sejuani banned away from Shadow.
That's Molecule in chat like, Night Chase, please, I've missed it. Yeah, we genuinely have. I kind of agree.
Good to see you, by the way.
Xin Zhao is fine here. It's a good skirmish to go with the Braum.
Wins against the Wukong up until about 1 and a bit items.
And even then, I think you can still trade okay. I think Xin Zhao is... There used to be a point where Xin Zhao didn't scale that well. And I feel like these days, Xin Zhao's actually still very obnoxious later on in the game, even if he's not at his like highest point of power.
Yeah. I think that Xin Zhao was a champion that used to be just about the goes to level 4, first 10 minutes of the game, wow, incredible. And now it is just, wow, this champion's just good.
Yeah.
Kai'Sa locked in for Jackie, of course, an LPL classic. Jacky's played that all the time down in the LGL and in his plays up here on both RNG and the LPL too.
Jway is a Bard player.
He's one of the few Bard players, actually. Yeah.
And he has got a few more interesting picks. Things like the set have been known.
Did we really just... Like, Kai'Sa Nautilus is good, but did you really just pick, Nautilus into the Braum? That feels really...
Yeah.
Feels something. Actually, no, I think it's fine. It's good into the Jace. If you have a Lander Hook on something, immediately dead.
Bad time, yeah.
Flash ults on something like Lucian, you can't really avoid. And then, yeah, the Annie... been left up this whole time. Knight is a very good Annie. He won MSI 2023 playing Annie. He is a good player of this champion. And that's going to be the magic damage and the engage which BLG needs. Now, it is difficult because it is the only engage which they have. Because it is Knight on Annie, we will see, and he has showed it before, but not as much recently, that he can just be that one-man engage bot if he really needs to be. FPX on the other side, I do think they come away with a better draft. I think BLG potentially have 2 winning lanes in the Jason and the Lucian Braum, if they can use that, and use the winning jungle matchup. Adds a different factor into things, but I think when it comes to skirmishes and 5v5 team fights, I do favor FPX.
Yeah, look, if FPX gets 2 items, they've got Gwen, Wukong, Kai'Sa, Aurora doesn't exactly scale badly. You're doing just fine there. You've got 4 damage dealers, fair amount of engage, lots of mobility. As long as 1 or 2 of these guys get to a decent point in the game, you're feeling fine.
Yeah.
The only thing is basically 1 item, pre-1 item, that ability to use lane power, to get into the skirmish, to use the Annie Xin Zhao to just blast the game open, could end up being really problematic. Yeah, I'll do that one. Sorry, I thought you were pointing at the mouse.
No. Pointing at the thing changed, it seemed.
Indeed, take our faces off screen.
Well, those guys' faces on screen instead, they're probably more important than
That's true, so they say.
Do you not believe him, Sam?
No, because I'm a very important person, and I have an ego to go with that.
Yeah, narcissistic too, apparently.
Oh, very much so.
Into the game we go. Game 2. BLG looking to close out a 2-0, and what would be a 2-0 series start after beating anyone's legend the day before.
Indeed, there will be. FPX looking down the barrel of a 2-0, 0-2 rather, against their former jungler of the Earthworld's last split. The riff we go, and FPX pull it back.
Ooh, doing the Jace bush check here, just making sure that they have bush control on top side.
Decent amount of Fun Plus fans in the house as well as the BLG ones. And chant goes Fun Plus as well.
Fun Plus. I'm glad you're learning this stuff, Sam.
Nice.
It's important stuff to know, you know.
The one as I said that was most interesting recently was the divided house of JDG.
Jing Dong.
It was one half, and the other half was JDG, and we had a split lead.
No. So, but that is not standard, Sam. It is always Jing Dong.
I know, but there was another leader leading a different chat at the same time. It was wild.
I know, but they should be talked to, Sam. That's not the way of things.
Well, yeah,
there's a way we do things here in the LPL.
I know. As I say, there was some internal fan drama going on stage. It was great. Actually, I don't know whether it was drama at all.
Sam,
probably not.
It's actually just a really large arena.
That's very true.
It's been doing the E-start versus the Gwen, gets the phase rush, can knock him back now too if he needs to. Getting decent trading, but Sheer getting the snip and slash off. This is something that Zeus pioneered, which is the E-start. I trying to remember if that was versus Gwen or whether that was versus stuff like Fiora and Jax, you know, stuff like that. Because you use the E-start and your form change to get such a large amount of movement speed that you can outspace, get the extra amount of like spacing. Does lose the wave control here, of course, but just wanted to make sure he wasn't going to get hopped at that. Hits the level 2 now. Not a bad first trade, but Sheer has control of the wave.
Does. We'll see where that changes as things go on. We have seen a lot of level 1s and 2s actually be a lot more volatile in that matchup than you might otherwise think. There's a decent proc down to Drake with the Concussive Blows passive. I want to say Winter's Bite, and that's actually the Q
That's the
ability.
Q, yep.
Yep. Not Permafrost either. All of these things are sometimes interchangeable in my brain.
Another hook missed from Dway there, but had a good first one of the lane. Been taking a harder trade there again. No Ignite on Sheer. You do occasionally see that on the Gwen.
Very
Stuff
true.
like the Jax and a couple of other matchups which you flex around the place. Control of the wave. Been going to get a visit from Shadow. He was spotted on his blue buff. We'll spot him now.
Not going to escape on over. Shadow put the Wimbledon Slightly down on and ended up face-chanking IE there. That's a wild little passing of the ships in the night, but IE...
both solo lanes are getting pushed in. You can't really fight for this red buff. You can maybe go for a smite. Going in now with this full complement of abilities.
He's got the 3 Talon Strike to be able to get it. Does get the red buff.
Close run stuff. It was a smite from IE again, much like the Baron last game. IE's the one that smites. Shadow didn't, but IE smited early. It gives it over to Shadow.
Was indeed. That could have gotten interesting. I think especially if he'd stolen that, could have been a bit dicey. Until a zone clear as a result, because Shadow's now level 4. And he can turn topside. Sheer is now in danger. Where's the Hallowed Mist? Flash is on the other side. Flash on the other side to make sure the Thundering Blow insect comes on through. The jungler of many years ago approves.
Shadow against his previous team wins the smite fight, gets the play top lane. Bin with the insect on Jace. We remember that old god of Lee Sin. And puts Sheer into a point where he's losing a couple of minions to tower, loses his teleport, gives a kill over towards, I guess sadly for Bin, it's over towards the Wukong and not over to the Jace himself. But BLG happy with that, and now On in a bit of trouble because he just ended up getting hooked as his AD carry recalled. Bin will teleport down, making sure that the Braum's not left out to dry.
Thundering onto that backline there with to the skies, brings that down. Braum's there to defend. We do sometimes see Braum's lane with the Jace, because Jace can sort of effectively be a second AD carry if you need it to be.
Question in chat from Twitch. Sorry if you asked this a lot. Absolutely don't apologize. If it's something that we don't want to answer, we'll probably just ignore it in chat, or, I mean, we'll do that if we don't see it as well. But, you know, typically tends to answer most things. But Shadow, I think, has been, what the question was, what are first impressions of Shadow? I think he's been very confident. Stun missing from Knights. We talked big about Zanny earlier. It's not a great start into it. Could have just put that Q through first. Wanted to make sure he could do it before the hop came through. I think basically because that ward was in bot side river brush, Care had some advanced warning. Knight was trying to play around good reaction to, well, you know, very quick engage from that W usage. The good flash out means that it's summoner for none.
Could be problematic, especially as level 6 is going to come on through from the likes of the Wukong and the Aurora over the next couple minutes. Yeah. That will be while that summoner is down.
Yeah, but go back to the question which is interrupted by that gang, which is what are our first impressions of Shadow? Look, I think before he joined, I mean, my opinion of Shadow is that he is not dissimilar to Beige1, where they both play a mix of carries and facilitation. They are typically leaders of their team, so they like to play things with some kind of go button or something that can control the game. So stuff like, if you're going on carries, it'd be more like the Lilia, because that has the sleep. They play stuff like the Vi, they play stuff like Xin Zhao and whatever, stuff that can kind of control the game and say we're going and the rest of the team follows. They're very similar players in that way, and they were playing on similar level teams before BLG. I think FPX and TT not too far away from each other. Both of them had some punch up moments where, you know, FPX beat JDG, split one of the year, BLG got beaten by TT, so both of them had some pretty high profile wins against top tier teams within the LPL. But yeah, I think Shadow, while he's in that series against AL, it's the only thing we have to go off of. I think he's been not flustered at all. I think he's been very confident. I think that his vibes have been good, and maybe that's what actually makes a bigger difference.
I think the Shadow just got spotted there, but the pass is still coming on down. Wind becomes lightning, in they go. And they're going to get more damage down to Sheer, who tries to flash up, but there's still a 3 Talon Strike, and Shadow's going to pick that one up. Sorry, make that Elk. Damage back onto Braum, who flashes away. IE flashes to secure himself. Has got the Conqueror stack, maybe can look for the turnaround. 3 Talon Strike, though. There's no real way out of this. Double shots coming on through. They want to get this over to Elk if they can, and they will allow that to happen. Shadow with the Wind becomes lightning again, jumping onto Dway, who has to hook away.
Oh, he's smiting the cannon in the middle of the play, so at least someone gets it.
Nah.
Oh god, he's like, well, no one's getting this top wave. Best smite it.
Cannon,
This is one of the problems with the early level Wukong against the Xin Zhao, and this is, you know, rightfully called out in chat. We called it as well. The Xin Zhao can run the Wukong if it does become about early fights, and it has become about early fights. Shadow has ganked top lane a couple of times now. Sheer, the old JDG top laner from last year, has been put under the bus pretty massively. BLG have put him there. And FPX, they try and send people up to peel from this time. He just had no flash and trying to play against, you know, Jace, Xin Zhao, who would get crazy amounts of damage out onto you early, is not looking too great for Sheer. And now he's behind 2 kills, behind a bit of CS, bit of XP as well, almost a full level actually. It's not looking great for Sheer.
Nope. And of course, you're looking at the farm as well. Shadow was like 10 CS up going into that play as well. Again, it'll change a bit. There's some camps to clear, but the problem is not like Shadow doesn't have his own camp spawning as well. And that early invade that delayed scaling a little bit, delayed gain to level 6, we come back to bite you a little bit here.
2,000 gold lead, going on 8 minutes. That's a benchmark. That's pretty nasty. Top side, Elk gonna get zoned out of his wave a little bit as grubs are spawning, which means FPX should have first crack at that. Shin's out clearing from bot side to top side. So it looks like BLG are giving up on grubs contest. Just wanting to get through some farm onto Shin's out. Giving 3 grubs over, but not getting them for your Jace.
I'm seeing a lot of pings, but it looks like with Shadow pathing away, they're seeing like
okay, so you're seeing pings, but they're blue pings.
I saw some red on the wave. Oh no, what I saw was the bloody ward in the back of the pit on the mini map, and I thought that was a ping.
No, they do be blue pings. Shadow can walk up, but 2 grubs are already going to be gone. And I think Shadow just says, look, I want to get ahead of this Wukong. And in fairness, he is very far ahead of the Wukong. Maybe the call is, look, I've got a kill and 2 assists. If I get a full clear, I get Sundered Sky, and
game's over. Yeah.
And Wukong can't play the game for a long time. Triforce is a more expensive item than Sundered Sky. So what is 3,600 compared to 300? Is it 3,300 compared to 3,200?
Yeah, it's like 3,333 or something, isn't it? It's
no, it's not that anymore. I don't think. I think the combined cross is still 333, though, basically. But yeah, a Triforce is a more expensive item. On potentially coming towards mid lane. Got a lot of survivability tools between WE and ult. Shouldn't really be a clean kill.
What does he have to worry? Hit by the Winter's Bite. Needs to be aware. Flashed away when the wind becomes light.
Get this flash out of there. That's a bit of a high roll, actually. Wouldn't expect them to get that, but on good accuracy with the Winter Spike. Unfortunately, ult can kill with a combo.
Oh, the pullback!
Gets the kill. Knight not having a good Annie game. Not fantastic series from him in general. Had a good series yesterday. His Talia was awesome, but Knight been off form for a little while now. I think his MSI was quite poor by his standards. Yes, there were some extenuating circumstances, but I suppose with the whole team playing around the new jungle, they're still playing around that now. But Knight, that's not a good moment for him. You should know you're in kill threat. Just because people have just ganked you does not change your HP bar.
No, and it does feel less about a coordination issue and just some like individual play issues over this one. The Azir was a little bit awkward as well with some of those slides or missed shuffles, looking a little bit over eager. Become a little problematic. Again, it's not the end of the world right now, but this Aurora could become a problem as the game goes on. And again, we have seen Auroras in the current meta be pretty damn dangerous. How things go. Little note from Uncle Nene in chat, by the way. He said, yesterday during the post-match interview, Shadow introduced himself as BLG's new jungler, which I find very funny.
He actually counted out on his fingers as well. Hello, I am BLG's new jungler. Which I find particularly funny.
He's a very lovable bloke, is Shadow.
No, Shadow's great. And funnily enough, we were talking to people. He used to play or be involved with his Mad Lions team before then, actually, as well, just the other day. Because look, Shadow still has friends back in Europe as
he
well.
Does.
He's actually quite a beloved player, actually, from the people who work with him. Apparently, he's wonderful to work with and all-round positive sort, which is kind of, I think, what BLG needs. I think they need that atmosphere shift. If you think about how Shun was on the team, I think one of the best things about Shun is just how happy and joyous he can be. Sheer does have flash, but it's not going to be that easy to get away from this gank. Has to go under turret. It's not a safe place to be.
Does clear out the way, but that means he has no hallowed mist and just dies. Nice roam. Knight gets involved. And BLG get themselves a kill.
Shadow, still 100% kill participation. 1 kill, 3 assists. And 0 dams given. He's been very, very strong in this early game.
Oh, Jachi! No longer 100% kill participation because the bot lane find their duo.
2v1 in the mid lane. Jachi had ults, had flash, didn't use the shield from it. I think he could have lived, but miscalculated the damage. The vigilance from Lucian coming up absolutely massive. That as the first turret, likely the race going to be won by BLG.
Does look to be. I think with the observer showing us this, indeed it is.
Using the Tibbers to... By the way, Knight didn't use Tibbers onto Sheer. He used it just so they could tank the tower longer.
Very smooth.
Because their wave was going to die. So Knight, great decision making there to drop the ult, not for a play, but for the turret.
Bin now going to get a bit of a shove up here, get some value. Bin and Sheer be getting as much down as they can.
And once again, it just feels like FPX are just not as keyed into the side lanes, not as keyed into the early plays as BLG are in this series. I think anyone's legend were against BLG. I think AL were very good versus BLG in that game 1, and they shut down a bunch of what BLG wanted to do, but BLG also ended up winning that series. I think their drafts have been better than they were. This one I thought was a bit more risky, and we'll see if it does get through to 5v5s, whether we see the holes in that draft. And I think their macro has been behind other top teams in the LPL, well, not other top teams, behind anyone's legend, which is the real macro team, but potentially top esports. We'll see how they shape up against each other. Because I think it's very, very hard to just randomly figure things out between jungle support. Joy might go for the hook onto the ball, doesn't land it. And that actually raises a topic which I think is quite important to talk about. How unfair is it on that he has to play with 3 different junglers in a single year? This guy,
not easy.
On is someone who was one of the most standout players at his best on a team that reached Game 5 of World Finals. We know this guy has an incredible upper ceiling. How the hell are you meant to play as a top tier support with a rotating cast of junglers? 3 different junglers. Wei, Beichuan, Shadow, Shun last year, 4 within half a year basically. Played a little bit more than that, right?
And it's challenging because, again, On's greatest strength to my mind is, yes, his very creative, very aggressive champion, like this guy who plays Elise support still. He plays Twitch Elise duos bot lane, the Nico's still in there. Those kinds of supports that come out as like, okay, we need an X factor, I can be that for us. Yeah, it's going to be alright, but Bin is, with that Ghost Blade, I wondered whether he might go for a bit more. Decides to get
he's
it with
so
Ray
fast.
again.
Look how fast he is. Phase Rush, Ghost Blade, Tier 2 boots, and the acceleration gate. So fast getting out of there.
He just runs back away. Somewhere out there, Max Verstappen approves, I am sure.
He's the man of tomorrow because he's running into it so fast.
Yeah, the Doppler effect takes effect. Time and our experience of it is relative, but there we go. Yes, On. Yes, the champion pool is really cool. I think we'll be fine here. Yes, let's give it a fair buff. But the thing that I think On has always been the best at in the LPL in a lot of ways is his ability to get out on the map and make things happen. He is so much better when he's playing with Vision, when he's playing with his jungler, doing cool things on the map. Yes, the 2v2 can sometimes be cool because he and Elk are psychopaths who go for 2v2s and play for the bloodbath, but that can be a weakness as much as a strength. The bit where On has always been dangerous has been, okay, I'm out on the map, they don't know where I am, I'm with my jungler of whoever the hell it may be, let's do something.
And I think as soon as On gets ahead in the game, this guy is such a delight to watch, actually. On is...
He's in the LCK, mate.
Shut up. He's such a creative, aggressive player, finding random angles. When On becomes difficult to watch is when he takes those same creative plays from behind the game, or when the vibes are off and he just goes way too deep. And we saw that at MSI, sadly. I think On was arguably the biggest underperformer on BLG at the tournament. Arguably, I think given what he was playing in the split, I can't say. I mean, not that Beichuan was fantastic, but I think he did his role okay. Given what we expected of On,
Beichuan did what Beichuan we expected of to an extent, right?
To an extent, where he was playing the role player. Carrie's currently on a flank, has flash, has ult, has that first item, Leandries. Knight also has flash and he has Malignant, so could have some big flanking, big AoE teamfights. Jachi lining up for the fight. Where is the Aurora coming in? Hops over the wall. I don't think he's spotted. Shadow might have to pull an early ult if there's a burst play.
Oh my days, yeah. Goodbye, Joy. Did not get to be all that tanky there. It's got the spellbook, the turnaround, and it's a steal on the Herald. Care gonna hop on out and got between worlds. They won't be able to actually pick up the eye of the Herald, but nice steal from Care there.
I mean, Shadow's a weird one. He's winning smites when he doesn't cast smite, and Care still gets the eye. They don't protect it. Daylight robbery.
Oh, wow. Now Shadow's in danger because Care can come across the veil. They're trying to jump on him. He doesn't have between worlds anymore, so they just jump on the bunny rabbit. Vengeance secured. Holy Spear. Holy Spear of Antioch comes down to this thief is indeed dead, i.e. just goes owie, and will likely deep the double shot and does. Light Slinger guns it. Well, it's not quite noon. It's 12:25 here.
25 minutes late for that one, but I mean, Shadow is winning smite fights when the other team uses smite and he doesn't. He's actually not winning the smite fights when he casts his own smite. So apparently, when it comes to Shadow, just don't cast your smite and you'll be fine. Something else will happen. It's Care on the unseen angle, which ends up getting the kill onto the Herald, but Joy gets blasted by the Tibbers. Knight gets a great engage through there, and Shadow just doesn't smite. It's on 300 HP. My dude.
Just press your D key.
Press the D key. Why are you bringing smite if you're not using it? And then he gets the bloody thing. They don't even defend the Eye Herald, the Eye pickup. He comes in on the flank, gets the Herald. Ends up getting another combo. Great flash forward from Shadow to force it back on the other way of it. But like, this is weird, man.
In another game, that collapse from Care could have been game winning. He just needed his ult. That's literally it. If he kept his ult, life would have been good. But they end up losing 2 at the end of it. So it ends up effectively being a 2 for Herald trade. A little bit awkward for BLG, but I think it's not the end of the world. And they still pick up a number of kills. Elk in particular, on this Lucian, 4-0-1 is going to be a terror. Shadow as well, 1-0-4, just jumping at Care and saying, yeah, you don't get to stand here.
Fight on the bot side jungle, potentially brewing. There's BLG fighting over vision. I think that Elk's Lucian has been massively standout too. Now at 2 items, 4-0-1. Jachi on the Kai'Sa, typically a good LPL AD carry for anyone. Jachi being one of our players which came up from the LDL. No change in that. Really good culling onto Dre. Does have the flash. Doesn't want to have to use it too much. The Locket Shield tanks up something, but still half his HP down. Normally reserve that for late game Lucian stuff. Shadow not able to land when it becomes lightning. And just look how BLG are corralling. I don't see a Bromel through. Dre has flash. Might be forced to use it. Not quite just yet. Elk. That double tap follow-up, so oppressive. Look how BLG are corralling FPX. They've just herded them from their bot side jungle to their top side jungle, not allowing them to cross the river, having eyes on all 3 of them, pinging them with Braum Qs and Cullings. It allows Jace to get a full wave denied to tower instead of just taking it. The Herald's been summoned bot lane, so at least there'll be a counterplay from Care there. It won't take the turret, it'll take half HP of what was a full turret. It's not that bad. And 3 grubs will make that more painful too, but BLG deprive FPX of some of their jungle resources, deprive a wave in top lane, get the top turret, and get a winning play.
I can smell something.
Yeah.
Something in the air. And
is it what the Rockers cook?
I mean, not that, but that is also great. It's that in 40 seconds, the time on my burger order is coming up. The Atakan burger is spawning, and I can smell something being flipped. And BLG mid-game throws and flips. Is it on the horizon again?
A fine question, Sam. You would make a great line cook,
Yeah. Behind.
Yeah, behind. Quarter. Shadow jumping over the wall. 2-level lead on IE, by the way. Jesus. Really prioritizing an individual advantage. W from Kai'Sa, not going to do that much. Care, yeah, he has teleported in. Not full HP, which is a bit of a problem. 4v4 in the bot lane right now. Teleport make it a 4v5.
Oh, down comes the Crescent Guard TP behind. Care still off vision.
Behind.
Looking for the angle. Indeed it is. Can Care be cooking something special here, or is it just Rabbit for lunch? Oh my days, the culling. Damage comes on down. Can't quite get the kill, and now Care needs to reset. He's been trying to reset for that, and he's absolutely blasted for it. Goes between worlds. But you know what's on the other side of that veil? It's the death of the Rabbit. Teleport burned as well. Okay, just complete the back, man.
Rabbit pie is what was being cooked, and Care is, yeah, I don't know, rolled and smoked. Has been, trying to go for those creative plays. Got the steal and the Herald, tries to go for the flank play there. BLG's map control forced them into this. They had one angle, that one ward in that brush after the Herald push in bot lane to see if they get a flank. Look at the vision control in the minimap. There is one blue ward across the river, and it's in top tri-brush. That's all they have. Shadow misses the W onto Jachi. Might be able to walk forwards anyway. Oh, it's a dead Kai'Sa.
Glacial Fisher tried to read the ult away, but does manage to escape. But this game's not been about Jachi. Died that one time in the 1v2 mid lane, which was a bit embarrassing, but that's kind of been it. It does feel like BLG have been pretty much the one pulling the trigger in any given opportunity in any given lane. And FPX have struggled to make proactive plays this game. We said, look, BLG, the comp, needs to do things early, but you've got that potential to do it, but they lost Prio early, and I'm thinking, oh my days, scaling on Aurora, on Gwen. That's never been a possibility, it feels like, this game post 5 minutes.
Serious credit to Shadow bullying about this newer player in IE on FPX, the player which came in to fill the spot where Shadow left as he left the team and then joined BLG. IE was, I've never heard of this player before, realistically.
Yeah.
And Shadow, a player that's had, success in EU, success over here in China as well now, and he is holding still a full level advantage going into mid-late game against the Wukong, and he chose his individual path, and he chose individual power. Now that's something which Beitron wouldn't do. He doesn't really play for individual power, at least he didn't on BLG. He was trying to play facilitator. I'm glad that Shadow has stood up and said, look, I can take a full clear as they take grubs. Don't give a damn about that. If I'm a full clear ahead of the Wukong,
then we win.
We will win. And real credit to him, that's not something which I think that Beitron would do, and I think this has worked well here for Shadow.
And look, don't get me wrong, Beitron is a journeyman player. He's played a number of years at this point, You got to remember, Shadow's
like him
played
too.
for a long time. Shadow is actually a significantly veteran player. He's been up and down across many levels of team, but he was playing Mad Lions, what was it, 2018? It's been a while.
2020 was it?
I don't remember. It's
Was
been a while.
I'm trying to remember if it was Yoya that came in 21 or 2020, but it was around that kind of era, right?
But he's been playing a while across multiple regions.
Well, 2019 was still Splice, it was Mad Lions, so it would have had to be 2020. Definitely 2020. That's, yeah. So Shadow, I think he was there for their first year, I think it was. I think he's Italian heritage, I think.
Yep, he is indeed Italian Chinese, which is why he's got the EU citizenship, why he's strictly an import in China, I believe. I'm not sure if he's changed his...
residency.
Might have done by this point.
Yeah, maybe, I'm not sure. I'd have to check. But yeah, no, Shadow, a player who, goddamn, EU talent. What a world we're living in. i.e., forced down to low HP just as Atakan spawns as well. That's a problem.
Oh, nice. Actually, little relentless pursuit over the wall there to try and find a slightly better angle. Couldn't quite get what he was looking for there.
Low HP, and sorry, Atakan is spawn fraud, but what I mean is Atakan is up and available, jungler very low, he needs to recall, he will be able to regen and get towards the top side of the map again, but the setup is going to be delayed by FPX. They're going to have to retake the Atakan pit if they wanted it. The whole top side jungle is completely blacked out. BLG, good chunk onto the jungler, and they'll get themselves the Atakan at the cost of an objective bounty and a tower on the other side.
You're kind of fine with that. There's the replay in the picture-in-picture. The Glacier Fissure came on down. They did manage to escape, but again, IE took a lot of damage doing it, and the end result is still Atakan, and that is a fair amount of pedals. In fairness to FPX, they've actually picked up a number of pedals, so really for BLG, it's just evening things up.
Does anyone have any I'm actually quite interested. Anyone across our various chats, as we've got 4 different streams streaming right now, anyone got any favorite memories of Shadow? It's been a while since I've watched him play in terms of, watched him play in those early days. Of course, I watched him plenty of times over in NIP and the likes of that. Actually did quite well over there in his last times playing on that roster, and FPX is decent as well. Still has Flash. He's really getting bullied about though.
Shadow needs to perhaps be a little wary. The exhaust turnaround makes things interesting. Trying to jump onto Shadow. Does get to press the crescent gun. Needs to get some healing. It's blown up as the flash forwards to get the weirding down works. BLG too far. Lose 2. Now Jachi gets to go to the backline. Bin is low. He's going to take another passive auto. But here finally comes Elk. Maybe look to turn things around. Flashing on forward for the piercing light. The auto. The culling. The brutality. As Elk brings 2 down. Vengeance secured for his jungle support. Care may need to take care, but I don't know whether they'll stop his ankles being snapped. A lucky rabbit's foot on the board here for Elk, who wants the triple, but not before Knight incinerates him as Zombie Addy.
Oh, that culling would make a farmer weep. Like a scythe to the corn, cuts down 2 members in a single culling. Elk turns up and turns the play. It's not a bad turn onto Shadow at the start of it from FPX, but they can't finish the fight before BLG call in the big guns. And he's holding, and he's holding 2 of them. FPX, 9,000 gold behind.
Oh.
The early gold leads from BLG this series have been brutal. Medjai's for Knight has gone for the Shadow Flame second as well. The extra pen on his boots from the feats of strength 2 as well. Infinity Edge for Elk. If it was bad before, it is going to get oh so much worse.
Got a lot of bounty gold off those last 2 kills, and I mean that more metaphorically. The teleport comes on in, but it's going to be a very, very lonely journey. Oh, Sheer! That TP sucked!
So we had the culling of the wheats, now we've had the shearing of the sheep. Sheer blindly goes into that teleport and is led to slaughter. Baron can be started, no support, no top laner. BLG can hold the tight corridors to the Baron pit, hostage really from FPX. They can hold these choke points. Shadow, Elk, gonna start 2-manning this. You've got Braum, you've got Annie with flash up who can seriously damage someone else. Bin might get engaged onto, currently a 3v1 onto him, but it'll be at the cost of the Baron. He flashes out.
Trying to jump away, Bin. Speedy flash from Jachi finally brings him live.
Knight gets the kill back though, and Jachi gets tagged by the Q, forced the cleanse out of him. Knight no flash now, can they follow up any further? Care, decent combo back, but all of this chasing is happening while BLG get themselves a free Baron. Bin spends so much time letting them chase, it causes too many issues for them. On might have gone too far, but he has a locket and will stay safe.
Locket value very high there. To reset, they pick off a couple extras. Jachi being down the double summoners. Important there. Lead to too much. Knight hovering over the angle here. TP behind. Is that actually, it'll be, I'm assuming, on rejoining with that spellbook. Indeed, I am correct. Glad to see I am still able of doing some basic problem solving.
Yay! 18 stacks on Knight's Medjai's. That's, yeah. That's the classic. BLG.
It's after a rough start to the game as well, to be fair.
Yeah, no, his first stun of the play, his first stun of the game where he tried to catch out the Aurora mid lane wasn't fantastic. He's had some meh moments, considering that he's had some of the best results on Annie of all time, and I would consider his MSI 2023 run to be the best Annie performances I've ever seen. That T1 series he had versus them at MSI 23 was absolutely insane. I had the pleasure of watching that live in London. As the Void Seeker rather does not steal the dragon. That means it's Infernal Soul to BLG. By the way, we kind of overlooked that because, well, I don't know, everything else is going wrong. Surely it can't be a soul already. Yes, it is. 28-minute soul for BLG. First 4 dragons of the game. If it was bad enough that these bursty triple lanes from BLG are showing already, it's going to get even worse. Pushing in towards bot lane, Elk almost at 4 items, almost at the Lord Dominus regards. Care on the flank, spotted out by Control Ward, might go for the big flank. Aye, tons of damage onto him, and Nautilus is dead. Nautilus is just dead. Care on the flank, bursted as well.
Brutal stuff. All the while, Lucian just shoving down this bot lane. There's 2 members down. 3v5. Can FPX find any way to stop the Billy Gaming onslaught?
Hard to see it now. No mid laner. I think that Aurora was the key to getting any turnaround, and the key is snapped off in the lock. The door is shut. He flashes forward. Elk caught out. They have the Infernal Soul. Elk might go down.
Oh, it does indeed, but they'll lose the Wukong all the while. Now Jachia alone on the backline with no summoners. Goes down as Knight picks up the double. Nexus turret's under siege. Billy Gaming 2-0. Shadow still on honeymoon form, clearly.
Shadow flashes up the Fun Plus Phoenix emote. His previous team, yeah, maybe losing out on the divorce a little bit. BLG, though, they've got a new hubby. Shadow. I don't know if that's an MVP performance. I think Elk might pip him to the post there, but it was a hell of a series on that Shinzao. Used his own individual strength to bully out the Wukong. Poor IE schooled today on the Rift, and BLG. It's a solid return back from international play.
Welcome back indeed, and they are looking pretty damn good here, especially considering who they've now beaten. FPX is one thing, but of course, remember who they beat the first time around. They'll take that win every day of the week.
And second series, so stick around, folks. Second series, which should be starting, I'd say 20 minutes after this one, is Anyone's Legend versus Weibo. So we see a second series from Anyone's Legend. Weibo, consistently inconsistent. You never know what you're going to get from them. It will be, we'll see what we can, we'll see what we see out of Weibo, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to promise you that they're going to be contesting Anyone's Legends the way that that we'd like them to, but Weibo do have a decent upper ceiling as well. Anyone's Legend, not the best form in games 2 and 3 versus BLG. So, yeah, I wouldn't mind if Shadow got MVP here. He did show off that he is the better jungler and pressured the role in general. I think there is an angle to vote for an MVP. I do think that him choosing to get individual power in that second game was really, really good. His early kill participation was fantastic. He maintained that the whole way through the game. Kind of baton pass is the way you're meant to as a Shinzao towards his carries. And that was, in fact, very impactful to see.
Yeah, I think it likely will be Elk, because I think actually some of those fights later on, Elk just mashed.
I haven't seen a culling kill 2 people in pro play
in a while.
I know they were low HP, but getting a double kill with a culling is really sexy. Like, that's just great.
I can also see why Bin's getting some early love here as well, because actually early on he just mashed. He was like 3k ahead individually.
However, he was set up for success by Shadow Gang.
That's true.
Where Shadow won the Smite fight and red buff, ganked top lane, got a full 2-level lead over his jungler, and was the early game carry. It was absolutely insane. I thought he was really, really good. So for me, it's between Shadow and Elk for me, really. Elk for the cinema, Shadow for the actual substance. You need a break for anything? Are you good?
I could use a cup of tea. Do you want to break for anything? Are you good?
A horse game, but, you know.
Don't do the horse game. Do you want to make you a coffee?
I've got enough one right here.
So. That's fine.
Both wins originated by Top Gap. I think that game 2... I actually think the main difference was Shadow just being so far over IE. Like, Wukong just didn't know where to be on the map and was particularly lost, really. So that kind of sucked. Okay, well, folks, thank you for watching the first series. We've got second one coming up, as we were just saying.
Do you want me to source lunch?
Yes.
That's what I'll do then. I'll be back.
Oh, by the way, Sam, there is an app which we really start using, which is, what is it? There's basically, like, I think it's Too Good to Waste or Too Good to Go.
Oh, yes, you can get, like, leftovers. Yes, we should do that. Absolutely. We've got so many great places around here.
If the food's going to go out anyway. And
God,
like,
yeah.
I'm not picky.
No, that sounds fantastic. Yes.
I don't know why I don't do that more. Anyway, folks, we'll be just chilling out during the breaks. Ask us questions, chill out, enjoy yourselves in chat, and we'll,
I'll get ready for that as well, so we can try and manage the heat a little.
Yes, I do have the fan on now, so it's a little better. But is the fan okay for you over there? Or
yeah, it's fine. I'm getting all my legs. I'm surviving.
Oh yeah, cool. Yeah. Okay, back to horse game we go. Oh yeah, we played this race just before. We go for the high roll or we go for the low roll? I think. What is this? I don't think I know this one. What is this? I need to get up the training event thing for this because I don't know what it is. What is this? Marina blah blah blah. I can't remember her name. She has a really long name. Matikane Fuku Kitaru. That's a hell of a long name. We look for the energy up from this. Nice, cool. And we get the mood up as well. Awesome, 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 awesome. That's very good. There's no one in there. That's good. So we've actually done the goal already. We'll rest because we don't have No, my horse game is my break, folks. Because what do you mean oh, what the heck? Lost Uma Musume. We'll let you watch the these are the stats. Holy crap, that's a lot of top damage. But also, yeah, oh my god, Bin just did like triple the damage of Sheer. Yeah, Bin just got triple the damage of Sheer. 22,000 to 7,000. That's triple damage. Bin just triple damage.
He's getting MVP.
Fucking hell, Bin. That's ridiculous. Triple damage.
He had a really good Jace game.
He was, yeah. That was super good. What is this? Yeah, we need friendship training. It's actually not that helpful at that point. We can do better. We'll go wits just because we're doing a lot of wits training. But we're like, remember, this is looking for like high score, not looking for best stats. So we want to get an A or an S. Highest competition pace on the team is super cool. Oh, this is good. Get another friendship training there. None of these are fantastic. I think we have to... I think we have to do this. It sucks doing so much wit training. How detrimental is it to race with low energy? Not detrimental at all. Not detrimental at all. It's actually completely fine. Which one is this? This is Agnes. Get a little more power out of it. That's not bad, I guess. Yep, this is fine. 12%, we tank 12%. Can't really do much about that. We can actually do another race, maybe. Ooh, there's 2 G1s in a row. Maybe we do 2 G1s in a row next, actually. We've got good to this one anyway. What's the failure on this? 20%? Nah, we'll rest. Then we might do 2 G1s back to back. Mood matters more for races. It does, but also when you're max mood, you get... Wait, did my mood go down? Fuck. That's annoying. And we don't want to go mood -1. Because it gives you 20% bonus stats when you're at max mood. Wait. Did I get... Wait, what stat down did I get? I got Night Owl. Fuck, you kidding me? That's annoying. But I do kind of want to do both of these. 7,000, 7,000. We can try this one, maybe. Maybe we don't do the other one. How good would we be in this race? Miles pretty okay. It's great, we'll try it. What skills have we got? Nah, I don't want to do skills just yet. We can... Turf mile. Yeah, we'll try doing some G1s. Yeah, your energy is only really for training, so it's fine, really. Can we try this? Because there's too many people in pace. Oh, there's 5 in front as well. This might not be great, actually. And it's Elk which gets the MVP. Nice. I mean, the double culling was really sexy. He was really good at holding mid lane and getting concussive blows, procs and stuff like that too. Number 1 faith. Okay, well, we hope we don't get boxed in. We didn't go for pace just because there were 6 people in that. And we'll restart the TikTok stream when it comes closer to the second series. Because people tend to tune in at the start of streams when it's like on draft, I think. So I think basically to win the algorithm, you want to go live on TikTok as gameplay is on screen. There's no point having you like doing break content. I hope I haven't entered this background for this race. Should still be okay, I think. Acceleration's good. Not in a great position though. We're not going to be able to go around the outside on the final corner, which is really, really bad actually thinking about it. Oh, this could be really bad. Need to pull ahead a little bit more. Yeah, this isn't looking fantastic. Oh well. Well, I didn't want to get boxed in because I don't think it gets any better if I'm on pace is the problem. Oh, this is really bad. I do not have the power to get through this. This is going to be so shit. Wait, maybe we can go down the inside? Oh, it's not bad actually. Still might get top 2. Second is not bad. Second's not bad. Could be worse, but I don't think that gets any better if I'm on pace. I don't think that... Yeah, whatever, it's fine. It could be worse. What if they all spontaneously died? Then it would be a horrible freak accident. Go for the low roll. And then... maybe we just do another race, actually. Yeah, maybe we do another race. That's medium. Don't have the best stamina for that. We'll do corner acceleration because we're not going to get that from anywhere else. We don't have any hints for that. Although it's kind of bad for me to do this right now. I shouldn't be buying that. I shouldn't have wasted those points, but whatever. I would win the race, yeah, true. Augury fraud? Yeah, maybe. Now we can go pace because there's only 3 there. So if you had this distribution in the last one, it would have been completely fine, I think. Number 3 favorite. Eesh, that's not great. No slow start, that's good.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，也要
I've
恭
got
喜
the interview in the
BLG
background.
新妹族获得本场比赛的胜利。我们邀请到的是奈的选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 BLG 的中单奈的。
好的，欢迎奈，也要恭喜你们拿下了2连胜。能不能说说你们队伍在进入这个第3赛段的时候做了哪一些准备和努力，能够有一个如此
Okay, so we've got corner acceleration and we've got just regular acceleration as well. That's all pretty good. If we get both of them, I think we're pretty fine. We do train pretty high weight early game here. Okay, corner acceleration is good. Acceleration only happens when you're passing someone in mid race, so I should be able to get that, I think. Come on, just had like 2 chances to proc it. So, I mean, there are some cases where you want, because there are some skills which only proc as you're passing someone else in mid-race, like that. So sometimes you want your character to be like falling back a little bit so they have another chance to overtake and get that skill. We're looking pretty good here though. As Pace going in as 3rd to the final corner, good positioning, this is fine. This is good. Come on, one last chance to get regular acceleration. Nope. Rip. Should still be fine. Go on, Augury. Do the thing. Nice, yeah. This is a wash. Nice. I guess we don't have stamina. That could be a problem. I think we should be fine still. Yeah. Late Surger is absolute cinema. Late Surger and End Closer are absolute cinema because like it gets really dicey right up until right at the end. That's super easy. Nice. Nice work. Oh, when's the next game? In about 20 minutes. In about 20 minutes. Yeah, late surger is really fun. It's really annoying sometimes because you're like, well, you know, everything's kind of gone to shit. So you never want to take the bottom option, I've learned. Get energy up, I think. Let's do Infirmary to get rid of, Oh yeah, they go into a dream state to heal. Just weird as hell. We didn't get rid of fucking... Wrong as hell. So we'll do this. It's good. Straight away recovery is very good. 29%. I can't do 29%. These aren't actually that valuable. Well, I guess the wit's okay. Getting one rainbow on that. By the way, the rainbow thing only works when they're max friendship or like close to max friendship, and then they also when they also are on the training, which is relevant to them. So this is max, but on the wrong thing, which is why when you look at support cards, if they have like specialty priority, that's really important because it gives them more chance to go on their choice of thing. Come on, give me a mute up already. Not bad. Apparently Shadow has taken on the main shot calling. Oh, very cool. That's very cool. I got mood up. Perfect. No! I just got the mood up. Why? Why would you do that? Why would they do that? Okay, now we get inspiration. We'll get a ton of power up, hopefully, from this. But that's very interesting if Shadow's doing the shot calling. How much do we get from that? The straight away recovery is okay. 22 speed, 28 power. It's not awful, actually. We should either race or we should rest. We can do one of these, maybe, actually. Yeah, we can maybe do another race, actually. Straight away recovery is a pretty good one here. Okay, yeah, let's do one of the big races. Medium or mile? I think we're better at mile, right? Yeah, we don't have the stamina for that medium, I don't think. So let's go for another mile. Hey, thanks for the sub at last. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me turn the... Wait, is my alert box on? I think I turned it off because of the 100 gift bot. I need to figure out how to get alert box for like the 100 gift bomb rather than the
I hear, Alex.
Thank you. Let's go late with the 7 in pace. Even though we have good we have good enough power to make this work.
Human museum cares not for your mood, mortal.
Human museum. Okay, we're going late Surger for absolute cinema. But yeah, but if you have options, try and pick the one either you have skills in, or there are less people in if there's a big difference. If there's like 3 or 4 people, it doesn't matter. If it's like 6 people in one category, unless you have a ton of power and really good stats, don't go for it. And then you have the skills, because you're going to get boxed out and it'll be kind of crap. Okay, so we're not doing fantastic here at the first bit. We want straight away, so we've got straight away recovery, acceleration when we pass someone else, which is that, and then we have acceleration on corners as well, which is really good. Corner acceleration is one of the best in the game. She asked Knight what communication shot calling was like, and he said, well, Shadow talks a lot, so he's taken on the role. Very cool. That's really good. It's really good to know, actually. That's very good to know. Corner acceleration is that? Okay, so we've got both of the accelerations. It's still a little bit spooky. Come on. Oops. If I right click, it brings up the menu. We're not in a good spot here at all. This is, I mean, we have good acceleration. We do have good power now. Oh, for God's sake, we're just completely boxed out. This is why you don't go late Surger. Oh, that's fucking awful, actually. Why? 9th? Fucking hell. Hey, Vassie, how's it going? What? I mean, like, we have decent power and everything. And we got both of acceleration, which is meant to boost your power as well. It's fucking awful. Jesus. Oh, well, whatever. At least it's not like a campaign one, but that's shit. That's why you don't go late Surger. We'll do recreation. Get a little bit of energy back from that. I don't know what that means. Which one is this? Stamina or speed and wisdom? Speed and wisdom's better, I think. What do you... Why does the mood go down every time I do anything to try and boost it? What is wrong with you? Okay, it's my choices. I'm sorry. It's RNG. I shouldn't blame the freaking pixel horse. I can't believe that. I literally spend like one time trying to get... I spend 2 times trying to get mood up, and it does that. That is so shit. We'll try pace. We'll try pace, because like late for Forager is just not working. That was really annoying. Did we run ads yet? Maybe I didn't. Okay, I gotta run ads before the next game. Go on, Pixel Horse. Oh, yeah, so Weibo, they've returned to having Crisp as support. Crisp is their support again now. Top Esports and Top Esports and Weibo switched support. So Hung, who was on the bench of Weibo, went to Top Esports. Doing quite well there now, actually. But now, Chris was returned back to Weibo, and that's been a bit of a weird one, actually, because Light said he didn't really want to work with him again. Yeah, Vasu, do you want to run in races? We can do Vasu can be the next Uma Musume. That'll be, that'll be our project. I did have a really good Augury Cap run the other time. Okay, so we didn't get straight away acceleration. We did get straight away recovery, which helps because our stamina's kind of gating us a bit right now. I don't know, maybe we just roll bad stats. Speed's not awful, but it's not fantastic. Okay, oh, we finally get our ult. And Augury's ult is fantastic as well. Her ult is like one of the top 2 in the game. I think the other one is Bourbon's ult. Ooh, this is gonna be close. Second, I think. I think we come second. What did we get? I have no idea. I don't know whether we were 14 or 17. Second? Fuck. Did I just ruin this run? I feel like I've just ruined this run. I don't know why. No, we just not got good stats. I'm not even running something like yeah. Well, that sucks. I need to rest him.
因为第3赛段就是很关键的一
环嘛，然后我们也是希望我们磨合得更好，然后希望今年能以一个不一样的姿态进入到世界赛去吧。
好的，就让我们一同期待今天这一场对决吧。我们邀请到的是 AL 的 Hope 选手，先邀请他跟大家打声招呼。
大家好，我是 AL 的 AD Hope。
好的，欢迎 Hope 从国际赛场回归到 FPX 之后，这2天连续在登峰组面对强队，你觉得队伍在哪些方面需要改进？
我觉得我们状态需要更加提高。
I'm putting way too much into it. I don't know. Way too much into this.
那今天你们的对手 WBG， 他们是一个比较偏前中期的队伍。那这一次交手，你觉得队伍要重点注意一些什么
I need some more stamina. Really need more stamina. I've completely neglected that because you're meant to not train it and you get it through other stuff. Really. It's good. Triple training on that too. I've got so much low friendship.
今天的对决吧。
Yeah, I think I'm into this run a bit. %. We win those, right? Nice. Glad we win those. Do we have a good race today? Nah. Not fantastic. How many? 32,000. Not fantastic. The Japan Cup on? Where's the Japan Cup? Are we running the Japan Cup? No, we're running the other one. That's kind of annoying because that gives you a ton of fans. If all the league casters had to run one of the horse games races IRL, who do you think would win? I'm not really that athletic anymore, so not me. You know, I was pretty good at running. There are a lot of people who go to the gym. I don't know if there are that many people who do like running. You know what I mean? Who would win? I think Medic's pretty built. I think Medic's pretty athletic. He used to do rugby as well. This gives us charming and doesn't give them the thing down. This isn't bad. What do you do again? Do this for the stats. Right, 18% we tank those. Mood down? Why? Okay, whatever, we actually do recreation and just hope for karaoke. Nice, cool, I guess it's up to great again. God, we've had the mood downs at just the worst fucking times. Pace chase is not bad for hydrate, actually. Yeah, fuck it, we'll go hydrate. Well, I don't know if gold... you know, it's probably Jack Spectre, actually. Jack would probably... I think Jack's younger than GB. Younger than us, if you're doing it on that metric. I think GB's like my age, I think. Maybe like a year younger. Jamadis writes this like, yeah, Jamadis plays like, yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh man, I feel like this run's... maybe I'll just try and do like a quote-unquote normal augury run next time, because I'm trying to run for like high scores, which is... so, it's good to do runs with just generic high scores, because that gives you better chance to pass on better stats next time you use them to inspire people. Acceleration's good. And we really want to be running Pace Chaser now pretty much all the time, because we have Hydrate, which only works for Pace Chaser. Am I planning to watch T1's games after the stream? I mean, I watched bits of the Gen G series. Okay, this one's looking okay. We didn't get Hydrate this time, but... straight away recovery is okay. Oh, we don't have that. We just don't have that high speed. This is okay. This is pretty good. This gives some good ability to get some extra speed out there. But it's only level 1 ult, so it's not going to be game changing, you know? I don't think we win this still, you know? I think we only get second. I think our speed's too low. Oh shit, maybe not. Let's go. Nice. Was the previous game a banger? It was a lot of early leads from Cakes. Flander. Shanks. Kill. See, LCK always used to call him Kyle. Interesting. That's it. Oh, this is the long race, right? Speed, thank you. Gotta get some more stamina in there. Yay, finally got great mood. Any skills I need? Right-handed meh. Okay, well, we can do like... we'll do this one after, although we're probably gonna get destroyed on that one because we have no stamina. Okay, I need to go quickly to the toilet, and then we'll be ready for the second series. Guess I remembered Sam had gone out for lunch and was not here to cover draft. Okay, into the draft for the first game. So sorry, folks, didn't mean to leave you alone with that one. First pick, Trundle, which allows him to safely pick a tank later into the draft. Trundle has often been used to do that. You don't want to blind pick tanks anymore when Trundle is up and available. Orianna beats the Taliyah in laning phase, so AL have a winning lane there as well. Xiaoxu's good on the Taliyah, but it is a winning lane. Ambessa, fine versus the Sion. Ambessa doesn't kill tanks in lane, but can then try and out-team fight and dive the backline later. Shinzao not fantastic into the Trundle, but it's fine. I guess of the AD skirmishes is one of the better ones. Alistair for Crisp makes sense because there's no Silas to be locked in because the mid lane's been picked, and also your ultimate doesn't interact well with Trundle's ultimate, so you don't get your damage reduction stolen. Bot lane to pick for anyone's legend. Corki, and then a support pick. There's 3 dash champions. Poppy does have some good value here. Your engage will be a little limited if that's the case. Thank you so much, Sam. Appreciate it. I'll keep that after. So I got some for Kasha. Nice. There's the Poppy.
Number 20, there was a queue.
Jesus, yeah. Saying, yeah, that the Trundle allowing you to blind pick tanks gives you a lot of value there. Thank you so much for the resub, Mookie. Appreciate it. It's the last pick for Light. I like the Sion. I don't think there's a crazy amount of engage. I don't think the enemy bot lane is that strong. You'll be fine scaling up. I do think this will give you the anti-tank potential that you need. I don't think anyone's legend have fantastic engage. They do, however, have Corki and Shockwave, which outranges a lot of what Weibo want to do. I think anyone's legend are probably easier. They're probably stronger at getting to an objective first and then holding their ground. They can hold their ground there. I think they have a much better way to deal with objectives than Weibo are. And anyone's legend are very good at doing those objective setups. So if they set up well, have the ball in one choke point, have Sion threatening to run around the corner with an engage, that can be very, very powerful. On the other side, Weibo. I mean, they do have the Sivir scaling win condition. You can spell shield the Shockwave, which is one of the biggest, it's really one of the very few threats onto the Sivir, actually. This is the kind of game where Light can 1v9 on the Sivir if it gets late enough. Just needs his front line to hold themselves to a good record. We'll get into that game, and I'll leave Sam with the first bits of the game. Go forth. I shall look after this. All of the people within it, you're all under my aegis now. You're all going to be just fine here as we head on to the dangerous savannas of Summoner's Rift. Yeah, another Trundle game. Seeing that pretty much every game right now. It's available. Big old matchups today. Tarzan v Tian. 3v Flandre. Tell you how Weibo do here. Anyone's legend. Reading off a bit of an unexpected loss. Won their first game against BLG. Things went a bit wrong from there. They'll right the ship here in their second series. Back from the international streak. Giles first. So, now looking for the early invade here. Shanks on the Orianna. Base skin, the fake skin. Good value there. Tien maybe needs to be a little wary here. Actually, they just spot Ori getting in there. That could have gotten very interesting. That could have gotten very interesting. Doesn't lead to all that much as yet. Oh, thank you so much, Pintalus, for the gift sub as well. Much appreciation there for looking after us. Holy moly. And Strausker as well. Oh, people are looking after us right now. Appreciate you all for throwing that out. A little bit of a celebration to start off this game. Want to make sure we are shouting that out, even if we are looking at some stuff on the game here. How likely is Flandre to do well this game? I mean, he's on his Scion. He's a very good Scion. I don't think he's actually going to be getting all that many kills per se this game, but he is going to be a really obnoxious frontline. He is probably the best Scion in the league, I think it's fair to say.
And that should be pretty fun. I think Breathe on the Ambassador. Breathe is one of our best Ambassadors in the league, which makes that top matchup quite entertaining in its own way, for all that it is a tank v carry matchup. Flandre is one of our better proponents of that one. Exactly how that all works out. Especially because obviously we're looking at this game here with the Ori, with the Poppy, well, I mean, yes, the Poppy, but the Corki as well. Good sort of upfront burst, some good frontliners. You kind of run at people. The engage a little bit limited in some ways. Kind of rely on Sign ulting forwards, Poppy ulting forwards, but you can kind of Shockwave follow that one up. Try and punish the likes of the Ambassador Shins out overplaying with the Talia. Be very dangerous, that one item there. Kyle trying to find some value there onto light. Hope headbutted away puts Kyle in a slightly scary position. Heal and barrier blown there by Weibo's bot lane. Who did AL lose to? It was 0-1. BLG. They lost to BLG yesterday. It was a whole thing. Very exciting. We'll see how they do, of course, here. As AL had a really good game 1, and then the drafts are a bit off in games 2 and 3. Felt a bit awkward. Again, they've just been on a massive international tour, right? They've not had a lot of time to breathe. Shanks, I don't know if everyone saw the pictures. Kitty posted a picture on Twitter, it was fabulous, of Shanks looking like he hadn't slept in 72 hours. Basically because he hasn't, he's been traveling so much. So they are, I think, still a little bit fried and dealing with stuff. Oh, Kyle, nice little angle there. Only really gets onto Chris, but actually the turret shot's beginning to fly on through. Tien slowed down, but didn't take additional aggro. Nearly very smooth there from Kyle on the Poppy. The dive came on through there from Tien, but didn't lead to all that much. Flash down on Poppy, that's about it. And another well, that could have been a very nasty combo. A little unfortunate. It was only onto the Alistair. Back to live. No one's seen all that much. How are you doing? Monsieur Nymaera. Don't know why I say Monsieur. There we are.
Good question. Yeah. I did that thing where I stepped out of the room, did some things, came back. Awesome. Happens like this sometimes. So, yeah, this game, God, so I stepped out, you know, just after draft happened. I come back in. Nothing crazy's happened in early lane. Even in lanes across the board at 5 minutes, Light has a cull. I think this is good for Weibo. I know that anyone's legend will be confident about the way that they set up objectives. I know they'll be confident about the way that they approach the game. But Sivir getting an early laning phase, being neutral, getting a cull, happily scaling up, anyone's legend not making a big inroad anywhere, really, is a big win, I think, for Weibo.
Completely agree, actually. I think we'll see how that all goes as things go on. Because again, the Sivir wanting to get to those 2 items is a big deal. Hope on for the tier early, so still got some stacking of his own to do. But it means he's going to be going towards the Muramana build. We've seen a few different builds on Corki. So, the Shojin coming on through.
Muramana is still a piece of all of those builds. So Muramana's always in there. It's just whether you get the Triforce or the Shojin as well. That to me has been... But then there's that, and then there's also, if you go Triforce, do you go Shojin after and go for Triforce Shojin? Do you just go Shojin and then go into Black Cleaver or something? Or do you go Triforce into Crit? So I'd say there are maybe 3 kinds of builds for the Corki. One is Triforce into Crit, one is Triforce into more Bruiser, and then there's one which is just... I suppose Triforce is Bruiser, but then which is Shojin, Black Cleaver, much more about HP stacking and being more Bruiser.
I might just misremember, but I saw... I have to wait on this one. Flandre about to get ulted by Breed. Tien coming on down. I think this Sion is likely dead. Trying to get in front of him so he can't ult too easily. Still has the flash, but gets knocked up pretty recently. Go get the decimating smash down. Now Breed is in danger. Likely just get traded back here by the zombie form behind. Tarzan needs to get the autos. My days the healing, but he still gets the double in the end of it all.
Tarzan pillaring back Tien into the zombie Sion, gives them the damage they need to get the 2-for-1. Breathe, good play there to make sure that he could ult over the Q, go unstoppable, and force Flandre into a position where he realistically have to flash ult to get out safely with his ultimate. Chose to stand and fight instead. Tarzan came in, and the Troll with 2 kills gives a big difference now, really. Trundle is a champion which can really start to take off. On the other side of the map, nothing's really happening between the 2v2. Started again with Flandre trying to get the big Q off. Breathe goes for a heavy trade right here. See Flandre tries to get that big Q off. And instead, Breathe goes Unstoppable over it, and then it just body blocks him and says, okay, I'm going to check you. Still has Flash, though, even at this point. Has Flash, charges up another Q, forces Breathe to go into a position where basically he can't get out. And this pillar here is the big difference, because it means that Flandre can actually start auto-attacking and getting damage down. Flandre got, what, how much extra damage? Maybe like an extra 200, 300? Goes out of vision, hops out, chomp, auto, dead.
And it also meant that Tarzan flashed before the 3 Talon Strike knocker could come in, because if he got knocked up there, I think the Trundle dies in the 2v1-ish.
I'm not so sure. Chomp kills 1, no flash on either of them. I think that's a bit extra, personally.
I mean, it's basically if Tarzan didn't flash, because basically Tian had the 3 Talon Strike prepped, and there was a Lacerate up for a Breathe.
I've seen Chomp do some despicable things, my friend.
I don't know whether he gets to press Chomp, that's the thing.
Well, worked out well for them. Does end up being down that Summoner spell. Breathe, even in gold with Flandre, sadly for him. Thought he would have gotten ahead a little bit more with that extra kill. Sadly not the case, and now Tien behind Tarzan. 2 of our best junglers in regular season of the LPL, very, very commonly. Tien and Tarzan both were very well regarded, at least for that part of it. There's been some questions for, Tien and Tarzan in the past about later into playoffs and internationals, blah, blah, blah. Tarzan, I think, has finally kicked that habit now, though. Xiaohu has ult. We go back towards what I really want to get this top lane ahead.
They really, really do. Xiao's coming on down. Seismic Shove's going to come on through. Nice ult to immune it. And she would have walked under the turret here.
Takes a good chunk, but doesn't die. Really good ult to go Unstoppable. One of the most powerful things that Sion can do, much in the same way that Ornn is useful too, is you don't have to use your ultimate or your big skills to go forwards in a team fight. You can hold a space and then ult backwards as the Sion, in the same way that Ornn could do it with a W or something like that too. Going Unstoppable through that means that Taliyah loses a lot of damage. Can't proc that minefield.
Andre. Yeah. Bring down a few more autos where and when he can. Got a slight desync in the audio, just heard it. Give us a second, guys, while we get our audio back. There we go. Welcome back, one and all. Well, Hope, Kyle, give us some extra poke on down here. Tien and Chris looking to fight over this topside Scuttle Crab. Don't think it's going to lead to too much here. Trading there from Hope onto Light, forcing them back. Misses the Frost Bomb. That means there's an extra auto or so back, but Light will be significantly lower here and doesn't have the pots that Hope does. That means that Chris can get in danger here as the pillar comes on down. Throw down the Unbreakable Will, knock away on the Taliyah. Doesn't have the Weaver's Wall to rejoin. I think this could be a very dead Alistar unless they get a good flash off and do so.
Missed the wall stunt. Chris still managed to hold on to his flash. Weibo not responding badly to that, actually, given the fact that that pillar trapped the Alistar into the plate. The problem with playing stuff like the Shinzao and the Alistar is that when you try and walk up, control the choke point, you can often be forced into a fight or die situation. It felt like one of those moments there. Luckily, Chris had ult, had flash, and the wall stun missed. If anyone's Legend lost the kill threat, which they did have, onto the Alistar. Weibo make it out without losing a kill.
Flandre and Breathe still trading. Breathe getting shoved into the Sion, but the Sion very happy early on here. Out into the enemy jungle here. Find too much. Been a relatively quiet early game outside of that early craziness in the bot lane. Bot lane's being down there in some weird Australia lane scenario. Aside from that, not really all that much happening, which is going to be an interesting one because, of course, you are having a quiet early game into a Sivir, but on the other hand, it's a Taliyah and Shinzao, which will be pretty obnoxious early, so I didn't see where things go. AL sometimes are a little bit quieter, wanting to play around with rejects a little bit more, unless Tarzan's got some madness plans.
I don't know whether I agree with that, because versus BLG, they were fighting all the time early.
That's true.
And actually, when I think of anyone's Legend, they are still an early skirmishing team. In fact, one of my biggest criticisms of AL is that they don't take small wins. They look for those bigger plays. They're not a Gen G that will give up everything to to kind of scale up into the game, right? They definitely are an early skirmishing team.
I guess my point is that tends to be around objectives, right?
But, I mean, I'd see that around first grubs. I see that around first dragon. You know, they've happened by now.
Yeah.
So, yeah, personally, I would expect them to be more active than this. I mean, and again, in this kind of draft, I think Weibo benefit from slightly quieter game because the Sivir, I think, is the game breaker.
No, for sure.
It's risky. I do think Anyone's Legend have the better draft, but Sivir is the X factor. If Sivir gets to safely, you know, as we see here, stack up the cull, stay even if-ish in CS, which is what they've done, Weibo have a win condition, which is quite powerful and quite hard for AL to play against.
Yeah, I think it probably can be, especially because they are a relatively short-range team, and generally from the Corki, these days really has to get quite close to make things happen, and that can be pretty good ricochet targets for Sivir. Trundle in particular does not enjoy that, for all that the pillar can be quite annoying for the Sivir.
Besides the shockwave. The shockwave is the one thing, but the problem is if you have one threat, spell shield. So you have one thing to stop the spell shield, which is what stop with the spell shield, which is what he will do. Breathe, not getting craziest advantage on the Ambassador. Weibo really tried to set him up. If the Ambassador was further ahead and they had won in that bot side play and they had got that second gank from the Talia onto the side to work out, then you have a really good pressure valve to hold side lanes, get better objective kind of objective entrances and stuff, right? Access to objectives, because you can push out a side lane and come from another angle. But they didn't quite manage to do that. Flandre's done well at absorbing pressure, calling down Tarzan. Dragon spawning now. We'll see whether Weibo wants to fight this one. They are teleporting down with the Talia. I don't think they have to. They have that first dragon. If anything, Weibo can play the slow, play it through side lanes, and wait for their Sivir to come online.
Flandre trying to do the Scion bush bait thing where you stand there and decimating smash and hope someone is unwise about respecting bushes that Scions may or may not be standing in. Garen bushes of old. Still a strat in top lane.
And was just looking to see if he can catch on to Shanks, gets hit with a QW instead. Wards traded around the Dragon Pit, as Crisp was in there putting down a Control Ward, I believe. Spots out this two and denies that vision. Mid lane push starts as before every objective starts. You really want to make sure you have that mid lane pushed.
Seem to be that way. Now, be looking to get some value here. And they find as Tarzan will throw down frozen domain. Crisp without the flash could well just be dead here. He's got an unbreakable will, but I don't think it keeps him alive for all that much longer. The headbutt's decent. Can't blast going because Tarzan presses the Q. Gets the smite fight as well on the blue buff.
Weibo cannot afford to give Anyone's Legend access to the river first, and they be the ones to walk in unless they're ready to fight. They weren't ready to fight. Crisp goes down. Big overstep and an obvious draft mistake from Crisp.
Do that, the bottle comes on down, Xiaohu knocked away.
It's the same problem. Again, Weibo gave Anyone's Legend control over the objective, and they used that pillar and the poppy to force Weibo to say, look, either you're fighting or you're dying. Right there, Crisp was alone, he walked up way too far without his team there. He ends up dying using his ult as well. Xiaohu loses his flash from a similar scenario where Weibo disrespected Anyone's Legend around the objective. You either give it up or you approach there in force. No half measures, that punishes you.
It really, really does. Now, Herald gonna get a bit of a start here by Weibo Gaming, see if they can find their way back into this. They're down about 1,000 and a bit gold. Game breaking as yet, but still definitely getting a bit problematic. A lot of it's in the Trundle as well, but all the while Tarzan's turning up. Shadow did it earlier, Tarzan's trying to do it again. 38% damage to turrets. See whether Tarzan can match that number. This turret just disappears, my god!
Trundle on towers, man. Trundle on towers is a hell of a lot of it. Hang on, Flandre might get an engage onto the side here. Trundle's coming up. Orianna doesn't have TP.
Oh, okay, Light will backstep, but he's just taking so much damage. Spell shield's at least part of it. Beginning to turn it around. TM presses the R button, but the big pull back there with the seismic shove is solid. But the massive keeper's verdict after. Breathe, flashing away. Hope gets the kill on TM.
Light takes too much damage at the start of the fight, and despite there being a triple flick back from Xiaohu, it doesn't make up the difference. Light doesn't have the items to turn the fight yet, and Anyone's Legend find a good engage in mid lane from Flandre to make sure that Weibo can't punish them too hard in that mid lane.
Tarzan gonna whack away at that Gromp afterwards, but they are just so happy with that one. Have a look again, because it's a really great angle for Flandre.
They do still lose the mid lane out of turret, so that is worth noting. But right here, Light... Look, what needed to happen there was Crisp needed to step back because the splash damage from the ultimate means that Light basically can't fight. He ends up having to spell shield the Q afterwards as well. Light can do enough here, but I really think Crisp kind of sells out Light there by getting caught in the Scion AoE. If you step down to the right, you can get the Sivir out of the AoE and stop them taking just a huge amount of damage from that level 11 Scion.
And Kyle goes, cool, you're actually starting to fire. Right, get punted out. And that's exactly what happens.
But that wouldn't be the case if he managed to save this,
Yeah.
save the spell shield. Light didn't spell shield the initial Scion ult because he thought, well, I'll be outside of the AoE, but I think Crisp sold him out there.
Bit unfortunate. Again, Crisp new to the roster this split. Kind of switching all over the place, and it's been a mixed affair. Weibo are 2-1 right now, having had a couple good wins, but the loss was a little bit awkward, it has to be said. See how they do from here. Again, not the greatest spot in this game, to say the least.
Hey, Weibo beat FPX, one of our weaker teams in the team. Hope jumping over the wall. Spell shield not procced.
I think he can get a lot of value here. Tilly is coming on down, but it's too little too late. Hope just sits there and gets the kill. We've had some complaints about the core keeper today. He's on it. Flash over from Crisp, who was
Really
being threatened as well.
Very good punish. Light took a dangerous path back towards mid lane. You think it's safe. You don't have control of the mid lane river bush, and his team wasn't there to respond. Light, this time it's all on him really getting caught out.
Reminder, Crisp just blew his flash, now in danger as Tarzan begins to make himself very tanky indeed as he subjugates a few members. Valkyrie forwards, Tarzan gets that one onto the shins out. Xiaohu's around now, but I think it might be a little too little, a little too late. Hex Flash towards the river.
Weibo, it's all falling apart for them. It's all going wrong. They're losing kills in random places, and what that means is that they don't get to safely farm. They don't get to safely control the map and scale up to a point where maybe the Sivir at 3 items could carry the game. Anyone's Legend going to put Tarzan into the side lane again. Trundle, Triforce, dead turret. Anyone's Legend, clean, calm play from them, punishing the options that they see and keeping Weibo very, very scared of the map.
I think that is a very apt way of putting it. Tarzan also, interestingly here, going towards the Spectral Cowl second. Let's see Spectral Maw, which is the combination of 2 items, in a cool sounding word that is in fact not an item.
It does give you the extra healing and shielding from that, right? It means that you have the ability to keep healing up really, really well from your subjugate, from your chomps and stuff like that. It does technically benefit your lifesteal as well. You know, there was a point where there was a Spirit Visage Ashe build where you got Ashe.
Really?
Yeah. You
was
go
it after Thornmail?
No, so you go when you had like Seraphine on your team. So you'd have like loads of Karma or Seraphine because it would buff your enchanters onto you, and it mean that you'd heal like an absolute ton. No one could kill you.
Public execution towards Tarzan, trying to escape here. Breeze not quite pillared back, but still just slow. Forced to flash, trying to get some energy back to begin. Drakehound stepping slowed again by the decimating smash. And Tarzan just walks at him.
Well, that's Trundle gameplay. Walks at you and presses Q occasionally. Takes down Breeze as he just got caught out again. Weibo, they are not playing the map well. Anyone's Legend, on the other hand, are punishing Weibo very, very well, making these pockets of Fog of War and making plays out of them. Hope jumping over walls, Tarzan appearing in your lane, Flandre ulting from the river, and Weibo just don't have the information to fight back.
Spirit Visage just done for Tarzan, so ahead of the curve. Look, he's into 3 AD champions. He doesn't give a damn. The healing is so valuable at this point in the game, which means he can walk at people and not give a damn.
You know, some people say, "Oh, you should pick Darius into Trundle for the level 1," much like this the Freljord cinematic.
Yeah.
The cinematic. However, you know a champion which weirdly does beat Trundle at level 1? Kayle. Kayle is one of the
really now.
Kayle is one of the strongest level 1 champions in the game. It's just as level, you know,
everything else.
We've got an Intercon potentially. AL get the engage first though.
The shockwave brings down the jungler. Now a 5v4 around the Atacard. Does Crisp have a spellbook smite? Doesn't look like it. This is looking like AL's for free.
Weibo are half-hearting their approaches to objectives, and anyone's Legends love that. They are taking the pit, holding the angle, and Weibo, they're just getting headshot by the AWP every single time. Tien was the one person who could really defuse that situation. Couldn't manage to do so, and Tien, often a player who has been lauded for his regular season performances, has been destroyed here in the first game. Dragon's going to go down too. It's going to be Atacon and Dragon in one fell swoop. Gold lead around about 4,000, and Weibo, I don't think they're going to be able to scale up to that Sivir win condition. I think the game's too far gone now.
Reminds me of their Game 1 win the other day against BLG. It felt like, wow, AL haven't dropped a beat, and the Game 1 was very clean. The rest of the series, a little less so. So whether anyone's Legend can be a bit more consistent in the drafting. We had some issues with it yesterday in Games 2 and 3. But right now, Game 1, repeat of yesterday's Game 1, very strong indeed. 2 items wherever you care to look in some very scary places.
Yeah, some questions in chat about the Kayle thing. Yeah, so if you E-start at level 1 and you E-auto, you get a crazy amount of attack speed and move speed. PTA activates and the on-hit from the E goes kind of wild. So yeah, Kayle is legit. I know it's not relevant to this game, but if you ever see it in solo queue or whatever, is one of the strongest level 1 champions in the game.
Oh, great, just being jumped out here by Xiaohu and Breeze. He's just going to ult the other direction. Whee! Choo-choo!
Is he going to hit the tower? Does he want the tower damage?
Where is he going?
Wait, he's clearing... What? He's clearing the wave! Why would you go that way? Okay. Well, he's in the net. He's in the way base.
Is he gonna try and TP out?
He doesn't have TP, so we can't do that. He will die. He will die. But look how long it takes the Sivir to kill him.
He's just gonna kill more of the wave.
Does he have another shield? Well, I mean, he's gonna clear the wave. He'll die in the base. It's a Baus classic, I guess. I know he doesn't really watch that much pro play, but I mean, my dude, he's learning from you.
Okay, I'm gonna get the W down. All the while, you've got 2 people busy, which means you can potentially run people. Though Tarzan, though, being engaged on by the 2 people who are in the base because on the hunt is a hell of a thing. They do manage to run on over. Breathe now looking at Kyle, who's in dangerous position. I think anyone's legend have overplayed this a little. Have to back away.
They've overplayed, but they don't lose anyone but Flandre, who clears a wave in the base anyway, so he stops Weibo from pushing apart that side of the map. And that was a hell of a damage check to say, well, Weibo, you don't really kill the Scion that well. For those of you that remember the Anyone's Legend series in, I believe it was Split 1, where he just kind of walked at the Nexus. It took him 60 seconds of walking at the Nexus, but couldn't get through it.
It was like a 90-second clip, wasn't it? It was bloody ridiculous.
And Sivir needs more items to deal with that. Needs a Lord Dominate's regards. I think you desperately need that, not the Infinity Edge. You very much need that. Light used that key on the way to clear it out. Hope does a ton of damage, though, knowing that Light had to hit the minions.
Does indeed. Light, about 2/3 of his HP bar. A couple minutes until Dragon is still point Prail, not anything more. Still got a couple minutes until Baron. So we do kind of have this kind of lull state between Atakan going down and Baron spawning, where we kind of just sit here and watch people farm a bit. Ooh. And occasionally Scions sort of drift into the base because they can.
Shanks pushing out that side lane, getting towards Zhonya's next as well. Shanks, I mean, not really had much to do this game, really. He's just been following Tarzan around when needed. Tarzan, though, God, this guy is good, isn't he? 502 on the Trundle, has the Spirit Visage, going towards another item. And you can see right here again, when Weibo have to face check Darkness, it is a big problem. Shanks puts a Shockwave onto Breathe, puts him onto lower than half HP. And Anyone's Legend, though, they're not getting kills from this. They're getting so many chunks, HP bar, and a vision advantage that Weibo are giving up jungle camps. That's going to be, you know, an extra 300-400 gold swing because you're taking camps you shouldn't do and depriving camps of the enemy team, which they should be having. So the passive income, just from taking camps on spawn, like Krugs, like Red Buff, is going to lead to a larger gold advantage.
Keep being in. Some value there. In the form of clearing some minions. That's the some value. Looking for a generic phrase, as I'd said, something happening on screen. It didn't really lead to very much. It has to be said.
Sometimes it do be that way. Other side, Weibo, 2.5 items, have a Last Whisper for Light. Really needs the full completed Last Whisper item. I just don't think he's going to get it. I just don't think he's going to get it in time.
Okay, good sweeper required. Now actually Tarzan might be in danger. He's getting collapsed on. Remember, no flash. Put down the subjugate. Kyle misses the Keeper's Verdict, but Flandre comes ulting in. Tarzan got the shield. Trying to get to value. Is shut down. Maybe he should have put some more armor. And now Shanks is around. Kyle trading up with Tien as hope trying to get some value. The Crescent Guard goes on down to Tien, gets another. Flashing forwards, can't quite find it. The Shockwave only really lands onto one, but it is onto Xiao, who valuable. Shanks now in danger himself. Bree's going to run at him, and AL have overplayed this way too hard. Flashing onto Shanks, Ricochet's flying. Hope trying to play up for some more. Flashes to the other side. This Corki, very dangerous. Backsteps that seismic shove, and Valkyrie forwards forces the flash from Xiao. 1v3! Gets another 2.
Hope goes man mode. Can get the last snipe of the Xiao. He's on vision. Anyone's Legend turn around the fight as Weibo picked off the jungle support duo at the start of the play. Flandre did die to Tien sometime in the back end of that play, but Hope, my god, the extra HP from what looks like to be a Shojin third, really helping him brawl through that fight, is going towards the Triforce Shojin build. And you can see how much extra ability he has to brawl, the extra CDR he has in this build too, helps him just keep running at the enemy. Tarzan caught up first, but takes a long time to die, so it means that the Flandre Scion can come in and sideswipe the rest of the team. It gets messy very, very quickly, and even though Anyone's Legend are a little slow to bring everyone to the party, when they are there, they do somehow turn around what should have been a one-way for Weibo.
Pretty damn good stuff. And again, look, Tarzan no flash, ult's great, but his only completed armor item is boots. He's got the Warden's Mail in there as well, but it means when he does kind of walk up and doesn't have that many great stats, that he can be blown up. Hope, though, manages to spare the blushes by just outplaying everything. I seem to recall as going, I'm not sure about his Corki. This is damn fine work from him.
I mean, you look at his finals and his playoffs run in Split 1. His Corki was poor. It was really poor earlier this year. He was like jumping into 2 carries as 1 Corki and dying, but he's gotten better at it more recently. He had a game with 2 at MSI, which also left a bit to be desired, but, you know, in my opinion, is slowly starting to turn with each game. a bit more track record to work off. And right here, Hope has that completed Shojin. For those of you that haven't played against this build yet, Triforce Shojin, between the two of them, give you an extra 700 HP. He has Swiftness boots as well. Shojin and Triforce give you a bunch of extra damage, of course they do. But then if you auto-attack someone, have Swifties as well. You get a bunch of move speed. You have a bunch of cooldown reduction too on your Valkyrie. Once you get to late into the game, your Valkyrie will go down to about an 8-second cooldown. Which is very, very low for a Corki. You use it at the start of the fight, auto-attack once or twice, and then midway through the fight, Valkyrie again, which no one really expects with this kind of build. If you can stay in the right pocket, keep doing damage, you can out-damage, more traditional Corki builds, because you get a ton of extra ability to reposition and an extra
autos off, yeah.
and tank some turnaround fire as well.
Bit more of a brawlery build, and we do start seeing some Valkyries used to be a bit more aggressive, which I think is part of what they were hoping for with the Corki rework anyway.
However, Light does have 3 items, including that pen, so working towards an Infinity Edge. We did say that the Civic can break the game. Time to see if you can do it from this kind of gold deficit. Baron has spawned, Anyone's Legend trying to hold that area, trying to hold the choke points.
Again, might be in danger here. The Keeper's Verdict gets warmed up and actually hits away the Ambessa. Now Tien is in so much danger. The Pillars delaying his retreat. They've killed off the jungler. Crisp in danger himself, makes his will unbreakable. Can't need to flash away. Public execution, Valkyrie away from. That means Breeze is trapped to the middle of too many people. Hit into the wall. Decimating smash. Another kill. The seismic shove is solid, but the problem is, my friend, the rest of your team is damn well dead.
3 kills to Hope's Corki as Breathe was punted out of the fight, teleported in, and died again anyway. Anyone's Legend, a much cleaner game from them, ruling the map, forcing Weibo to take bad play after bad play, and Tarzan on the Trundle was a menace.
Into the base we go. Anyone's Legend are done playing around this game. A 1-team fight, and the Nexus turrets fall under the combined might of Anyone's Legend. The ship, once again, righted from their fumble versus BLG yesterday. Game 1 is theirs.
I think Weibo needed that game to be a lot more calm. I think they played the map and the vision control much worse than Anyone's Legend. That is a specialty of Anyone's Legend. They held the choke points well. They used the Fog of War well to force Weibo to play risky. And sadly for Weibo, they could never really get to that point where they could play around the Civic, play around the front to back. They had the worst front line. I think as soon as they failed to get the Ambessa really online versus the Scion, they had issues holding the map solid, and then Anyone's Legend just ran them through the vision control.
Flandre getting a lot of votes in Venice. His Scion was really good, pretty menacing, it has to be said.
I think it was fantastic. Like, the ability to hold the side lanes, to tank so much pressure, and then later into the game get these great frontline engages, and then ulting into the base and having a fun time of it. He had some cinema in there too.
Definitely did. Who's your MVP for this one?
Tarzan or Flandre.
I think it's one of those two, I agree.
I would probably say Flandre. I think he bought up so much time. I think if he played worse in the side lane, died a couple more times or whatever, then I think this game is playable for Weibo. Because he didn't, he had good value there. All of his team fights were very good, and he had just the funniest moment in that bot lane play.
That was ridiculous. Zombie form too good.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's going to be game 3 of the day. We could be in for a short day. 9 days into a 4-game day. You said you had to dip after this one, right?
I do indeed. I'll do a quick spiel. Obviously, we are Initialise and Nymaera. We are brothers who cast League of Legends together. You've probably seen us right now on this stream, which is probably why you're here and knowing us. Otherwise, you may have seen us on things like the LEC and BM Masters back in the day, and obviously all the OGs. Might remember LJLOU when we were doing bedroom casts of the Japanese League before co-stream was even a damn thing. It was all a bit more bootleg and more dubious. But here we are, officially co-streamers for the LPL. There is no official broadcast anymore. It is us, LP English, some of the other big co-streamers doing what we can to keep the community alive here. And so we are relying on all of you back home to look after us where and when you can. So if you've got it, please do sub. Actually, we had a wonderful sub train coming in during that game. Thank you very much to Strauska, to Mucky, to Pintalas, to all the others who gave us all that support here in that game. Really, really valuable. Thank you very much, guys. So if you do have that ability to throw a Prime sub out or a regular sub, we'll gift some subs on the Twitch. That makes a huge deal. To those who aren't Twitch users, there is a Ko-fi link, which will make sure it goes into all the other chats on my like Alex. On that one, so I don't have to reach awkwardly over, which I've done a few times. Alex just to sit there slightly awkwardly as I do so. But thank you for those of you who can help out that way. Otherwise, please do follow the channels that we're on. Really does help in terms of our ability to get things like sponsors, which would be super cool and valuable. Thank you very much. That's the spiel. Also, follow us on socials. Nymaera, Initialise casts on all of those cool things. That would be very much. Anything you want to add to that?
Nope. You know, just appreciate you all tuning in to watch LPL, and thanks for supporting the stream wherever it is, because we're currently streaming on, you know, a million different places.
In my brain.
Yeah, streaming, yeah. Do you remember that Futurama episode, one of the very early ones, where you would have adverts directly in your dreams? You have to like pay a subscription model to not get adverts in your dreams. We are
so close to that.
The thing, no, I'm look, Futurama was very far ahead of its time. It's like, remember that point when Leela becomes a baseball player, and it's like, hey, can I sign your name? And it's like, yeah, eBay, little E, big B. Like named after websites and stuff.
Oh my days! Wow.
Look, Futurama was topically very far ahead of its time. I love that show. It's fantastic.
Brilliant. But yes, I'm going to disappear after this little bit because
cool.
there is a Supervive show match.
Very cool.
With a load of old school League royalty playing.
Really? Like who?
Marin, Pawn, Dade, Prey, Looper.
You're gonna be able to cast it. Awesome.
Ning, Ming.
Are you kidding me?
No, it's a ridiculous.
Awesome.
Like, Coral One's in there.
Oh my god. So if you want to go watch Sam cast Supervive with all of the old LCK LPL legends, Ning, Ming, Dade, Pawn, Marin, like these are world champions. These are legends of our game playing a different game. Go find
So here's the LCK crew: Looper, Prey, Pawn, Dade, Mad Life, and Marin.
Mad Life.
What? Oh yes. Then we've got Otto, Icon, Coral One, Coke, hilarious. He's one of the LPL streamers, and Ning are playing. So that's
awesome. That's so cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
Really cool fun.
I'm really excited to see how that goes off then.
So I'll be chilling with Relicants with the crew over there, at least for a game or so, because it would
cool.
be. I can't turn that down. It's
No.
too cool.
You go do that. I'll finish off LPL and we'll play some horse game over here as well. Okay. Alrighty. Do you mind getting this chair out of here then, Sam? Because I need this space then for the chair. Because cool. All right, well, absolutely, folks, stick around for that. Oh gosh, I've got some horse game to play. Horse game. What the hell is happening with that character model? Where have they gone? Where have you gone? Why have I got an invisible horse? What?
It's a nightmare.
Sam, my horse.
It's a nightmare.
Sam, my horse is invisible. My horse is invisible.
Horse. Your horse is
my
amazing.
horse is invisible, Sam.
Is it a robot horse out?
I don't know.
Is it a haunted horse?
Ooh, you know what? This could actually be really good. You know, it's 777s actually. Is that actually any good? Can we get a TLDR on Supervive? Supervive is a team-based battle royale. It's top-down with lots of movement abilities, and every auto attack and skill is like aimed. So there's no like auto aim stuff. So it's like a top-down battle royale team-based game. It's kind of cool. Here's our MVP. Is it Flandre or is it Tarzan? Hope. Okay, Hope was actually very good on the Corki. That's fair. I don't think I win this one. I think I have really, really low stamina for this. But so we need to go Pace Chaser because one of our regen skills only comes from Pace Chaser, which is kind of sucky. We have Hydrate and Straight Away Recovery. We do have 2 regen skills. That might be enough. Maybe. Not sure. It's not going to be the best campaign ever, this one. Okay. Stick around, folks. Who's the #1 favorite? What style are they running? Oh, I can't see them. 3, 12. #1's on pace. Okay, so they're in the same thing as us. Oh, they just have way better stats. We need to get all of our skills proc, basically, and we can't have, like, late start or rushed. I don't think we have the stamina for this one. Okay, front of the pace chasers. This isn't the problem. The problem is when we get round to the home straight, are we actually going to have enough stamina to like reach top speed and get anything good out of it? Hope we'll have to play Koki every time it's open. He's actually looking very good on it now, so I have much less complaints about it than I did. Oh, Sam's left the door open. I should go close that at some point. When we get into the next game, I'll close the door because Sam will be shouting in the background. Oh yeah, it's horse time. Maybe I should get a horse time emote. I just need like a horse with like red laser eyes. Hydrate, Corner Acceleration, that's good. That's good. Hydrate helps an awful lot, and we can get straightaway acceleration right up until the final straight, actually, which is very helpful. So we have, like, wait, one more chance now to get the corner, I think, or is it coming around to the corner next? Okay, we got both our regen skills. That's good. That's good. I don't think we got our other acceleration one, but I think we can win with ult now, maybe. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. No, this is good. Skills are looking good. If a pace chaser, like, manages to beat the front of the pack, like, before the final corner, that's really good. Are we running out of stamina? What's it looking like? Oh, shit. Yeah, we ran out of stamina. Oh, poo. Okay, we get ult. I don't think ult saves us. I don't think ult saves us. I went way too much into wit. I don't have something like Swinging Maestro. Oh, we got completely gapped. That's not looking great. We might have to restart campaign. We'll try another campaign. This wasn't good enough. And Augury Cap is very good, so I can do better on that. I can definitely do better on that. Maybe I don't do this. Maybe I don't do the crazy other thing. Oh, that sucks. My bad. I failed that run. That was on me. Sure. Goth Goal has Honsko Brewer. That's Rice Shower. Rice is great. She has a very sad story, but Rice Shower is very cool. I played through her, like, story mode thing, basically. Yeah, it was very, very well done, actually, considering... So Rice Shower is a horse that was put down in real life, which is actually a very sad story. Because yeah, yeah. It's kind of bad. We have an A rank augury, which is really cool. And I did that legit, you know what I mean? Okay, let's try some different cards for the next run. Yeah, Rice Shower is really good. I like Rice Shower a lot. In terms of the story, I think, because let's be honest, like, they're doing frickin' anime stuff, which is, it's a marketing thing. Like, you can make almost any topic, like, I guess, fun to watch by making an anime, which is, it's a hell of a marketing thing, right? Yeah, I think they've told the stories pretty well. You know way too much about this horse game? I do, yeah, you're not wrong. I've kind of been no-lifing it for a little bit because it's something to do that's not League. Because I'm like burning out big time and I need something to just like brain off for a while. And this is a good excuse to do that, really. Okay, I think getting power is good from... I want to get power and stamina through shards if I can. We'll do another Augury Cap run. Wait, can I upgrade the potential? No, I already got the potential over 3, so probably not actually. Gorman is very, very good actually on the whole. And I want power. I don't actually want speed. I want power and stamina if I can. Because I'm going to train speed so much anyway. It matters a lot less. So I'm just looking for the highest power. That's not bad. What's she got? Power, stamina. That's fine. That's okay. I can deal with that. 2-star on stamina is pretty good. Ace Chase is bad. Front row's not bad. Yeah, it's fine. And then I'll use... Oh, did I just run out of... I don't have any borrows left. I just wasted my borrow thing. That's really sad. You could power, please.
我觉得这版本就有很多好的英雄选择吧，就是
I don't think I've got anything else that's good for power and stamina really.
在中后期的团战更有利，应该就是谁更好。第3赛段的目标的话，就是保持第2赛段的成绩吧，然后就是希望配合和英雄齿能更。
I don't know what options I've got now. It's not awful, I guess. That could be worse. It's the best one I've got right now. I guess it's the best I've got. What have you got for your stuff? Power, stamina. This isn't going to be great, but it'll be what it is. And then I want to... Yeah, I'm going to change around my deck a little bit. I'm going to change out one of these wit for a... I'm going to change out one of these wit for Super Creek. What do you give again? What's your specialty priority? Specialty priority 26. Him frequency, wit, friendship, recovery. This is fine. I'm gonna switch this out for Super Creek and we'll just see how it goes. Because Super Creek is just very good. I believe in the heart of the cards. I always believe in the heart of the cards. Always. I hope I don't int it. Does anyone think Weibo will reverse sweep? I don't think so. I think anyone's Legend are much better at playing the map, and I think that they're I think Tarzan is just mega diffed. Fucking Dian. Okay, that's really good. We want to train power as much as we can. And Super Creek gives potential of Swinging Maestro. Swinging Maestro is the best skill in the game by quite a long way. Because, you know, I was waiting on, like, regen skills and stuff. None of these are great, actually, so I try and get Karaoke. Ah, I didn't get it. 3 on that. Ooh. Speed. Yep, it's fine. Hydrate alarm, yeah. 2 on that, 2 on that. We go speeder. You want like 200 speed for your first race, if you can, for your debut. What does that do? I guess that's just your energy up. Yeah. Always go for the energy up if you can. Nice, perfect. 4 on that. I have to go for the 4 on Guts. I hate training. You should never train Guts, but 4 on it for the friendship train is just too much to turn down, really. Your whip. Love your commentating skills. Thank you. I appreciate it. I know that, like, because we cast so much, inevitably some of the casts aren't going to be as good because we because, like, you know, we're gonna be tired and stuff, but, yeah. You have to charge it twice because of the horse game? Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the horse game. That's really good. Nice, that's good. We should be getting to draft soon. Yeah, the anime's under the same thing. Corner recovery is a good thing to get. We should be going to draft soon. We'll turn this off and go for the other thing. This gives speed, alright, I think. Energy recovery. Nice, cool. Nicer. We're doing pretty good. This is actually a pretty good start. We've got the right stats this time. We've, yeah, we've had good stuff. I just need... I don't know if my sparks are going to be nearly as good as the problem here. Yes, the anime is the same thing as the Umu Musume, which just literally translates to horse girls, which... It is what it is. Okay, this is fine. We've got a decent set of stats for debut. What the hell does that do? Energy up or energy down? Fuck it, we try it. Nice, cool. We run the RNG. Okay, right. We don't have time to do the race now, so we'll turn that off and we'll get ready for our second draft. Okay, I'm gonna go put another coffee on. One last coffee for the day. Oh yeah, no, I can get myself a Red Bull. Actually, 1 sec. Oh, blink and you miss. The draft's on. So, last game, what are the big things that got taken out? Shinzao, Talia, Oriana. I didn't run pre-roll. I have to do that thing where I have to run adverts right now, folks, because I forgot to do the goddamn pre-roll again. I do that every time I play the horse game. My bad. Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Draft suit. My bad, my bad. I should really be better at that. But if you don't want adverts, you can always drop a prime. So no Annie Wukong for this draft. Pantheon gone. Gwen is available, which Gwen's been, like, ridiculously pick banned. Gotta get rid of that Gwen, right? Varus gone. guess you still have Jhin, but I don't think that's like high priority. Jhin is priority into Varus because they somewhat neutralize each other. Varus comes out the better from the trade, but it's not like the Jhin player gets nothing from it. Often you will see the Varus pick the Jhin and one other power pick. Aurora gone. Still have Annie. Still have Gwen. Jungle pool getting a little bit removed now. AD skirmish is starting to fall down a little bit. Gwen banned. So what's your first pick now? I don't think you want to blind pick Annie. I suppose Orianna being down means that you can pick something like the Azir. Yep, there it is. So Azir first pick. No Talia, no Orianna, which are better matchups into it. You have a Kali. Shanks Akali could do fine here. Exactly, Kozla. How do we get more people to watch horse racing? Make it anime, basically. So what do you pick for Shanks? Now, typically into Azir at this point, you're thinking Yone or Akali. Shanks is a good Yone player. We don't see that many AP junglers, but then again... So you could go for the Maokai. They lock in the Maokai, which means you do want an AD mid laner most of the time. I guess you can still go for a mage. Because of Bloodladder's curse, it's easier to go double AP now. Although typically you see that on something like Aurora or the Rumble. They do go towards that Yone. So they're not going to go to something like Bloodladder's tech. Yone fine in lane. Shanks a very good Yone player as well. Combos up very well with the Maokai. The Maokai has very guaranteed CC. Makes Yone's skills a lot more powerful. Shanks played it the other day versus BLG and lost. There are a couple of different builds for Yone right now. There's Kraken Slayer and Blade. There is Yuntal, i.e. Zeke's Convergence, which is a very powerful build too, which was showcased by Tempest. There's a couple of other things kind of floating around. Yone's in a good spot. Blade and Kraken Slayer both got buffed, I believe, which Yone can build both of. Especially against squishy teams, Kraken Slayer can be really, really nasty, actually. Vilox in for Tien. Via Azir. Wouldn't say... I mean, it's not a bad mid-jungle 2v2. Vi's not bad into Maokai, because, you know, you can ult through Maokai's ult sometimes, but it's not fantastic. I still say that given how many ban and nerfs that Maokai had, given how many nerfs that Maokai had, that Vi had, I think Vi's in a worse spot. They lock in Yorick for Breathe, take that away from Flandre. Yorick's pretty great against Maokai too. Maokai never wants to gank a Yorick. Cho'Gath, there's the tank option into the Maokai. However, into the Yorick, because you heal off of his ghouls. However, you're against the Azir, which is one of the better mid laners into the Cho'Gath, because he has so much DPS. If you are a good Azir player, and we saw this even from Anyone's Legend at MSI, was it their first series they played against CFO, was it? Or was it against... Who did they play against? Was it against FlyQuest? It was against FlyQuest, yeah. At MSI, we saw Whippo try and play the Cho'Gath, I believe, into that matchup. And if you just slide backwards and keep up DPS, you are so good at playing against the Cho'Gath later on as well. No bot lane is picked so far. Second round of bans. Anyone's Legend banning away the Renata. Xayah banned away from Hope. Lucian looking pretty good here, I think. For Anyone's Legend particularly. I suppose Vi into Lucian's kind of nasty. Anyone's Legend setting up for more of a traditional front to back, with Maokai and Cho'Gath being a very strong front line. Could go for something like Zeri. I know Zeri's bad into the Vi, but it's good with your front line, and you don't have something like the Sivir anymore, which I prefer to see. Wasp. Fearless is fearless. Sana banned away from Light. Yeah, they want something that can follow on more easily to the players. Might see Weibo go towards Jhin. They already have DPS from mid lane. I guess that would leave them a little bit low on the tank damage, though. Anti-tank damage, which is a bit of a problem. Talia is always high priority, but it always loses. It's ridiculous. I don't think it always loses. I mean, Knight was fantastic on the pick just yesterday versus Anyone's Legend. But then again, he is one of the best in the world on the champion, so is that really fair to say? Anyone's Legend, they have enough engaged. They don't need to go for the... They don't need to go for this, actually. They could even go towards something like a Braum, but they choose to take the rel away from Weibo. I think that's more what it is, really. You already have enough engaged with Yone Maokai, but the rel gives you another option. It's not bad. It doesn't lose many lanes as the rel. Weibo are banning Hope Zaya, do they know? Yeah, Hope Zaya is not the best ever. He played it quite poorly at MSI 2, sadly for him. Bot lane for Weibo yet to be picked. I think they need some kind of follow-up. Kai'Sa's good. Yep, Kai'Sa's good. Gives you some more DPS, some good peel against the Maokai and the Yone. Rakan gives you decent laning phase. It's one of the best ones outside of the Nautilus. The sustain from the Rakan Q really helps you through a lot of laning phases. You can escape the Maokai. Well, now the problem is, no one can tank Maokai ult. Absolutely no one at all. And you've locked in a very squishy team. I think Jin's a good hit for Hope. Because what happens now if you open up with the Jin ultimate and the Maokai ultimate and the Yone ultimate? There's nowhere for you to hide. Well, I don't mind the Kai'Sa being locked in for light. And I do wonder whether it should have been a different support for Chris. But I guess you'd need the Alistar to be tanky enough. Maybe Braum, but then if it's Braum, you don't have... You don't have the engage factor as much anymore. It's just on Vi. Weibo, I think, drafted themselves a bit into a corner where it's like, well, do we win lane as hard? I mean, Braum would win lane. Yeah, you can't win lane, survive team fights, and yeah, and also have like a decent amount of disengage with the same pick, and if the Alistar's gone. I think Alistar would have been fantastic here. Not the best pick with the Kai'Sa, but I think Anyone's Legend come away with a better draft. Weibo need to play well around side lanes. If they don't play well around side lanes, I think that Anyone's Legend will just beat them in the 5v5. They have Vi Kai'Sa flying into Yorik's side lane. That is the win condition for Weibo now. But Anyone's Legend played better around the map last game. Massively so. Massively better in the side lanes. Massively better around the Fog of War. Coaches will fist bump. We will head into game. And we'll see whether we get a 4-game day. After a 9-game day yesterday, not gonna lie, folks, it would be a bit of a reprieve, it would be. Hope Zaya is 20% win rate. Jesus. I didn't realize it was that low. Gyro's coming through. Kyle hops down over the wall. One of the... Rakan and Rel can both do this, and Gragas. They both hop over the back of Dragon Pit, or one of the Rejected Pits. Try and find a way through a brush. Get their second cooldown to get some CC. But Kyle was spotted there, so we can't go for that play. Anyone's Legend answer Azir with Yone Maokai, like Genji versus them. True, yeah. Yeah, there are a couple of answers into the Azir. There are some champions that really push him about in lane. I think Orianna is one of them. Akali is one of the others. Starting on Raptors. Oh, we've got a bit of an audio desync again. We're just going to sort that out real quick, folks. So 1 second as we go towards that. Oh, hang on a second. Level 1 play. On the top side, I still level 1 play, just the hard trading. There we go. All right. So, just a quick audio resync, and we're back on. Cho'Gath, one of the reasons that they work into the Yorick is that they can get their passive healing off of the little ghouls, because Cho'Gath's passive is when you kill a unit, you gain an amount of HP. Because the ghouls are a unit, that counts. Even if they're lower HP and easier to kill. Breathe, gets himself the ghouls respawn again, gets a Q on target. For Flandre, you'll see here, how much is it? It doesn't show exactly how much HP it is, but I think it starts off as like single digits, goes up into double digits. which means that by clearing through ghouls, you get an extra 4 procs of it. Even though the damage from Yorick is very strong, you can be fine. And then the other reason you do Cho'Gath into Yorick is you can use your ult onto the Maiden. Now, it doesn't count as an individual stack, as in like a unique stack from large monsters or champions or whatever, but it does mean for the first few of the game, you can chomp down on the Yorick Maiden, which means that he doesn't really want to cast Maiden in front of you. It's a huge cooldown for the Yorick first couple of levels. I say first couple of levels, you know, there's only a couple of levels of ultimates in general. Just getting the full Eon to Xiaohu there. Using the full duration to auto-attack him. No maidens. Exactly. Kyle does get the stun through there. Damage goes on to Crisp instead of Light, though. From Hope. Body block from the support. Base Kai'Sa skin from Light, interestingly. Almost everyone uses Jaculov skin here in LPL, but not here. Ying forwards again. Tian, not going to be in range to punish him on his E-return pad. Tarzan here as well. Sapling had spotted out Tian. Tarzan is trading scuttles with Tian. If Tian can get an advantage in this lane, that is huge. Like, he's going to have to flash out of the Dark Procession, but no damage coming down onto Flandre. Towards the Pixel Brush. We'll get out safely. Having said, breathe. Now flash up against the Cho'Gath. That's a nasty position to be in. Cleanse away. Crash down cancelled by the Grand Entrance. Chris doesn't have that anymore. Ignite dropped. Heal was used just before that. Using the Ignite for lane pressure. 2 summoners for 1. Lane pressure to anyone's legend. Not using the Jaculov Kai'Sa skin is reportable. I really like Lagoon Dragon. Lagoon Dragon's my go-to Kai'Sa skin. I do play a decent amount of Kai'Sa, so. I miss mythic items, but I really don't miss mythics as an item, if you get what I mean. You like, what, you dislike, you missed the mythic item system, but not the items that were mythics. Right. I saw you took my advice and didn't cast the LNG game this week. Yeah, I needed a day off. I saw it was the double Nirvana group, and I thought, look, I like casting LPL, I do, but I need a day off, for sure. Oh, sorry, you don't like the mythic systems, but you like the mythic items. Right, okay. Well, in that case, go play Arena. Most of the items that were mythics were back there again. You can still get Gale Force and a bunch of others, yeah. There were some mythic items that were just game-breaking, though, because they made some champions into incredibly low-skill champions. Like, Everfrost made stuff like Silas and Ari into just completely CC sleeper bots, which was really sad. It took the skill out of the game for them. Gale Force was, I suppose, better for AD carry skill expression in some ways, worse than others. Well, what other ones were kind of not great? I mean, Divine Sunderer broke the game. It meant that tanks basically could never play the game because it was percent HP, regen, armor pen. It was just way too much. So Divine Sunderer was not okay. I mean, I didn't mind the meta that it brought because I don't particularly like slow tank metas. I much prefer higher damage, higher skill expression metas in the aggressive sense. I don't like champions whose identity is I stop you from doing the cool thing. Jumping forwards, Grand Entrance coming through. Kyle still does have the crash down. Will escape. Tian was spotted on top side there. Tian waiting for the scuttle respawn. Slow game again. Was last game too. Stride Breaker with a dash was stupid. Yeah, it was. God, yeah. Gore Drinker as well. That was, Prime Gore Drinker was a hell of an item. Just randomly someone getting half HP back. Ult for ult. Shanks timing that well. Not getting body blocked, and Tian can't combo up with a Q flash. Xiaohu, though, will get a chunk onto Shanks. Won't matter for the Dragon take, though. Teleport comes in from the Rel. Ult coming through into mid lane. Flash forward. It's not like Yone has the most HP ever, but I don't think it'll matter. Wow, Tian completely caught out. Has flash. Does he have a Q cooldown? Yes, he does. Uses it to go back. Doesn't choose it to disengage. Is that a mistake? No, it's not. I don't think it is. Kyle now caught out. And the support, like we've seen a couple of times today, teleports in to die. Weibo get themselves a kill, but anyone's legend do get themselves the dragon. Level 6 to level 5. Hope doesn't have that level 6. Like can jump forward, start to proc that passive. Gets it with the W, the shotgun coming through. Shanks can fly over the wall, has flash, gets the passive, but it's counted out by barrier, but the Q kills him anyway. Hope, a bad flash, and light on Kaiser starts to pop off. Shanks flashes over the wall. Solo kill for Light in a 1v2. Do you remember, was it Mythic Shield Bow? Was Shield Bow the Mythic as well? God, that was so broken. Oh, man. Remember Shield Bow Aphelios? How broken was that? I'll answer it for you. It was really broken, folks. It was really broken. What a time that was to be alive. And you always were alive because Shield Bow was broken. Tien, going on to Flandra. No flash. You should die here. It'll be at least be the Dark Procession hitting. Weibo playing much better around that early power this time. The Vi being a big part of these plays. And Flandra, you don't have a Scion ult this time to run into the base. You're going to run into tower, make sure he dies in time. Gives the kill over to the Vi, not over to the Yorick, which I suppose is a slight win for his lane. But, I mean, the Vi getting fed is still pretty nasty on the whole, not going to lie. Vi getting ahead is a problem. Grubs on the other side being taken. No contest over this, I don't think. Only Crisp in the area. No spellbook smite for him. We'll spot them doing it. Any contest? Vi walking over towards top side. Shanks takes a bit of a chunk. Good damage onto Crisp. Put him down to half HP. But now he's overstayed. Doesn't have... There's a Q stacked up. Ults to go unstoppable. Does a decent amount of damage. And the Maokai ult is hit. Now I think Weibo might have gone too far. Double knock up with the wall. Puts AL into the corner. And the soldiers start to fire. Fourth shot. Where's it going? Is it going to go into any important? Low HP. It doesn't quite manage to thread the needle. 2 kills to the side of Weibo for 1 on AL. Hope walks over. W out of range. And it'll be a 2-for-1. 3 grubs to anyone's legend. 3 grubs to away from the Yorick does make a difference. We'll say attack speed Kraken Slayer was good. Like the mythic attacks and the crit Kraken Slayer was good. I didn't like mythic Triforce. That kind of felt shit. The Triforce was such a core build for such a long time. Also, Rod of Ages just died a horrible death. Mythic Leandries was good. Bad for Rumble, but very, very good for a lot of other mages. Always felt like Blade of the Ring King should have been a mythic. Or Rage Blade, one of the two. Yeah, Triforce and Blade of the Ring King are such iconic items in League. I hated that they got relegated for a while, really. If you notice me missing a few words because I'm eating a sandwich in the background. I've not had anything to eat today. Need to get fed. Need to get fed. Radiant Virtue was really good. Radiant Virtue was super broken. Remember when everyone was building Radiant Virtue mythic top laners as well? Radiant Virtue, like Maokai top or jungle, I suppose, at that point. That was broken as hell. There was even like a Radiant Virtue Aurelion Soul build, which is kind of funny. Yep, that's Yorick for you. But Shogath healing up well. Passive doing work. Breathe, using their Maiden, of course, now up and towards that top side. Eventually, the Cho'Gath does not counter the Yorick. It just stops the Yorick coming online at a point where he's annoying. Jump onto the turret. Gets the W, gets the Q for the heal. Shank's been shut down a little bit. Xiaohu doing okay on the Azir here. OG Triforce, the one with... Was that the crit one back in like season 3, 4? Yeah, that was a time. Built out a Stinger, it did. Oh, Stinger, one night. Stinger was such a good component, folks. Second Dragon started. Anyone's Legend took the first. Do Anyone's Legend want to contest? Moving some people around. I don't think it really can, so I'll give up that Dragon. Not able to use the grubs as a counterplay, though, which would have been nice. If they could have pushed in the other side of the map, get some plates there, would have been nice, but had to set that up far enough in advance. Support's fighting over vision. Crisp doesn't really care about rel damage now at this point. Rel auto attack's not the best thing ever. Light going towards the single target. Has the Kraken Slayer stacked up. Has the lethal tempo as well. And damn near kills him. Wonder if he... Now if he ults in, it's a barrier flash away and Hope potentially kills him under turret. But Light destroying the mid lane matchup. Light on the Kai'Sa having a good game so far. Solo kill in the 1v2. After Shanks tried to walk over to help Hope. Didn't manage to do so. Lost his own flash in that play too. Winning out in this mid lane play. And while I did say that Anyone's Legend, I thought that they had a better composition. Weibo do have better ability to play around side lanes and individual dueling power. The Yorick and the Kai'Sa are really helping with that. The Vi setting them up for success. Xiaohu getting some time on side towers. That is a problem for Anyone's Legend. Nash's Tooth Azir, one of the best tower killers in the game. Especially later on. Chris finds that Kyle again. Chris was matching Kyle very well across the map. Typically you expect Tarzan and Kyle to be first at plays. Getting better vision control, having more impact. Tian and Crisp, though, you know, absolutely no slouches. Crisp won the LPL first split of the year. Xiaohu jumping up towards Shanks, ulting him back. Here comes Crisp, blocks the ultimate, body blocks, he gets the full knockup. Shanks doesn't have Q3 stacked up yet. Doesn't matter, won't kill him. Shanks no ultimate now. No HP. And Weibo pretty happy just to take chunks. Shanks can't really fight now. Herald in a minute. If they can stop Shanks from recalling for a little bit, they'll... A very good presence to get vision control on top side. Tian has ult. Force them off tower. Now, they don't have any grubs. It's a little slower to kill towers, of course. A lot slower, in fact, -3. Shanks will have to back. Full tower taken. And now Xiao can put a tower up here as well. So what he can do is he can hyper shove up top lane, put the passive down, put the Sun Disc up, and Anyone's Legend can't really do a great deal about it. Azir really do be that kind of guy which just builds a skyscraper overnight. Wake up and go, where did that building come from? It's a damn sun disc in my backyard. Where the hell did that come from? Herald spawned. Anyone's Legend back out on the map. Hope with the Ghost Blade first. Bit more of mobility. Lethality is not bad for early damage. Great damage onto Kyle. Needs to be careful losing that HP. As the Rel you are. Big part of the engagement. Kyle comes out. Breathe on the flank. Who are they going to catch? No one. And now suddenly AL are in the river. Backs against the wall. Flash onto the Azir. Can't get rid of him there. Doesn't have his ultimate just yet. The Herald's been taken by Anyone's Legend. Tian out to the side. Hope is currently in the pit though. And Tarzan is getting lower. Kai'Sa has ult, has flash, can reposition on the fight. Anyone's Legend... I don't think they can get out of this. Shanks needs to stack up Q. Is not able to do so. Double kill to Xiaohu's Azir. Anyone's Legend lose 2 kills, get the Herald. And I think Weibo are happy with that. They're not playing these fights that well, or Anyone's Legend. They're not consistently landing the engage. They're a real threat there of Light repositioning the fight with the flash and the ult. It's not like it could go any further. That could have gone a lot worse for Anyone's Legend. It wasn't going great for them in the first place. He always goes for the Ghost Blade. Yeah, I know that LPL Jhin, it started, I can't remember if it was a Gumayushi build or something like that, but yeah, Ghost Blade Jhin has become more popular. It's better when there's no tanks, and I guess there's no tanks here either way, but there were some games where I thought it was just straight in, because you're into full tank lineups. Right here, not a great Maokai. Tarzan, we expect better from you. Red side Maokai, not as good around objectives on top side because of this. That pit, you really want to be on blue side jungle casting your ultimate. Pin the enemy team against the wall. If you're on red side, much harder to use that Maokai ultimate to get a good engage. And right here, Tarzan not getting a single root on it really hurts his team. I can hear Sam screaming in the other room at Super 5. For those of you that missed that, Sam's gone off to go co-stream cast a Super hard game with a ton of old LCK LPL talent. Big gold lead for Weibo now, you know. You know what that means, folks. If it goes to a game 3, we get more horse game. Yeah, horse game. Woo! Hope, Tarzan. Using the Herald in mid lane. That is the objective which they did win from the last one. Dragon being started, of course, by Weibo. I think they'll take it before AL wanted to contest. They won't be able to. How much can they push in towards this turret? No, not that much. No extra auto attacks. Even with the 3 grubs, they've not been able to use them. They've had no side lane pressure. I think with Shanks falling so far behind Xiaohu on the Azir, he can't hit turrets and use the 3 grubs in the way that you want to. Tian will fly over the wall, start to see some vision. Maokai, not necessarily used for an engage, but used to kill the turret, cleanse from the spellbook used by Chris. And no auto attacks come down on tower. Suddenly, Kyle caught out under the tower, does get some... What bloody hell? The Cho'Gath ult finished off Chris, and they get one for it, but Kyle in danger. Life bolts into the play. Gas starts to stack the lethal tempo. The Kraken Slayer going wild, and there's no threat onto the Kai'Sa. The Kai'Sa cleans up. 2 for 2, though. Shanks has gone down. 3 as Azir takes down the Cho'Gath, and Weibo, they might lose a lot of HP on their tower, but they end up winning the fight afterwards. Jin'Ult not even going to do that. What is that Jin'Ult planning to do? Wave clear a little bit. There's some damage. Tarzan just goes down. Light obliterates him. Light on the Kai'Sa. Main character energy. It's both him as Xiaohu put out some major damage. Anyone's Legend don't get the mid lane out of turret. They don't win the fight afterwards. They're engaging. And Hope's overstayed. What is happening to Anyone's Legend? A barrier is used and it's not even enough. Anyone's Legend losing scores of members in the mid lane. As Weibo just crushed through with the Kai'Sa and the Azir. What the hell has happened? Weibo get the mid lane turret after they were the ones threatened on it. Anyone's Legend have 3 grubs. They use the Herald, but they're losing towers across the board. I think Shanks on the Yone having a really bad game here, especially after his great MSI and international performances. We thought, hey, you know, Shanks, he is the next big LPL mid lane. He beat Knight in a finals and really diffed Knight in that series too. And at MSI, it felt like Knight just tilted off the face of the planet and Shanks massively outperformed him. But it's not a great ult from there. Yes, it's an overcommitment onto a Rakan of all things. Yone goes down. Light and Xiaohu completely untouched. Breathe gets the flash. Dark Precision to put Flandre into the death zone as well. Anyone's Legend snatching and grabbing. Like, this should be a fine draft. Their 5v5 should be good later, but they're rushing their plays. They didn't protect the Yone well in a side lane, and I think Shanks played a little poorly around that too, so he's been shut down. Did BLG change nameplates? Because this is what I expect from the disrespectful team fighting from them. Hey, they won earlier today. You can't complain about them too much. You know what I mean? Atkan started. KAL not in position to test this either, so body block on that Jhin W. Weibo get themselves another huge objective. How many do they get? 28, plus the extra 25% bonus from that too. Huge amounts of value from that. Xiaohu shuffling back towards mid lane. Chris getting engaged. Markel, it's not fantastic again, but they catch out Tian. Tian goes down. No ultimate from the Fine now. Ultimate opens up the curtain call. Light doesn't have flash, does have ultimate. Might need to use both of them. Use it to reposition. Not bad on the Kai'Sa there. Should have been caught out and dead to the right. There should still be another play coming down, and the Cho'Gath ult secures that. Another stack to Flandre. Traded back for a kill onto Yorick. Yone gets the combo. Shanks finally wakes up. There's an ult and a turret. Tarzan, can he get himself a reset on the aggro? No, he can't. Xiaohu turns one back. Yet another one ends up being 4 for 2. Anyone's Legend get themselves the fight they need to get back into the game. This will open up the mid lane turret. Anyone's Legend will get themselves an objective bounty. That's how far behind they were. And they'll close the gold gap. I think it was 5,000 before, dropping down to 2,500 to 3,000 now. Shanks, double combo of Q3 into ultimate now play. Huge for him. Flandre also getting a good amount of stacks now. I think he's had 2 stacks on champions, which means he's got maximum of 8 overall. Xiaohu, I really like his shuffle here because it means that he's not in the main clump to get engaged onto. Tian way out of position. Good catch from Shanks there. Light left in the front line because the front line's kind of dissolved a little bit. I don't really know why he's the one who's had to tank all of that. But taking it turns Xiaohu and Light to kind of reposition in the team fight means that they're not actually doing that much damage. Both of them kind of flisting out to the right side. Wonderful fight from Flandre. A knock up onto Light sees the Kai'Sa dead. Cho'Gath in late game team fights, it can just be land 1 Q in the fight. Cho'Gath, huge value there. Ahead of gold into Breathe now too. The damage, yes, mostly came from Shanks, but the winning plays, the CC, the chomp at the right moment, came from Flandre. Reddit won't be happy with that Shanks comment. No, but Reddit doesn't like me anyway if it's in the post-match threads. Flandre, gonna get ulted on this top side. I don't think he makes it out. On this one, Xiao has enough DPS, doesn't have a Leandris, doesn't need it. Tien will take him down, kill onto the Cho'Gath, who is causing a ton of problems. To his Legend, Light threads the needle with that W. Kyle comes through. Light doesn't have flash, he just uses ultimate. He's gone too far. Fourth shot not available just yet. Teleport in though, and he won't need it. Hope has been playing well, but he goes down for a second death of the game there. Jumps too far forwards. And Light is snuffed out. Dragon started. Xiao Hu pushing on top side. No grubs, as we were saying, to push this, but we'll still take it in the duration it takes to kill the dragon. In a turret to Xiao Hu will take that gold. 2,000 gold ahead of Shanks, doing good. Oh, that was a flash into the pit. Or Q into the pit from Tien. Doesn't have his ultimate now. Uses that. Doesn't flash out of the play. Can't get the kill. Dies to try and secure third dragon. Can't do so. And Tien, I wonder whether it just would have been worth him calling it a day. Giving up that second dragon. Don't really think it was worth dying for that. More gold. Kyle gets himself 2,000. Is that 2,000 assists in the LPL? Jesus Christ, he's not even been there that long. 2 years. When did he come in? Did he come in 2023? I think he came in. Over 2 years, 2,000 assists. That's insane. Teleport down now. Remember, there is no Vine, no big engage there from Weibo. Flandre very tanky. Knockup miss from the grand entrance. And Tao's taken with the 3 grubs. Daniel's Legend starting to claw back. Opening up the map. 3 grubs really helping them do so there. The mistakes from Weibo are being punished from anyone's Legend very well. The discipline of anyone's Legend has been very good on the whole. In this mid game. Not as good in the early game. Yeah, but I do know that, you know, I do like Shanks first. I think Shanks has been very, very good. I think he's clearly been top tier here. And he's done very well internationally too. I think he's made mistakes. You know, he has made mistakes too. He's not the complete package just yet. There are some team fights where he does misjudge. Teleport towards the top side. It's from Chris though. Has himself that spellbook. I get confused by that all the time. Yeah, and I think it's no surprise that Shanks is, as the new kid on the block internationally and a player which a lot of people had a lot of respect for over the time and a good personality. It's no surprise that he's very popular on social media, especially in Western Hemisphere and stuff like that. Tien out of vision, Crisp out of vision. However, what you must remind yourselves of is, no matter how much you like a player, you can still criticize them. It's all right to criticize them. As an analyst, you have to do that more, of course, because it's kind of your job, I guess. You can't gaslight people into believing the wrong stuff. Baron spawning. Azir is very fed. Spawning some soldiers. Is on vision, though. Yeah, that's a good ward. When you're starting to fall behind the game, you put the weird wards down, not as the regular place, because those are the ones which actually last. They live. Tarzan not going to get the W. Going to get... Wow, that's a CC chain. Didn't W, didn't flash. Immediately dies. Tien does have flash. Jungler down. Baron available. Can he feast the Maiden? Maybe he doesn't need to. Trying to get the kill onto it. If he'd landed the Q there, might have done it. Flash is available for the Cho'Gath. No one helping auto-attack out of the cage, so he'll have to flash out. Mistake there, I think, from Hope to not auto-attack the cage. Might have been able to let him out for free. Weibo playing around there. Pick potential of that Dark Procession very effectively there. Now, no flash on the Cho'Gath for a potential smite steal from the Chomp. Going down very, very quickly. This won't be contested. Shanks will not go in for an ult. Flandre's trying to go in, trying to walk his way. The hot way, he's on the thing, and he can't get it. It's Breathe, rather. The Yorick that gets it. Vi's gone down. The fight wasn't going that bad for anyone's Legend. 1 for none, but Shanks is out of the play. He'll have to recall or live. Does he have life still? Yes, he has the Blade of the Ruin King. Get a little bit. 1 for Baron. Weibo will take that any day of the week, especially since they took that kill onto Tarzan just before. And anyone's Legend not playing well in the setup there at all. Bold and greedy from Tarzan not to flash the initial CC chain, which led to his death. And the Dark Procession onto Flandre afterwards was really, really good. Breathe, he's behind in gold, but he's having decent impact here. Even got the Baron secure. Flandre, I thought he wouldn't be able to get anywhere near to this because, you know, big things there. Kyle cancels the Vi Q to make sure that Flandre can get in melee range. And he's so close to getting this, but it's a 2,000 damage smite, I think, with the Q swinging in at the same time from Breathe. There was no chance to smite to feast that from the Cho'Gath. Dragon now spawning in a minute. How much can Weibo get out of this Baron? They want to control the map. Of course they want to control the map. Forces to 3 games. Comedic timing of Shanks will not go in with the ult. Shanks going with the ult. I missed that. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Long kind of couple of days. Pushing in. No grubs, of course. Makes it a little harder. The Baron makes the push a little stronger, though. Three items not there from Shanks. Yes, still 2,000 gold behind. Maokai defensively trying to force Weibo away from the tower, and indeed does so. Tarzan's had a bad game on the Maokai. One of the better Maokai region players within our region, and honestly of all time, he's a very good Maokai player. But this game has not shown that. The Andrew's Bloodletters is full AP, had near zero value on it. He is paper now. Sadly, the tree become mulch. Weibo playing very, very well around their CC combo. Considering how they were blown up in game 1, it's been a good start from them. Breathe. Backing off in that mid lane turret, playing the 4-1 well. Two inhibitors down. Weibo take both. Root onto Azir. Uses the Zhonya's. Can they layer that up with the Cho'Gath Q? No, they can't. It's not timed well. Ult misses from Shanks. See, I got it right that time. And he goes back and he goes down. Xiaohu's still alive, still a full HP. Chris goes down, but that's the support. Light is free firing, and they've still got so much damage. There's 3 dead from the side of Enemy's Legend, maybe even more. Flash forward from Xiaohu, gets a 4th. Do they have the minions to end the game? Maybe they do. It's just Tarzan here. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet. It'll be coming up now. As I speak of that, tower goes down, and that'll just be the game. Weibo clean things up, and in under 30 minutes will take down our reigning champions and force us to a 3rd game. Well, that's one way to end the game of League of Legends, folks. It's one way to end the game. So, we'll be going to a game 3. Nice to see that Weibo can contest with anyone's Legend. After the first game, I didn't know if that would be the case. It was a very dominant game 1. I don't think anyone's Legend are playing as cleanly as they have been, for sure. And we'll get ourselves into a break. And we'll play some horse game, I guess. Wait till those highlights come through. And wait until game 3. This is debut. Yeah, we can do a debut race. This is fine. We don't need to... Cool. Good stats. Yeah, I think anyone's Legend played... I think Shanks falling behind really hurt them. Shanks falling behind really hurt them. If they could use Shanks in a side lane with the 3 grubs, I think that game is very playable. I just don't think it was here. Don't forget ads? Yeah, I do need to do that for sure, don't I? Yes, I will put ads on. I tend to do that over the highlights and stuff, instead, just like after the highlights. Yeah, not the best game from Shanks there. He got caught out an awful lot, like an awful lot. We're a pace chaser, so we don't mind being behind 1 or 2 for a little bit. Tarzan had a bad game. Tarzan and Shanks were not great there. Nice up. Yeah, Augury Cap's super good. What's the name of the horse game? Uma Musume. Wait, I can. Oh. There you go. I call it the horse game, but... Okay, we like to train. I guess we do need some stamina in there, obviously. And this one we go for the G1s at the end of things, I think. Go G1 and hit you. 6.5k. Medium, mile. We could go for this. Yeah, mile's actually easier for us on the whole. 14% failure. I think we go for the 3 friendship per train. Do we go for the 3 friendship? Yeah, we go for the 3 friendship. Oh shit, are you kidding me? Oh, for God's sake. We need to low roll. It's gonna lose some stuff. Fuck. Oh, shit. Do this and hope for the regular walk thing instead of karaoke. Oh, fuck. To get energy up for the walk thing. What is that? Speed stamina? Nice. We don't surely don't fail a 14%, right? Yay. Do this one for the... Yeah, I could do this maybe. All my teams are chain inting. Yeah, I don't know. This team just looks a little off right now, doesn't it? Anyone's Legend have had a lot of games. Here's our MVP, and we'll see who that is. Xiaohu was super good. Xiaohu was very good on the Azir. And we did say that Xiaohu, like the Azir was good against the Cho'Gath. Can be very mobile in a way that he really hates playing against. Ah, luck. Okay, it doesn't matter. We still win. Oh yeah, by the way, literally the main reason to run Super Creek is because it gives a ton of energy up events, which are really good for training. And then also gives you Swinging Maestro, which is the best skill in the game. So if you have the support card of, what is it, this one? It's really, really good, because it gives you, this, which is the best thing in the game. It's just so insanely good. It's the best stamina skill in the game, and stamina is not something you want to train normally. Well, okay, you train it a bit, but you want, like, let's try and high roll for, like, 5 energy down. Yeah, that sucks. We rest? Guess we rest. fucking hell. We need to take another rest then? Sucks, man. We can deal with training. I'm not training friendship that quickly either. What are these on 27%? I don't want to take 27%. I don't want to take 27% at all. 50 is not bad. Well, 50 is good, brother. I do have that card. That card is good. 3 on whip. This maybe? Friendship? Energy training. What have we got? So we've got one next turn, right? There's 2 G1s in a row we can do. Ooh, we get a friendship on speed, that's good. This is the one which we wanted to do. This is the mile, right? What about the one... Do we want to do both G1s back to back? I guess we do. There's a ton of fans. Do we want any of these? Corner acceleration is pretty good. Corner recovery, we can get... Hydrate, maybe? But we can get... Slipstream's pretty good. I'm actually not going to get any skills for this one. I'm just going to tank it, and then hopefully we get around to, like... And we want to... Ooh, this is slightly more fans, right? Wait, have I ever won... Yeah, but I've never won the trophy for this before, I don't think. Wait, have I? Have I done that? Oh, I have won it on 4. I've won that on 4. Have I won this on 4? Go, we do this then. Is this slightly easier? Is this slightly easier then, or what? Oh, well, I'm going to go for this, even though it's 500 less fans, just because I want to... Oh, yeah. Vodka's such a good... Vodka's one of the best ones, I think, actually, in terms of horses to run. I need to run ads. I'll run ads now, by the way. Look at the freaking bowling anime animations. That's such a cool intro. It's actually very cool. Okay, no late start. We're in a bad... I don't know. I hate being on inside post when there's a bunch of people because I'm going to get boxed out. This could be bad, actually. If you're on inside post in like a clumped up racing style. Like right now, there's like, I don't know, 6 people or whatever in our style. And we're on the inside post. They can kind of pin us against the post. Yeah, Vodka's good at getting through traffic for sure. The beast and comeback is gold chip. Yeah, gold chips and close it. Okay, no, we're in better position now. It's good. My entire team is reported except Olga. Wait, is it CFO playing today? Is it CFO gone? I don't know if I like this. We only get... Oh, I think we're in a bad spot, aren't we? We didn't get any skills either. Oh, fucking hell. Are we okay? We got a roll? I don't know. I think we're pretty... Are we doomed? Are we doomed? We don't get ult? We do get ult. It's a weird freeze frame. I don't think it's enough, is it? Oh shit, it's close. Oh. Fuck is this game? Uma Musume. It's popular right now. And it's kind of cinema to watch. Emo's glad. Is Emo actually good now? Because like that guy's been like all over the place, you know. So I can either do another G1 or I can do this. Maybe I don't risk it. Maybe I do this. Get some friendship up. Yeah, whatever. We've done our G1. We needed one G1. And we can run some extra G1s next year. I just want to get friendship training up way more. Looks cringe. Yeah, no, it's good. It's a good game. It's genuinely quite engaging, and it's got quite a skill curve to it. This one you don't go for this one. Let's go energy up. Really, this is meh. I kind of need some stamina though, is the problem. Really need some stamina actually. Gonna do this for the double friendship. Double friendship, we go for the double stam one, I think. Yep, the name's on the screen. Name's on the screen. Now we get inspiration. Or is that in April? 40%? I can't do the 40%. Gotta rest. Sucks. One friendship training. Gotta do these ones, I think. Onto stage again. Oh, it's April, not February. February in third year is when you get ult upgrade. If you have enough fans. What did we get from it? It's pretty good. Stamina and power up. It's good. It's right away add up. Jesus Christ. Was that 5 things for that? Definitely get that then. Nice. Get both these. That'll help us win a lot more races actually. Like a lot more. Slow screen's not bad either actually. Okay, we're just gonna get a bunch of skills because kinda need them. 2 on that. I think we go for the stamina here, right? Okay, we've got another friendship training thing down there. Okay, whatever. We can close this down and get into our next game. Third game. Anyone's Legend Weibo. Weibo winning that last game. So what's left up and available? We have stuff like the Annie, which has not been picked this series so far. Kali, I suppose, starts to raise in priority at this point in the draft. Aurora, a huge question mark on this draft. Both of these teams play it. Anyone's Legend played in both roles as well, in mid and top lane. Last ban of that Pantheon makes sense. The Varus and the Rumble making it onto every single ban list for the entirety of this series, same as the Gwen. Aurora first pick seems pretty good to me. I don't think there are many... I think Aurora's a good first pick in the first game, you know? Even then, I think it's still fine. Pick Lucian. Now, Lucian is a mobile safe carry, which means you can't just dunk something like a Jarvan Aurora onto them. Braum locked in to take away Lucian Braum. Lucian Braum's a hell of a combo. It was a lane that was played a lot on Lucian's release because it gave you great power to instantly proc the double combo. Thinking about the Victor. Victor does fine as the Aurora in lane. It's one of the reasons it was banned when Aurora was picked in a couple of series recently as well. Kyle can still go towards something like a Leona, which is fine with the Lucian. Pretty good at level 1, 2, and 3, really. All of them. Kyle is a Bard player. Does well into the Braum. Does well into the Victor, too. Can ult the Victor straight up. I don't think it's a bad hover, actually. I like it quite a lot. Alright, there we go. Bard. Lucian Bard. Now, what you can do with the Lucian Bard, yes, you can get the Q stun. But what you can also do is drop the heal directly onto Lucian, so he gets the heal for the Vigilance passive. Lucian Bard, very good into the Braum, because the Braum struggles to close down their lane. Now what do you play in the mid lane? No Aurora, Sylas instead. You have a Braum and a Victor ult to steal already. You can think about going Sejuani in the second round too if you don't have an AD skirmisher now as well. Melee synergy from Sylas there is not bad. Feels like 80% blue side wins so far. I mean, last split, it was really blue side favored in LPL for reasons which are kind of beyond me. Ezreal locked in. Good safety against the Bard. Can always Q farm. Very hard to deny that. Second round. Jungler's not picked, so you'd imagine they were going to use some bans towards that. Do you ban away the Sejuani? Do you ban away Jarvan? Aurora banned away in case anyone's Legend wanted to play that top lane. That maybe signals that Breathe wants to play Cassante, as Aurora is one of the champions that gives him issues in lane. Yeah, I wonder if anyone's Legend should just ban away Cassante now. They ban away the Jace, but I wonder whether that Aurora ban is telegraphing Cassante. I wonder. I wonder. Or Renekton. God, we saw Xiao Shu have an insane Renekton game just yesterday to beat out Team WE, floundering with a 0-3 start. Sejuani we highlighted with the Sylas earlier is banned away. No Skarner, no Sejuani, no Maokai. Even the Bruisers are starting to, you know, the Bruiser engaged champions are starting to go. Renekton banned away. Lane pressure from Breathe. Not going to be allowed too easily. Can you blind pick that much now in top lane? I mean, I think you could still go Cassante. Not great versus the Bard though, I suppose. Good luck in a choice jungler now. Jarvan is not fantastic. Yeah, Cassante I think is fine with the Aurora banned away. How did anyone's Legend defeat T1? Because they're kind of on a bit of a slump right now. And they looked much better at internationals. So, anyone's Legend. This could be the smolder top into the Cassante. It does very well at stacking on that. And there's very little to close him down right now. This is a good smolder pick for Flandre. Smolder top lane locked in. Weibo locked in. They banned away the Aurora, afraid that they were going to be bullied out in top lane matchups if they did pick the Cassante and the Renekton. But the Smolder is very, very good into the Cassante. Renekton banned away the Renekton would have been an issue. Renekton can very much kill the Smolder. The Cassante struggles a lot. Flandre's played this internationally as well. He's played it in, you know, he's played this a bunch about the place. They have decent engage from the Sylas and the Bard, but this would be some more engage. The Jarvan's locked in. It's not a fantastic draft for it, but does well enough into the Victor if the Victor doesn't get fed. Tien could go towards the Zed, and you know what? I don't think it's bad. It's good against the triple squishies of anyone's Legend. 4 if you include the Bard, I suppose. Nocturne, a little bit more tried and true. Weibo have very little engage, folks. The Nocturne comes in, I think, to try and be halfway house on that. Does well into the Jarvan. You can spell shield the knockup. Weibo have very good ability to sit on an objective and hold it, but I'm worried that Lucian Bard beats the Ezreal Braum. That's Xiao who do. So Xiao who did he did a video of like a viral dance, and it still remained quite popular. And that was the video, the GIF on it just there. Shanks has a couple of very good ultimates to steal. I think the Ezreal ult, the Braum ult, the Victor ult. I've actually not seen him steal the Paranoia that much, but that's also kind of funny. Weibo left themselves in a bit of a weird spot where they needed some more engage. They didn't really find that much for it. What else could they have gone for engage in the jungle? Not so sure about that one. Not so sure. Into the game we go.
Not that many picks have been played in the jungle so far in LPL. Even with the Fearless, feels like we're cycling through the same, like, 6 or 7 of them. Even in full Fearless. Let's get ourselves into that final deciding game. Last game of the day. Anyone's Legend, Weibo. Gyos came out, of course. Some people saying in chat they prefer Weibo's draft, and I agree. If you get to stand in a part of the map, I think Weibo's draft is pretty good. But I do worry if they need to go offensive. Anyone's Legend, they don't have that much tank. I don't like the Jarvan into this composition because I don't think he does that well. We're going to have to resync the audio again because it's gone and desynced itself again. It does tend to do this after every game, so I need to make sure that's fine. 1 second, the screen will go black. Don't panic. It will be fine. Look, I can hear you're panicking. Don't panic. And we're back. And look, the audio is better synced. On TikTok, it'll always be desynced because TikTok Live is for sure a piece of software which is very good at making sure audio and video are synced. Questions? Kyle and Hope. I really want to see how they do with this lane because in theory I think it should destroy the Braum. The Braum hates playing at the Bard anyway. Now, funny enough, is the interaction... Does the Braum players know if... The interaction where if you block Bard Q with your shield, it instantly stuns you, but no one behind you. Does that still happen that way? Because I'm pretty sure that happened for a patch or two. Flandre trying to stack up as best he can. Breed starting with the Q, trying to get some wave shove in to make sure that Flandre can't just wait and cast his Q on every minion. Or onto him. Yeah, Corellia's right. Korea, sorry, I mispronounced that. But yes, Flandre played this MSI, and yes, it was played before that in 2024. Quite a lot of smaller top into Cassante. So it's pretty good on the whole, just at getting stacks. He's maybe even looking for a... Wait, hang on a second. He's only level 2. Doesn't have the flap. Just get some extra stacks. And sadly for Breathe, he's not been able to push the wave fully in. That's not great for Breathe, actually. He tried to use the last of his HP and push it in, get a clean reset, get an item, and then come back to lane. Maybe give bot lane a bit of a breathing room. He's gonna have to teleport in now. Has himself a Ruby Crystal, and that's it. It's not the best first back either. You can see how easy it is for the Smolder to stack up. Gets another one there. Dropping a bit of farm here and there. They're still getting stacks. Tarzan, level 4. Off vision. Should know by process of elimination now where he is, because they'll see that blast the Scry's Bloom go. Does BLG lose it? BLG is not playing right now. It's Manuel's Legend Weibo. They won earlier, 2-0. It was very convincing too, actually. Despite the throw around Aftercon they had against FPX in game number 1. Nocturne spotted on his Raptors. Tarzan took that plant and then dropped a ward down there, so he'll be spotted now. Information for anyone's Legend. Whereas Jarvan's been off vision for a little bit now, of course. This would have been seen taking that plant because you can see the Scry's Bloom, right? Shahu, not that much mana, but has enough. Trying to just stop a bit of... Wow, he's just walking at him menacingly. Huh, not even taking minion aggro. Doesn't want to click on him to get minions to attack him. Wave position's fine for Shahu. It'll slow push back, only 2 minions there, but he's fine with that. It's a cannon wave, so it'll be blocked out fine. Ooh, stops the recall. Nice from Hope. Passive misses there from Chris. Can't get the Q. Shahu pushing in the wave now. Good E to clean up the last of them. Can Shanks hold the wave? Does he want to? Probably not. Ooh, does manage to stop the recall there, and he will hold the wave. I think because he just managed to stop that recall, gain some extra value. Tien will have to come over to mid lane and help him push it out, potentially. Xiaohu not that much mana to help push out this wave. Gets a little bit. Clears the front line. Minions starting to attack Shanks. Xiaohu does have, of course, the teleport to get back into lane. I don't think Shanks will be able to cancel it again. It's not casual after all. Flandre, decent stacks already. Gone for the inspiration secondary for the triple tonic, interestingly. So what that means is he'll be able to pop the elixir of blah 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 at whatever level it is to get himself some extra gold and damage to minions if he wants to push out. Shanks, great damage. Wow, we're in full ham on him. Getting an extra couple of passive stacks from the hijack initial cast and then the Chaos Storm afterwards. Xiao had only just teleported back in. That's great from Shanks there. Forcing a recall potentially out of Xiaohu soon. I guess with the Catalyst and Pots running, he's not going to be as in danger. He can clear out another wave. He can Chaos Storm the next wave, actually, if he wants to. Because that Shanks has to stick around. In fact, yeah, doing the Doonby Chaos Storm where you use it to just clear out the wave. Can you get the E max range? Might have cast that Chaos Storm a little bit too early on the wave. Gets the cannon minion with the E. Misses a couple of ranged minions. Fight on the bot side. Kyle tried to go in with a Spellbook Smite. Bard gameplay, folks. Kyle got the Spellbook Smite, put the Magical Journey down, and didn't smite, didn't flash, didn't take the portal, died. Weibo get first blood and first dragon. That was, this is why, for many years, Bard was my most banned champion, because he ruins the game for your teammates every so often. Tarzan coming in, 2v3 in the mid lane, but there's a level 6 Paranoia. Tien getting the fear down, getting onto the Jarvan. I don't think there's that much follow-up damage, though, so all it'll end up being is flash burned by Shanks and Tarzan. Double flashes blown as they go into a bit of a weirdly calculated 2v3. Again, not sure about that. Not a huge fan of the decision-making of anyone's legend in the last game or two. Flandre, clearing up the wave as best he can. 50 stacks at 7.5 minutes. Pretty good for the first 2 levels of Smolder. Culling to clear the wave. Now, Culling used to do 400% damage to minions for wave clip, because bot lane used to be so much about wave clip. Caitlyn Jinx. Ezreal Corki. Cogmore with ER. Sivir. Of course, Sivir. Do you remember the double blade Lucian build where you go Yomu's Ghost Blade? Well, back when it gave you attack speed when you activated the item as well. And then Blade the Rune King. Pop them both in ult. Good E from Shanks. Gets the full combo onto Lightsteal. The Ezreal ult. Flash away. Shanks stealing the ult just for the extra passive auto. Like, forced to flash out. Shanks having a couple of great extended trades against Xiaohu and Light now in the last few minutes. Grub's now started. Ezreal, no teleport, is running that summoner spell. No HP either. Going towards bot side. It's going to be a 5v4. Smolder teleports in. Remember, they have, you know, this Smolder's been stacking very, very healthily over here. Securing the Grubs. Smolder happy with that. Gone for the Swifties first, so they... Cassandra can never really chase him down. Smite from Tien almost stolen by Shanks' stolen Ezreal ult. Fun. Xiaohu using the gravity field to potentially force Shanks to step up and trade instead. Victor's gravity field very good against the Silas. I know a lot of Victor mains were, or people who played Victor were like, oh, but the W doesn't do anything on Victor. I think that's such a strange opinion to have. Victor's gravity field is not instant gratification, but the zone it creates is so nasty, especially against melees. If you're against melees, then gravity field becomes such a pain point. Tien is in range for the Paranoia. He's already been used, and Shanks He might be doing well in the 1v1s. A 1v2 is not something he can win right there. Goes down to Victor. Smolder happily start farming away yet again. Of course he is. 72 stacks, 10 to 10 minutes. You'd normally want about 10 stacks per minute, but early game it's a little less because you don't have the cooldown reduction just yet. Of course, you get more as you build stuff like Shojin or Triforce or Essence Reaver, of course, being a big one too. He's going towards some HP, so he'll be going somewhat Bruiser. I know that some people have been criticizing some people for going like the full crit Smolder. I think in the games where we saw Leave play it, right? I think going full crit was completely correct for him. Some people saying, oh, you need lifesteal. I don't think you need to. I think you need it. Shanks, another extended trade. And yep, there's a gravity field. Someone jumps into melee of you. As long as you're not getting completely burst out. Wait for that grab field to land. Q3 does land, even with the Swifties. Oh, Flandre, you step back into that Q3, uses that ultimate to get some extra damage. Wave clears out as well. Does have flash. I think he'll need to use it. Flash and breathe first. Has the W, misses another Q, and Flandre, cool as a cucumber, does not blow the flash. 10 seconds till Nocturne ult is back up. He's on vision taking Dragon. On the other side, 3 grubs. Jarvan standard giving attack speed. They'll take this turret fairly effectively. Breathe. Hitting the bot side turret has a sheen. 3 people now heading up towards the top side. Hope using his double tap auto a little bit. Using his abilities to help with that. Not using his E though. It's like only 4 plates. Jesus, 4 plates. That's a hell of a play. And we saw that. Okay, all right. Flash was thrown out by Xiao, who is to have dodged the chains. Stolen Reddit ult was good. Not Reddit ult. Or would be Reddit's ult. I mean, it'd be something about flaming, right? You press the Reddit ult and the whole game collectively loses 50 IQ. Anytime you have a different opinion, one of your teammates explodes. Yeah. What would Reddit the character be in League of Legends? Ezreal used to clip that top side. I kind of miss when Ezreals could use their ult to wave manipulate on sides. I don't really feel like that happens with Ezreal anymore. Remember when you used to, clip a side wave to get use out of it? It was so cool. Get that slow push or to start. $95 stacks, 13 minutes. Flandre doesn't have any cooldown reduction yet, so again, similar rates. Q3 misses this time. Flandre actually does dodge it this time. Nice. Nice. Misses that minion, misses both minions. Breathe ahead 10 CS, actually. It's good for him. Typically, the Smolder... I mean, let's be honest. While we've watched him on screen, Flandre has missed, like, a good 10 minions or so. Honestly, this CF difference is just Flandre bad at last hitting. He's been focusing on getting stacks off of the Smolder, which I do understand. Throw some skills at the Cassante. Does make a lot of sense, right? Waiting for the Q cooldown. 3 stacks. Yay. So yeah, a little bit off of level 11. Once you get that, you get the extended range on your ultimate, which is a big thing for Nocturne Paranoia. Your first level of your ultimate, not that long range. We just had totally short range, actually. Farming up well, not had to do too much. He's turned up at the right places, had technically has 100% kill participation, because he was involved in both the only 2 kills in the game. Herald aggroed. Going to be committed to? Yes. Kyle landing some great stuns actually in the last minute or so on screen. Ezreal clearing out mid-wave will be a little bit late to the contest, not here to poke. Doesn't have himself... he has himself 1 item. Hasn't cashed in the cull just yet. Has been building that. Teleport into the pit. Xante comes through. Flandre can go back to base, buy an item, and he can come into the play. Herald now committed to by Weibo. They have the worst terrain though. They're stuck in the pit, back against the wall. Shanks stolen the Braum ult. Here comes the Smolder. Can get his ult stopped by the Braum shield. Needs to pay attention to that. Shanks skirmishing around one side. Held quite low. Bartle lands only onto the Braum. Not that valuable. Culling is fine. And look at this. They're all fish in a barrel. The Braum shield does exactly what we said it would do. Not great from Flandre there. You got to watch that stuff. Herald goes down. Collected. Can they get out? Xiaohu going forwards and comboing up with the Nocturne. The Lucian is caught out and Hope has died. Shanks has been shanked. And Weibo take 2 for 0 and they take the Herald. Good fight for them. Good objectives. And I really question why Flandre uses ult at that point. Surely wait until the shield is down to get any value out of that. Built up the Shojin as well. Didn't stack the Shojin for the extra damage on his ability. Bad fight from anyone's legend. Bad fight indeed. I mean, if you really wanted to, you could also just keep Flandre on bot side. Use the grubs and go towards that tower. You know, get some extra gold for him. If you're choosing to commit this, you got to get something out of it. Bartle doesn't catch out Light. Tried to go for the high roll of both Crisp, Light, and Breathe. And then the ult gets blocked by the Braum. Because it's his first projectile block, doesn't even take any damage from it. Even any reducer just goes down to 0 damage. Shanks misses his E. Light jumps into the Victor. Where have we seen a Lucian jump into a Victor before? Where? And die. Where have we thought about that before? Strange. You could have almost heard the cries of American fans. I'm very sad for a second. Flandre getting the splash damage on. Kyle. Bad angle for the E. Very bad angle for the E. He's on the pit with Tarzan and he's sold him out. Bartle, not fantastic. Kyle having to flash over the wall. Dragon's still going down, and all this is a bad magical journey. Ezreal doesn't clip anyone. Dragon's been taken. But the status, yeah, the health bar's getting a little bit low. Paranoid coming through. Here comes the Fear, using it to confirm it. The magical journey, not bad. Breathe managed to take out the Smolder. Oh, sorry, no, the Jarvan. He goes out. Hope managed to turn around the DPS, and Shanks goes forward to get anyone's legend. This might be the fight now. Flandre flashing force, but does he have the damage? The Q comes through with the splash onto the Braum. Laserbag takes another one down. It's getting messy. Flandre, the bounce of the Q gets a kill at the back there. Menz is a 2 for 1 in favor of anyone's legend. Dragon and Soul points away, though. Messy start to the fight. Kyle, magical journey into the pit instead of over the back of it. Didn't know his angles very well. Bard players typically run indicators on E or click and hold it to make sure you see exactly where it's pathing. Make sure you can get the best out of that. I don't know if he did that. He went into the back of the pit. I think there's more he could have done. Unless he wanted to stay in there. Maybe it was calculated. Maybe he wanted to bait them into Tarzan. Stolen Chaos Storm was okay. And it's Tarzan he brings out of the ult. He wants to peel him off. I thought it was the Smolder. I don't know why I thought it was the Smolder. I saw the HP bar dropping lower. And whatever. I make mistakes in play, whether it happens. And then right here, Flandre manages to get the W with the triple AoE procs. It hits all 3 champions, and then managed to get the splash at the back of it. Very good burst damage. He'd stacked up the Shojin for the extra 12% damage on abilities, and it really rocks him there. Going towards a 0 crit build, interestingly. Black Cleaver, I think, coming up next. Didn't expect that. I haven't seen this Bruiser Smolder build. Gives you move speed, gives you a bunch of cooldown reduction, but much less damage, because you don't have Essence Reaver, you don't have the Infinity Edge, giving you the multi-crit, with the Infinity Edge also applying to the Q damage. Spardolt used to stop that Herald charge into the mid lane, so the full damage doesn't come through. Tarzan has Flag and Drag. He's going to get feared potentially, and he is. Does he go for a big play? Doesn't hit anyone with that, but forces Ezreal over the wall. The Smolder ult's good. The shield's going up as well, but I don't think the shield's going to do that much. Shanks starts to spin around. Tarzan gets sundered. Sky procs. Does die for it. Double stun. Don't think it's going to lead to that much. 2 for 1 in the mid lane. As Weibo are starting to get a little bit clumped up, and they're getting AoE down. You would have thought that the Victor would be starting to shred through people, but the Smolder ult has been pretty good at the pass-through damage. And Tarzan's been getting decent value, even though he's behind in gold. I'm surprised he's getting this much value out of the Jarvan, forcing a lot of defensive maneuvers. Even if he's not getting huge damage, he gets some Sundered Sky in there. Right here, buys the fear. Tarzan positioning very, very greedily. But he gets away with it. Triple Cataclysm. Gets pulled out by the Cassante again. But he's done his job. Triple Cataclysm. Gets some Thunder Sky. Yes, he dies afterwards. The job's done. 3 kills on Smolder now, by the way. 2,000 gold up. Breathe. He's doing fine in the laning phase. He's doing very well in the laning phase. But you got a 2-item Smolder. I've not seen this build on the Smolder, weirdly enough. The Shojin Black Cleaver will give nice amount of ability to just run at Breathe. Move speed from Swifties and the Black Cleaver gives you a lot of move speed to walk. 215 stacks already. Yep. Starting to get over that 10 stack a minute mark, so that's good now. One more wave and he'll get himself... Well, one more minute, I suppose. And he'll get himself to 225. 4 from that. Another 6 needed. If he gets this whole wave, he'll get it done. Hope. Hope. You just stopped him getting 225, which you could have used right now. My dude, you just took a couple of minions. I guess it won't matter too much. Maybe they didn't think they were going to work on that wave, but weird as heck. 225 on Smolder is obviously huge. Obviously huge. I don't like it when ranged champions are actually working top lane. It's very risky to play ranged top laners. I say that as a Vayne and Quinn. My Quinn was like my top laner for a long time. Does he get it now? One more cube. There we go. All right, 225. Smolder gets the upgrade. Has the true damage burn and the execute below that threshold. Dragon up in 30 seconds would be solved for Weibo. Anyone's Legend have not put work into bot side. They've not set up bot side on the map. Could be an issue. TN at 2 items before Tarzan, because he's 1,000 gold ahead, has the Hex Plate. And he has Sterax. Upgraded boots, he had TN2, has himself the Ninja Tabi. But Soul Fight is going to happen against a 2-item, fully stacked Smolder. 2 items and Ezreal, also powerful hit. I just feel like Smolder is now the most powerful person on the map, though. We'll see how this build does. I don't think it's going to be the most explosive damage, but I'm sure it'll do good DPS over time. Anyone's Legend do turn up to the objective first. And look, Weibo don't have good engage. We called this in draft. They don't have good engage. They're good at standing in an area and holding it, but they don't close down targets that well. This is one of the reasons why the Smolder's working. Great damage onto Kael there, actually. The Dragon helping out quite a lot. Weibo want to make sure that they can sit and poke, like this. Stand their ground. And invite anyone's Legend into them if it's all possible. If they do that with the Grab Field and Chaos Storm, it changes quite a lot of things. Tarzan around the flank, only spotted just now, jumping in. I don't think they've got enough to know about it. Well, he's just been completely jumped onto as he tried to get into the backline, and the jungler's dead. That could just be Soul. That could just be Soul. Here comes the Paranoia. The 1,000 gold lead. Nocturne jumps in, flashes out, gets some good damage, but will secure the Dragon. Ocean Soul for Weibo. As Tarzan had a nightmare of a fight, thought he had the unseen angle, was seen and shut down. Ocean Soul to Weibo. Now that is a win condition. You have a Cassante with an Ocean Soul. Braum not bad at that either, actually. Anyone's Legend will still scale massively well with the likes of the Smolder for sure, but this is not going to be the Smolder, which is hyper high damage. Got a lot more tanky with the Bruiser build. 2,000 gold lead, Ocean Soul for Weibo. Victor is going to be a monster. I actually think Xiao should certainly go towards the Zhonya's at some point. If you don't know, by the way, if you activate Ocean Soul and you go golden in Zhonya's, you will start healing still while you're golden. Really obnoxious. I think it works in GA as well, weirdly. Hey, yeah, going a little too far into the top river. Breathe was looking for a W into the wall. Brawl still and Brawl not doing that much. Ocean Soul's going to start ticking now. Breathe. Takes nothing. Baron up in a handful of seconds. Atkan's still available. Hasn't been flipped just yet. You can afford to take bits and pieces of poke now from Weibo. Very much so. You have free sustain for your whole team as long as you get some damage down. Right there, look. Chris. Procs the Ocean Soul. Goes back up to full HP. Breathe doesn't care if he gets hit by this stuff here and now. The Ocean Soul that early into the game. That is such an early soul. Chris getting caught. Gonna get burst out. Flashes out. Shield's gone the wrong way. Goes golden. He'll start to heal. Yeah, the Bardol actually gives him the healing there too. Smolder can't quite kill them quickly enough. Finally takes down the Braum. Is it enough? Trade of supports. Starting to go through. Good double knock up the Ocean Soul. I can't go through burst. If you die before, it can start healing, but it's doing enough. The later the fight goes on, the better it is for Weibo. The splash damage comes across, but the Ocean Soul keeps ticking. The tides are turning. And they're dragging AL down with them. The Ocean Soul makes a difference, and the dragon can't burn through the salt water of the sea. Light gets the final kill. It's a 4-for-1, 4-for-2 as Chris died too. Sorry, excuse me. And that'll see them to the Atakan. Anyone's legend. Disrespect the Ocean Soul. Try and take a longer fight, and they have been outscaled by the dragons. Bard with the ultimate. Ended up giving extra stasis to Weibo. I was talking about Zhonya's, but sure, let's talk about the Bardol. They heal while they're inside it as long as they've proc the Ocean Soul. Atakan goes down to Weibo. And Breathe, who is 2,000 gold behind, does not give a damn. He does not give a damn. Weibo should be walking away with this game now. See how long it takes them to kill down Chris. Starts healing, flashes out of the flag and drag. And this Bardol means the Smolder ult does nothing. Buys time for them to get a little bit more healing. The exhaust went down to Flandra there. Xiaohu gets into the fight. Look at the Ocean Soul ticking up in him as well. And Breathe is just unkillable. Flash knock up onto the backline, but you don't have the damage anymore. Certainly not on the Jarvan. The Jarvan into anyone remotely tanky really struggles to finish off kills. All you're there for is setup. Flandra doing a lot of damage, credit to him, but can't do everything. Gets the one there with the burn. 4-for-2 though. Weibo very happy with that. This is what happens when you pick an ADC top lane in this meta. I completely agree. If you play something like the ADC top lane and you don't have Alistar and a tank jungler or whatever, you are going to really struggle. You don't have a front line. I think you can play AD carry top lanes if you have strong front line elsewhere or another kind of different win condition. But who's frontlining here? Not Jarvan. Jarvan is not a good frontliner. Not fantastic. He's good at bursting out squishies. He's great at punishing immobile carries. And he's good at early pressure. You know, those freak early ganks. The Jarvan level 2 gank was a thing of beauty back in, you know, your early seasons of League. Xiaohu finding Tarzan. 2.5 items. Tarzan, does he get to the blast cone in time? Oh, it's the full CC and the burn will kill him. Tarzan found out very shallow into his own jungle. Would have thought 100% he'd be safe there. Absolutely not. The Jarvan is not tanky. Weibo can walk up brazenly. And anyone's legend, our reigning champions, top 3, top 2 international finishers, might be starting 0-2 in this split of LPL. Kyle can still be able to get through that gate. Doesn't have the, well, does have a little bit of sustain, of course, from his healing shrines. Baron started. No Jarvan, so no smites. Kyle has it from the spellbook. He just changed over to it now. Have they factored this in? The Chaos Storm comes over. Low HP. The lights go off. Smite comes down, and the fight can happen again. And here comes the Nocturne. Comes in. Redemption coming down from the bar. Will do a little bit of damage, but it's not going to be enough. Smolder off to one side of the fight. Hope zoned out. He's not doing damage. And the insect from the Kasansei pulls Kyle into his death. The Bard left of musical notes. It's a moment of silence for Kyle. Weibo, Baron, another set of kills. The Ocean Soul claimed so early, giving anyone's legend absolute hell. Flandre has himself Essence even now. He's got Ocean Soul ticking. Very tanky with the W. Chaos Storm goes down. Tarzan, you just respawned, buddy. Let's not throw away the life again. Flandre not having his recall stop there, but cancelling it himself. Wait, Faker re-signed with T1 for another 4 years? Jesus, that's going to be a bank contract. Xiaohu has to get Riftmaker. Oh, dear lord. Anyone's legend, I don't see how they kill Victor. Even if they get a good angle onto someone, how do they kill Victor? He's going to have Ocean Soul, and he's going to have Riftmaker. Even Crisp with Ocean Soul is a pain in the arse here. Hits 1 Q, and a lot of the damage you do is not going to be that relevant. Look, he just auto-attacks him there, puts the ultimate over. Here comes Breathe. Can you pull someone out with an ult? No, he doesn't have it up in 5 seconds. The Ocean Soul starts to take Braum ult for stolen Braum ult, but Ocean Soul makes the better of it for Weibo. They take mid lane in a turret. Minute and a half left on the Baron, and they don't care taking these bits of poke. Breathe walks forward again, has ult again, and flashes to bring someone back. Kyle goes down. Tarzan has to jump out. The Smolder ult is blocked again by the Braum shield, and they just have run out of steam. Push into mid lane with a minute left on Baron buff. Tien walking over there. Great game of the Nocturne. Tarzan flashed onto Showerhoop, but he has Riftmaker ticking. He has damage ticking. He has Ocean Soul ticking, and the Victor won't die. He has more cooldowns, he has more Omnivamp, and Tarzan can't finish the job. Weibo with the power of the waves. Wavemo Gaming with the Ocean Soul heal through everything. And anyone's legend turn to dust. They'll push through the mid lane as the reigning LPL champions will go 0-2 to Weibo and 0-2 at the start of the split. Not something many would have predicted, myself included. The Panda champions left behind. Weibo finished the series 2-0. Well, a series of all time. Weibo walk away with the win. 2-1, sorry, 2-1, not 2-0. 2-0, 2-1, 2-1, my bad. 2-1, my bad. I misread things, I don't know why. Long day, long couple of days. That's going to do it for today, folks. Thanks for tuning in. Not my best cast today. Thanks for joining. And if